hit those keys kind of hard. What's good, everybody? I hope you all are doing well and staying safe. Go ahead and pause this up. And that away. Where are we at here? This one? This one. There we go. How you doing, Pogs? I hope you're doing well, man. Alright, make sure we're all set up here. Okay. I did play a tiny bit off stream because I had to take the thumbnail today. So I did one loop. Because I had to refresh things before I took the screenshot. So we had one loop not recorded. I'm sorry. I needed to take the thumbnail though. I also forgot to change yesterday's stream to the thumbnail. Damn it. But be sure, if you haven't already, definitely be sure to give this stream a thumbs up. Get that early algorithm in. I think we should probably... Oh, we'll wait till he dies to drop a new one. Same with these guys, I'm gonna wait till they die. Today I kind of wanted to practice on something else. Okay, so how are we gonna do that efficiently? Are we just gonna have to keep that up the whole time now? Would that be the best bet to do with that? I think that's gonna be my best bet. Yesterday was the day of learning the what's it called? Yesterday was the day of learning the Vasto lock. Today is the day of learning this. So we only got 48 there. Okay. So then best bet would be come all the way here, do that there. 48, 56. And go to 60. Yeah, I did that some days ago. When I figured out I had to use Octavia, I was like, well, you know what? You can't just go back in with the same old Octavia stuff and then some shards. That just doesn't feel enough. Gotta go further. So I was like, okay, well, let's experiment with that. So I spent some hundreds of plat on the mods and experimented around with them a bit. Okay, let's try that. Get close. Okay, and then we refresh that. Oh, damn you. Okay, we got the refresh off of that. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna take some learning. That's gonna... yeah, that's what I'm working on learning right now, man. That's what I spent hundreds of plat on. Was I bought pretty much like all the ones I was really interested in for the run. And I just experimented around with them. So now I'm just trying to learn how to most efficiently do this so that I can have it up for acolytes, because it's the only reason it's needed as acolytes later on. What? What? Why are they tradable if you can... Okay, whatever. I don't care. Whatever. It was worth it to me regardless, because I didn't have to go get it, man, to be honest. It doesn't make any sense. Especially for how much people are selling them for. It just doesn't make any sense. Oh well. Could be worse. Yeah, that's a bit notable. It's a bit notable. Yeah, I don't understand why DE did something like that. They don't usually do that stuff. That's why I didn't even think to look on the marketplace. I saw them tradable on there. The DE doesn't usually do that type of stuff. It's really weird. Oh well. Could be worse. For me, I didn't have to farm the things, so I really don't care. I don't have to farm them. I'm not going to be using this thing all the time, to be honest. Like, I do not find a purpose for this in a lot of situations. This is, if you're up close with enemies, sure, it has its uses, but it's not my playstyle. This requires too niche of a room to really use effectively with most frames. So, it's not going to be something I use all the time. This is definitely not worth it. Let's go and vibing. Just starting for the day. Just starting for the day. Learning different parts of my rotation, so when it comes later on, or adding different parts to my rotation so that later on I'm more used to it when it becomes necessary. Yesterday we only added one element, today we're adding more. Don't want to get caught off guard when things are actually needed. That's for damn sure. Let's see, how long does that take to charge in comparison to my timers? Actually fits really well. Just go off that as a recharge timer. Okay. Down here, that. Over here. Here. I'm never gonna really use this. This is a rare situation where I chose to use it. I don't 100% know if I even need it this run. I just decided to do something a little different. because I already have just so many hours and experience in Octavia. I was like, oh, let me just see something a little different. I know I can do a bit more with her because she's stealth, so I could do something a little unique. But, you know, or a little different from what I've already done type deal. Whoopsie. I find this pointless if you run a camp playstyle. If you play an active playstyle, this seems pretty good. But if you run a camp playstyle, this thing is damn near worthless. Especially if you're killing mobs efficiently enough, things are gonna die too fast for you to even care about switching. You're gonna have to really, really want it. But if you're killing effectively enough, you shouldn't even, this shit doesn't matter. This is just some window glossing. If you can afford the actions per minute, I mean, cool, but I don't see it being worth it in a real camp playstyle. Unless you're going for, I mean, if you're looking to get like the world record maybe because of how acolytes scale, it'll probably become worth it, but outside of that, this is completely unnecessary. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, we got this whole rotation. That'll be easy peasy. Good shit. Okay, cool. Cool. I understand. How was it nerfed? What do you mean? What do you mean how? I never heard of this. I don't recall ever seeing a nerf to camp playstyle. What did they do? I did 95.5 hours last month. I don't... Where does the nerf take place? Well, that's Korra. Yeah, they made it so Korra's dome doesn't hit through walls anymore. That was a unique change to only Korra. It's either her whiplash or her dome doesn't go through walls. Yeah, man, it's all good, bro. You don't know until you know. That's why I was like, well, what do you... That's why I kind of had an open mind to it. I was like, what do you mean? I don't remember anything. Because, you know, I mean, we all miss things, misunderstand things, all that. This game's too convoluted to actually ever fully understand. You know what I mean? But yeah, Don, as long as you have high enough kills per hour, you'll be able to not have to use oxygen. That's all it's really dependent off of. That's the main depending factor. Generally, a good rule of thumb is if you can get over, like, to make yourself comfortable so you can make mistakes, if you can get over 8,000 kills per hour, whatever that translates into per minute, I don't go by per minute, I go by per hour, so can't really help you out with that. But yeah, you just divide it by 60 at the end of the day. Not really difficult. But yeah, as long as you can get at least that, you won't need oxygen. You won't see anything consistent with my rotation right now, really. I'm just going to be playing around to learn each aspect of it. Doing good, doing good. Just getting started for the day. Getting ourselves more comfortable with our full rotation, or everything we have to do and all that, so... I'm just randomly doing it now, because I'm pretty comfortable with everything I need to do and when I need to do it. The main thing I really just needed to learn was Vastalock, which I'm pretty comfortable with now. So, after like, you know, almost 9 hours of it yesterday, finally a little comfortable with it. Game's running beautiful right now, though. And thankfully, if all this goes to plan, and everything goes nice and smooth throughout the whole run, I'll have a video on quality settings, which will be good. I'll be able to upload that on my science channel. Which, if anyone's new, down in the description below is my science channel. Definitely be sure to give it a subscribe. I do post build videos and little tricks and tips and stuff like that. I do all my upload content on there. This is my streaming channel. I only separate them because I do have viewers that like to watch only either or. So you don't have your feed completely, you know, filled with shit you don't want to see. I have things separated. I mean, yeah, that makes sense to me at the end of the day. It's fine. It opens everything else up and allows people to see everything else, so... That doesn't really bother me, to be honest. Because of the fact that it allows me to, what's it called? It allows everybody to see everything, just by noting one thing. Almost at 550 minutes. I don't know how many hours, to be honest. Oh, man. Yeah. I know 600 minutes will be, well, all I know is 600 minutes is 10 hours. That's what I know off the top of my head. I don't really pay attention to the time, to be honest, though. I'm not staying in here for just 100 hours. So. I did that one really well. I did that one well. Good. Proud of myself for that one. Yeah, I'm definitely getting better with Vasto. Definitely getting better at Vasto Lock. With a friend yesterday, you did duo? Damn, bro. Would you all run? Duo is pretty rough because you're really limited on how you can take breaks. Duo is rough. My girl and I have done a few level cap, and then we did one 12-hour. We were only like 2 hours off from the world record, but we just left because we were bored. We did not want to do it. We were tired of having to do the rotations. Core Revenant was tough. Yeah, man, it really is. It is rough duo. Trio's okay, but if you can do 4, like a 4-player, it's a lot more comfortable. A lot more comfortable. And you have everybody that can solo. Do I have in Warframe? Is that what the question is? Hold on. The little heart thing, I want to make sure I'm seeing all that. Do I have in Warframe? Me? Well, I have 3 different accounts that I played on over the time, but this is my Steam hours. I have 3 different accounts. So, one of them's deleted, the other one's the main account, and then this one here, and then I have an alt account. This account's only COVID fresh. So. And mission hours don't matter. You can manipulate mission hours by just loading into a mission and pausing. To be honest with you, man. Mission hours mean absolutely nothing. Yes, it does. It always has. There's never been a point where it hasn't. But Pekko I played since 2018. So that would be, and I've been pretty much full-time with content creation with this game the whole time of that. So, and when we're saying full-time, we don't mean 160 hours a month. We mean at least 250 hours a month. I did take some breaks from it just because of problems I've had with customer service and or the art team. Because at one time, or their visual effects team, I should say. Because at one time when they first introduced a lot of the new visual effects, they didn't have a good slider for it. And I couldn't play the game anymore because I'd have seizures. So I went like 6 months without being able to play the game because of that. was happy when they fixed it. Yeah, this account was originally made as a challenge account, kind of similar to the one that I'm on right now, or the one that I'm doing right now. The only difference is I didn't trade things for plat. I only accepted item for, or I only did item for item, so if I wanted to buy something, I would have to have I would usually get twice the value of it. If it was 20 plat, I'd get 40 plat worth of stuff together and trade the person. I would usually get them to say yes, and of course that would explain, you know, I'm doing a challenge. Thankfully, those individuals were very understanding and allowed me to do that. Yeah, that was not gonna be bad. Oh yeah, there's one thing we are forgetting here. is one thing. It's very important now that we're at level cap. At this time. What's up? Yeah. Alright. Hey, can you guys stop? I'm trying to have a moment over here. Like, I'm trying to have a moment, and you're kind of ruining that moment right now. God, I think it's just massacring them. Alright, let's just summon a new vault as well. Let's go ahead and resummon the whole boarding party. We're gonna resummon you here. Welcome back, Mega. Oh, let's loot before I get too distracted. Okay. Now that the roller's level cap, let's see how he does as well. We wanted to leave him on follow. I was hoping I'd get some energy from that. Oh, no mallet. Whoopsie. There we go. Still within one duration, even with mistakes. Good stuff. Okay, and you die a lot, so I'm just not even gonna bother resummoning you. Because I'm gonna have to eventually anyways. I think that's everybody. That is everybody. Okay, the whole party's here. Now, we should never have to deal with nullifiers ever again, becoming an issue in between transitions. You should do more than enough to keep nullies down, and I should never have the problems I was having earlier. Nine hours, 16 minutes in. My brain had to do quick math, so like, wait, if 600 is 10 hours, bro, just take 60 away. And I'm like, oh, 54. Oh, that's 9 hours. Okay, so we're over 9 hours now. Yay. We are over 9 hours. Damn, his overshield's already gone? Or overguard? Damn, that was quick. He's not gonna live for long. He is not going to live for long. I can already tell you that much. He will not live for long at all. Okay, that's not gonna be worth it then. It's a cool little concept. I wanted it to like hit mobs for me so I can get some extra energy regen. But yeah, it's just not happening. He's already starting to lose actual health. Something's proccing my growing power. I don't know what is. Something is proccing growing power. One of the specters? I don't know. Yeah, same with growing power. Throw this down, throw this down. Just, I'll get that free one right there. Screw it. Interesting. Wonder who's doing that. Maybe it's the AoE from this guy? Maybe it's the AoE? They all do some type of AoE. I don't know. 'Cause there it is. They're not... Who has a status chance? Is it you? Is it you? He did proc puncture before. If I remember correctly, he proc puncture. Actually, it could be him. Oh my lord, he could just proc growing power for us. Which explains when the shield's up, he's not getting procs right now. See how it's hitting in? I'll watch when it drops. Thank you, Savvy. Oh no, we have a proc there still, so it's not him. Maybe it's the gunner. It could be the gunner. Be the gunner. It's the gunner. Okay, it's the gunner, I think. I think it's the gunner. Somebody's doing impact. I'm gonna have to guess the gunner. Okay. Cool. Free growing power. I just gotta time it a little. That's not bad, though. Let me get all that loot there. This way we don't cause problems. I want to make sure our oxygen stays up. That's why I get picky about looting. It's not to make sure I get all the resources because I want the resources. It's so that I pick up as much loot so that there's as little chance of oxygen despawning in between my looting. It's pretty important to do. Sometimes you can go over the threshold to the point where it doesn't matter, but it's typically kind of important to do. Let's go do the looty thing. Let's do the looty thing. I gotta do this from a better angle. There we go. I gotta make sure I go over the mallet, not in between the mallet and the people shooting at the mallet. That's where a lot of my fault, a lot of problems come in. Because I do that after I get a dot on me, and then I'm getting hit from, like, fucking multiple sources, and I'm just creating a stupid situation for myself. There we go. If we can do that. We can do that every time. We'll win. You know, that roller's actually decently living for a decent amount of time. It's not terrible. I mean, yeah, it could be better, but it's actually not too bad. It'd be worth me investing to add them to my rotation. I mean, yes and no. He takes like 2% health he takes like 2% of his health off every time I loot. So I have like 50 loots with him. Depending on how long you're going for, it could be worth it. Depending on how long you're going for. I would say for most people, it kind of might be worth it, especially with the whole after like 4K. It won't be bad. A little random energy regen every time he hits a mob. It's not terrible. Okay. Oh, the ancient isn't there anymore. Shit. I was relying off the ancient to be there to debuff or to give me the buff. Alright, let's go ahead and go get this guy back here. Oopsie. That's my error there. I didn't see he was dead. I'm glad I have Jin. This is why we have Jin. This is why we have Jin. Because I make mistakes. I make mistakes. And I'm very stubborn and I don't have Rolling Guard equipped even though I don't have pull. Not the best combo to be doing, but you know, as long as I pay attention to what I'm doing, I'll be okay. It can't be as auto mode as I would have cared for it to be. Yeah, what's good, Marcel? How you doing? We almost at 10 hours. Almost at 10 hours. We're almost 10% done. Oh, yeah. Melting my skin, I'm good. You got the sun melting your skin, and over here we've had like 5 days of snow and negative temperatures. Take care, Pecco. Thank you so much for stopping by. Sorry, but I'm not doing much commentary in between when chat talks. I'm reserving that energy for talking with chat. So, I want to make sure I have the energy to appropriately put in the hours every day for this. I've got to control myself this time, though. We're not going to do a 24-hour. I hope. Body kind of just does those things on occasion. I mean, if my body wants to stay up for it and I've gotten all my self-care done and eaten and everything, then sure, why not? It's a big if. Big if. I think it's probably safe just to summon a new one of that out. Oh, good. Non-immunity. Go loot. I'm actually proud of myself for the way I replaced those and like landed into the pillar. I was trying to aim for that pillar and everything. So I'm pretty proud of that one. I'm pretty proud of that. I don't mean to seem like much, but I'm trying to learn the most efficient ways to do these things. That's mainly what I'm doing. I'm just trying to figure out the most efficient way to do these. so that my time looting is spent doing it as little as possible. So that's what I'm refining out right now. This way I'm not in the danger zone for as long. I also got to get used to wanting to do it because I almost just did the normal rotation there, which is lazier and all that. It also helps me memorize exactly where to stand for acolytes. That's one reason why you see me run to that unique location every time, is because I'm also standing there for acolytes. So I have a lot of different muscle memories I'm trying to program at the same time during this run. Not a whole lot. But thankfully, I got all the hours in the world. So, like, stand here, and then boom, acolyte. You know? It's... Ooh. This is also another thing I gotta practice, is just going and looting, dropping everything, looting through, not getting hit by that, and then also coming down here for acolytes. There we go, we hit over 10 hours. We are at the very least 10% done. We are 10% away to my minimum goal, baby. Oh, 10% to my minimum goal. Be sure, if you haven't already, definitely be sure to give the stream. Be sure, there's a lot of be sure's here, okay? But definitely give the stream a thumbs up if you haven't. Hit the little subscribe button. You know, all the stuffs, that's the stuffs that everybody says about the stuffs. Like, I don't know. I don't know. There's stuff. And also check out the description down below for links to other channels and such like that. What's up, though? How you doing? Actually, though... Oh boy, nah, my brain just... It just shut down on that one there, homie. Sorry. Learning? The learning? Something like that? Something like that. I don't know. I'm terrible at enunciation. How you doing, though? Oh, Lernaean. Okay, okay. The Lernaean? Okay, okay. Okay. Thank you. I will definitely try my best. The Glad Clan again? Oh, shit. Thank you so much, man. I thought your name looked vaguely familiar. Yeah. I thought your name looked familiar. No, we're not crashing. We're not crashing, thankfully. There's no best way to remove armor. It just depends on what your needs are of the armor removal. Let me put it to you that way. Because every single way has its disadvantages. Like, a lot of people say you just creeping terror, but the issue with that is you can have mobs that go all over the place. It also only hits a certain number of mobs at a time, so sometimes if it's dense enough, it doesn't hit the mob you're actually looking for. Well, yeah, because acolytes scale endlessly. I'm actually going to need the CC. I definitely learned that last run. They don't stop scaling, from what we know, so I have to assume the worst. Having a level 10,000 plus acolyte running around is not my idea of a situation I want to deal with. They already take about 7-ish seconds to kill, so. And they're only at, what, 1400 right now? Got a lot of scaling left to do. Granted, I'm not using everything in the kit, but yeah. But yeah, if you're looking like to just armor strip at one mob, Vastalok is like one of the best because it has innate multi-shot built into it and you just use Shattering Impact. You can use Corrosive as well with shards on it and get yourself up to 14 Corrosive stacks to fully strip. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to strip armor in this game now. So, there's no best way, it's just what way is going to work for your particular situation. Some will work better than others. Ensnare sounds fun. It's nice not having acolytes running around. That's the only reason I brought it. It's nice for that reason. Acolytes running around are scary. They already at me. They already are like 2-shot range, so. And they've been fairly stubborn at not attacking the mallet as well. Yeah, it's a nice chill way to do it. You just you got to pay attention to your shields a little bit more because of the whole, you know, you don't, like with pillage, you could just pop that and regen all your shields anytime you took random bits of damage. It's a little bit different. Yeah, I don't have rolling guard on or any of that. Yeah, this is a lot higher risk, high reward, you know. But when you're going this long, you kind of actually have to look at going higher risk. If I was only doing like say 12 or even 21 and a half hours, I'd be a bit more lenient on what I used for either quality of life or just being silly. We are on day 2 of doing this now. Yeah, day 2 now. Day 2. We got, I think, 9.5 hours done? 8.5 hours? No, 9, almost 9.5 hours yesterday. But I also had to reset one time too, so. I've heard a lot of good things about Garuda and Disruption, so you should meet some good results. No, I came out a little too early, I'll just wait. And by the way, if you haven't been here throughout my mag attempts, the reason why we're not running mag again is because something about her crashes the game. So, from what I can gather, mobs are being counted off the map in some facet, and it's causing a queue to form, which eventually grows so large it crashes the game. That's what I have figured out so far. Something like that. That's at least my hypothesis behind it, because I can do this fine on other frames, but frames that don't cause a lot of jittery, like, mag causes a lot of jittery movement for MPs or for enemies, so that's why I think that. There isn't many frames that cause that amount of jittery movement. And I spent 13 days crashing. 13 days. At least like 2 to 3 crashes a day at the bare minimum. It would always crash between like 3 hours and 6 hours. It was horrendous. One time we did get to like 9,000. Or level 9,200. You're high in the stutter? Yeah. Yeah. She's always had a lot of problems with the game, to be honest. Her and Elara are frames that cause a lot of issues in the game. Just because of how they interact with the world itself. Yeah, I kept getting an error of out of memory, but what I kept consistently seeing, like before that, was an ever-growing list of paused enemies in my EE log. Like at one point I had like over 40 mobs in a pause state to spawn. Like we're talking like fucking pretty much the full map paused, not being capable of spawning. while at the same time mobs are still spawning. So it was causing a whole mess within itself. And there's like no way to get out of the loop, because even if you stop killing mobs, that queue still exists. And because the queue is longer than the actual mob cap that's allowed, or close to mob cap, there's always going to be a residual. It's an absolutely terrible thing from what I can see. I was so ready though. Like I have a Riven for Sporothrex. Like I've gotten so many god rolls on it. The current god roll that I have on it is status chance toxin crit damage minus infested. It's so fucking dirty. Like I have like a with all crit damage multipliers added in, like Vault Shield and everything like that, I have like over a 20 times crit multiplier. It's so nutty. Like it fucking 1 to 2 shots at level cap. If you have like at least a 5 times multiplier. It's so fucking nice. And with the augment, it takes away all the little minor errors that it has, so there's really no issues. Can you guys kill that? Just finish that off, please. Thank you. Who's almost dead? No, everybody's okay? Everybody doing good? Everybody's doing good. If you're wondering why I have so many specters there, it's just to keep down nullifiers in between mallet placements. Because mallet only does damage when enemies damage it initially. So like when you first place it out, it doesn't do any damage, and you have chances of nullifiers running over it and screwing up everything. So all the specters just help keep down on that. There's a lot of rounds going down range, pretty much. Pretty much everything here has a high rate of fire. I wonder if I can get that close enough with my range to still affect the bubble, but affect them. It looks like that's not affecting it. Is that affecting? Oh wait, hold on. I could just tell by that. Okay, let me get some energy. Let's see here. Let's place here. Okay, that obviously didn't work. Here? Here works. I don't know if they're getting affected, but I wish I could see buffs on them. In some way. I mean, I see that the animation kind of goes out here. Doesn't look like it completely goes out here. How much room do I have over here? It looks like I'm right at the line there. Yeah, you could see the one little dot there. It's essentially like a meter at most. We don't really have much more room. I mean, I could possibly just move this up like this. And then this could be moved up like that. A lot further. Oopsie. Loadout / build. This particular one, not this particular one, but I do have if you go to either my vault guide on my science channel or even my mag guide, I go into if you go into my mag guide, I go into pretty in-depth detail about why vault is good with Ignis. That exact loadout though isn't exactly the same. The only difference is secondary and melee, which doesn't make enough of a difference to say that there's going to be a reason for the switch. Okay, that seems to be better. It's at least affecting a good amount of them. What if we... went here with it. We're still getting that. Oh, good, good. Look at that. It spreads all the way onto them, too. So right in between this post here, that's where I want to replace this. And then this gets placed right down here. Okay, okay. Yeah, no, that's easy. That's fine. That's nothing. So that's simple. Boom, come to post, drop. There we go. Now they get the damage buff. Oh, I'm getting the damage buff from all the way here. Oh. Oh, nice. Good. Yes, I'm being reckless doing that. It was reckless. Alright, everybody. We've been going for just over 2 hours. I'm gonna go get myself on a bit of a rest here so that I can stretch, get some meds in me, and all that kind of goodness. But be sure, if you haven't already, to subscribe to the YouTube channel, give the video a thumbs up. Down in the description below are links to my build video channel, workouts, motivational quote channel, links to my girlfriend's social media via her Linktree, and if you also have been enjoying the music, there's links down there for the relaxed movement, so definitely be sure to check those out if you haven't already. And we're going to go AFK for about 30 minutes, and when we come back, we're going to knock some more out of this. In the meantime, I will be leaving you all up with some older gameplay of mine. This is my... What is this? My 12-hour Gyri run from 2022, so definitely be sure to enjoy while I'm AFK, and we will be back. So it's on the hour for everybody now, so X30 is when I'll be back for anybody wondering. But yeah, we'll see you all when I come back from the break, and as always, I cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around, and of course for those of you that have stayed around.
primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alright everybody, I am back. I do want to thank y'all that did stay around for the break. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and get back into this. We are going to get some more of this run done. Let me pause this up real quick. That up like that. Minimize that. I'll hide the source too. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah. Okay. We'll see how long this build goes, but I'm not gonna lie, there's a little bit of me that's nervous. Little bit of me that's nervous. Mainly due to the fact that I just don't know how Acolyte scaling is gonna work here. My TTK is decent, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'm overestimating the scaling because I've only encountered it one time. I'm gonna hope that I am. I'm gonna hope that it's just me overestimating. But I would turn damage numbers on, but I could crash the game. But we should be over a damage cap right now. As you can see how fast they're just dropping. I'm talking damage cap per tick, so I think we should be over it, but we might not be. wish I could tell without, like, chancing my game being crashed. Too many crashes. Too many crashes. Way too many. I'm just happy that things are working finally. I'm just happy. Oh. That sucked. Nullifier. Nullifier got onto the mallet before. I know the whole thing where I was placing it like on all those intricate spots. I'm not gonna do that until it's absolutely necessary. But it's good to know that I can. More or less I'll try out little things here and there to like see what I like, so that like once I get to a higher end where I feel things may be needed, like every little bit is needed, then I'll actually switch to them and all that. I think the next one I'm not going to armor strip, and I'm gonna see how fast they die. This will give me a better idea of what's going on. Because maybe like armor is so low it doesn't make a difference, and that's just what I'm seeing right now. I think I should know now. I've already learned Vastalok enough to where I don't need to sit there and do it if it's not required. What's good, Astronaut? How you doing, man? Very nice, very nice. We are almost 3 hours into stream right now. We've gotten a little bit over 2 hours done today. So far. Well, we just starting out. We just starting out. One, because I didn't see my ancient died. And, yeah, heat proc. I'm paying more attention. I'm paying more attention. So. Trying to play better. Trying to play better. Trying to play better. My body's half nervous about the scaling, like being enough, like for my build and everything, like mallet actually doing enough, but I have to just wait it out and see. But yeah. I think I'm nervous about it only because I've encountered it only once, so I don't exactly know what to be dealing with, you know what I mean? And it's not like I could look through my EE log and actually see how much damage I was actually doing, because that thing was just so damn big. So, yeah. I'm hoping that I'm just overestimating how hard they're gonna be. Alright, so this one we are not gonna armor strip, and we're gonna see how fast he dies. I'm gonna start just good, same acolyte too. Okay, let's see what happens. Oh, okay. I'm just overestimating things. They're literally dying at the exact same rate. They have so little armor right now. The strip doesn't even matter for how much damage is going out. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I'm over here worrying because I was learning armor strip. Okay. Alright. Alright, there's no difference in TTK. Oh, thank God. Oh, jeez. Okay, that's the relief I was looking for. Okay. Alright, we're gonna stop stripping until we absolutely need to. Okay. Since I've already learned it, I've gotten good enough with it. I can go back and have less actions per minute. We also did a little bit of testing today on my full rotation once I need to, like, use everything that I have. And that's working pretty well. I think that needs a little bit of work still. Like, I think maybe I might have to... These side rooms just, they aren't getting crowded enough. They're all coming through here. So, like, the only place I have to do my AoE is over here. And then, I guess that works if I'm close enough. And then I'll get my 60% buff. Well, 85%, I guess I should say. Yeah, that's our final destination at the end of the day. And then we also, of course, we've timed out our Probano Cernos to get, like, efficient magnetic stacks for the shield once that gets too high. So, we're doing good overall. And it's, I'm sure you can kind of tell, it's actually very noticeable when I when I gain the extra bit from that. Oh man, it gets spicy. So, I'm hoping I did everything right with my maths. I'm trying to plan for like level 20 to 30,000 acolytes is what I tried to plan for. I'm not 100% if it's gonna work or not. If it doesn't, then like what it means is I just come back in here, not in here. I'll probably end up going to Annie because I'm gonna want the armor reduction so that I can use a sniper rifle to add to bonus damage. That'll likely be what happens. Because I'm gonna want the mobs to die a little bit slower. Because you don't need armor strip with Octavia anymore, really. Like, you just chillin' no matter what. You may need to do, like, a little bit of priming or something, but you don't. I'd beg to even say you need that nowadays. Way back in the day during the old scaling, you know, where armor and HP was multiplicative, their armor would get so high you would do 1 damage, but you would be doing over damage cap. That shit was wild back then. It ain't like that nowadays. Like you would get that at like level 300 or something. It was insane how early that would actually happen. That's what makes Octavia so strong nowadays, is that she was built for a different time. Different time in the game. At the same time, I don't really know how you could nerf her without, like, absolutely destroying her. If you wanted to, like, bring her down, you know, to, like, where she used to be type deal. I don't even know what that math would look like. She's always been a strong frame, but against armor and all that, she used to need help. And Corpus do have armor. There are some mobs that have armor, and it does scale rather high. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I really hope you have safe travels, man. Keep yourself observant, keep yourself awake. And hopefully you'll get back soon. It's good on you for being there for the employees you work with. Yeah. It's getting late, so just stay really observant as you're driving, man. It's bad weather out there. The later it gets, the worse it gets, so let's be really safe, man. And, when you get back anyways, I should still be streaming regardless. I like to do at least like close to 12 hours a day, so you'll be fine either way. You'll be fine either way. On the drive. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for leaving me up on the lurk. Most importantly, take your time. Stay as safe as you can. That is the most important thing. Oh, and I had to unfortunately stop doing the ad breaks. I run mid-rolls now. The reasoning for that is over the course of the close to the month of me trying it, I consistently would lose like 50 to 60% of my viewership throughout the ad breaks. So with the fact that I'm still trying to make this a living, I have to think about both at the end of the day. So yeah, if it was like 20 or 30%, I would have been okay with it and not done it. But yeah, I started doing it last night. So as you were watching the whole time last night, those were running. So this isn't just like a today thing. I started it last night when I noticed it after the first break. I was like, okay, well, this has been a trend. For me, it's like, it's essentially like you're taking advantage of my kindness at that point. That's how I feel about that. Like I said, 20 to 30% wouldn't bother me as much, but when it's like half my community leaves, that's where it's like you're taking advantage of my kindness. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. So, because at the end of the day, I am sacrificing both PCs that I'm running. So, and I'm trying to make it a living. So it's like, no. I tried. It's okay though. YouTube seems to be more like very reasonable with how they're feeding people ads, which is nice. Because YouTube does have its own like algorithm for all of that stuff that I can have it do by itself. And from what I can gather, it's really based a lot off of the viewer's ability to like tolerate ads and all that. Their algorithm is crazy on what they've done so far, I will say. I'm extremely impressed. I'm extremely impressed. I mean, are you going out in the middle of nowhere where you're gonna possibly deal with, like... I mean, bears aren't gonna be out there in hibernation. You gotta deal with, like, bobcats or anything? Like, cat-wise? Like, big cats? You should just be fine with a pistol, I would think. Unless you gotta deal with large wildlife, like... It's always better to have a rifle, to be honest. It's always better to have a rifle. Wolves and such? Yeah, definitely then. Definitely. Wolves hunt in packs. You're gonna want something that takes them down in one shot so you don't have to deal with it. Because if they're hungry, it's the middle of the winter, they're out, like, really scavenging for food, they'll get stupid and hungry and desperate. And that's what you have to worry about in the winter. Is, because generally in the summer and all that, wildlife will leave you alone, but during the winter, they'll get desperate. And a lot of coyotes, yeah. You don't, you want to have something with... I don't want to say a higher capacity because that's not so much true there. You want to have more something that just has a good amount of stopping power. And of course also bring the pistol. There always is a chance things go drastically wrong, and that's the only thing you have is that. Yeah. Aim does go off when nerves go up. That's something, you know, it takes a lot of specialized training to actually perfect that without having to encounter actual situations. No, that's not necessary. That gun is made just to sit on a shelf, bro. No one can shoot that reasonably. Everybody knows this. What are you, fucking fighting elephants? Like, I do it all the time. Yeah, okay. Alright, that gun is not made for reasonable shootings. That's made for wildlife that does not exist in the United States. You could theoretically use it with a bear, but I would just say an AR would do better. Smart man. Smart man. You save a lot of money redoing your own ammo. That shit's expensive nowadays, so yeah, I do not blame you at all. That's smart. Well, yeah, obviously. Like I said, you could use it for a bear, but I don't find, like, how tall are you, man? What are you, like, are you 6'5" or something like that? Like 6'7"? Like, then it would be, I guess I could reasonably see it. 6'3"-ish? I mean, if you work out a shit ton, I guess it won't be too bad on you, but I worry about the long-term side effects of shooting that gun in any sort of facet. It's not good for your shoulders. It's not good for your shoulders, and it's not good for your elbows. And your wrist. Your wrist especially. Have you ever looked into the rhinos or whatever they call? They have the muzzle. They actually have the muzzle lower than where it is on the most magnums. It's it drastically helps with the recoil and all that, and how it like goes throughout your body overall. Because you can get a lot of nerve damage from shooting too much. You can get a lot of nerve damage from shooting too much. Okay, okay. Yeah, I mean, since you're a bit of a enjoyer of guns, I would kind of look into that. I believe it's called a Rhino or something like that. I know Demolition Ranch did a video on it some years back. More heat damage than nerve. Oh, hearing damage. Yeah, I know that feeling, bro. I got tendonitis. I got ringing in my ears all day. Yeah, I know that feeling there. Rednecks don't like to use ear protection. Come pansy you are, don't want damn ear protection. We're outside anyways, man. It's gonna echo out there anyway. Fuck that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, where you're from, man, it's no very, very normal. A very normal thing. Especially back when 30-aughts were actually cheaper. Cheaper than they are now. Christ. Yeah, deers, when they get mean, people don't understand how bad deers can get. Especially young bucks. Young bucks are, when they're full of the hormone in the middle of the breeding season, they'll fuck you up. They'll fuck you up. They'll fuck you up. I mean, deers actually eat birds and shit too. Like, deers don't give no fuck. They'll typically eat like meat a couple times a year, is to be fair with them. Yeah, but they do eat like birds and stuff like that. They do. Typically, they do it because they have nutrient deficiencies, and well, it's a way to fix it. Yeah, those antlers aren't just aesthetic. Oh, they will destroy you. I mean, if anyone's seen what a car looks like after a deer hits it, you have a good understanding of what the hell is going on with that. That's just hitting the deer. You imagine what it can do with that, like, with that much mass to do that much damage to a car. Oh, they will maul you up. Yeah. But get yourself out there, homie, so you can get home faster. The later it gets worse, it's gonna be. You're not gonna be texting while driving. Not in the snow. You leaving now, you'll be back? Sounds good, man. Alright, you be safe. We're about to hit 11 hours. About to hit 11 hours. We'll be 11% done with our minimum goal. Oh, yeah. Yeah, as y'all can see, like, by 11 hours, they're significantly harder to kill than anything at level cap, even stripping their armor. And that's why with my 12-hour runs I do them, is because acolytes do become harder to kill than the actual mobs at level cap. That's why I like my 12-hour minimalistic builds. It allows for a real amount of scaling to take place to see what the build is really, really capable of. You know, without, of course, sitting in the mission for until it actually truly falls off, which I have been thinking of doing for my runs instead. Like, even my minimalistic builds and all that, just go until they fall off. I've been thinking of doing that. It makes content slower on my science channel, but at least slower in releasing, but it would probably make better titles and more clicks. I mean, say like my 12-hour vault run actually survives, say like 20-something hours. Like that's a lot more catchy there. You know, 25-hour minimalistic vault build. It's a lot better than 12. 12 is at the point where you're like, that's a pretty long one, but like, you're in over 20 hours, you're like, oh, okay. You know, I gotta have my own version of clickbait like everybody else does, if you will. You know, everybody has the most insane build, biggest damage ever. Mine's just, this is the duration. That's, you know, well, we gotta take it to the moon. We gotta take it to the moon and back. So, and maybe I might even redo my vault run. To be honest, there was no objection in that vault run. That was actually a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. We'll see what the Barama can really do. That's what we'll see. We'll see what the Barama can really do. It'd be very limited on CC with that, unfortunately, which is going to be a problem against Acolytes, but I think if I run Xeneric, I might be okay, because I can use Xeneric slow. So after the... Oop, I didn't see the thing. So essentially, after... What's it called? After I can't use Lockdown anymore, because it DRs fully, and I'm only going to have that 6 seconds of CC. After that 6 seconds, I can use Xeneric slow to have an 80% slow on him to make things a little bit more efficient in that aspect. I might also take the time to figure out how to put cold onto the Barama, if I didn't already have it on the build. I have to double check. Yeah. That has been something I've been thinking of doing. Instead of putting time limits, just go. I mean, I already do 100-hour survivals at the end of the day. Who am I to put a time limit on myself? Or I'm already going for 100+ hour survival. Why would I put a time limit on myself? Given it would probably take me a lot longer to finish builds, depending on how long runs are, but yeah, it would be okay. Find out how many frames I can do 100 hours with, that's for damn sure. I just need to make sure before I do runs that I usually have the Archon hunt done, so I can at least get one Archon hunt done every other week. I didn't do the Archon hunt this week. I don't remember. I forgot. I really hope they make these shards easier to get. I want them to let us just grind them, because I wouldn't mind doing that, just going out there and just grinding the hell out of shards. I would not mind doing that. Or buy them from the fucking marketplace or something. I don't know, like, just something besides the ways to get them right now, because it's extremely infuriating. And you're actually making them, like, really heavily worth using, because they actually, like, besides just changing up builds, now they're changing up playstyles, which I honestly love the thought of. I honestly love the thought of, like, when I found out that the corrosive thing increases the amount of stacks you can get on acolytes, it like changes the whole dynamic of the game for me. My builds all of a sudden become crazier and stuff. Like, oh man. It's really good ideas. Whoever's making these ideas, top tier. Top tier. I do kind of wish the blast one still existed, though. I do wish. It was broken, Baker. I mean, like, I don't know. We have Revenant. Can we really call it broken? Let's be honest. We have Revenant. I mean, need I say more? Don't worry. I love Revenant. I love Revenant, but yeah. Like, it would have brought a real amount of viability back into Blast, at least. Because there would have been some sacrifice at the end of the day. You got to mod for Blast, which means you can't mod for Corrosive Heat anymore. You can't mod for Viral. I mean, there's a give and take there. Because, like, right now, the only viability Blast actually has is, at around, like, 4 to 5k, like, 4 to 5k and up. Essentially, when their accuracy gets so high that the negative 75% actually does something. Because around that time, they get close to 100%. They're, like, in the 90s. I honestly might start only doing Corpus missions. If you're wondering why, it's because Corpus mobs seem to drop the most endo. Like, I haven't confirmed it through, like, you know, the drop tables or anything like that. But from my homie's Mango, or my homie Mango's testing, and also my testing as well, it's like universal. I've tried like each of the different factions and everything, and they all slightly vary a little bit. You know, like Void, I would say is the worst. Hands down, Void is the worst. Then I would say Infested. Then afterwards, Grenier, and then the best being Corpus. That's what I've noticed, at least. Damn. Damn, that slash proc. I didn't even have time to, wow. I didn't even have time to 10-0. I was spamming 5. I was waiting for the cast animation to come back. Or to finish. Huh. Interesting. I'm not gonna lie, rolling guard is looking more and more tempting. Because I could pre-rolling guard as they spawn, and just deal with that for a second while they move around and then activate the ensnare. It's interesting. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. I'm not gonna stop. I made the build. I'm staying until one revive. This will just let me have the ability to tell people things. You know, don't be afraid to use it. I don't know what you would replace for rolling guard, though, to be honest. I have no fucking clue. This was... I don't know. I don't know. No, I take a break every 2 hours for 30 minutes, and then when I get to after streaming for roughly 12 hours, I'll end. So, I'll get done like 10 plus hours a day, essentially. It's my, streaming is my full-time job, so details on that, exclamation point why, but yeah. So, the time most people spend at work, I spend doing this for work. But if you didn't know, Jacob, you can pause on solo. Sweet. You can pause on solo. And if you run the game on window mode on PC, if you minimize it while you have it paused, it runs it as a background application, so it runs less power on your system. And allows your temperatures to drastically go down. It's essentially idling speeds. I say essentially because you can't actually put the computer to sleep, unfortunately. But it's pretty much idle. Like, my temperatures go down to maybe 5 degrees Fahrenheit over idle speeds at most. It's usually under 100 degrees Fahrenheit. I've enjoyed endurance now in this game for, well, since I started. I literally started this game for solo endurance 7 years ago, so. Like, a month into playing, I was already trying to push myself to go as far as I could in missions and everything. I love it. I love it. For me, it's a form of therapy for my PTSD and bipolar, and I just enjoy trying to figure out builds and then figure out how far they can go, especially with acolytes scaling endlessly, and they're already harder than level cap mobs by like 1300, so there's literally an endless level of challenge at that point. I just like seeing the results and all that. It's always fun. I should put in the title 11 plus hours. Yeah, let me do that. And after I loot, I'll have a second. Parentheses, hours, 11 plus. Gotta feed the algorithm. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I try to make it as healthy as possible. That's why I take frequent breaks and all of that. Well, on top of my medical conditions, but yeah. Yeah. I work out and do cardio, calisthenics, weightlifting. I eat right. I don't like to eat like shit and all that. What's up, Aether? How you doing? It's going good today. It's going good. We've had one down so far because I wasn't really paying attention. The Ancient died. I didn't see it. I had a heat proc on me, so I went down. But outside of that, we've just been chilling. We got pretty much all of our rotation down. So I don't have to, like, bother with doing a bunch of extra things, which is nice. I can sit here and chill now and just do what's required when it's required. So that was good. That was good. After about, 10.5 hours of testing and everything, I was able to get comfortable with everything. Which I was happy with, given the fact that I haven't played this frame in like over a year. Actually, it might have been closer to 3 years since the last time I played this frame, because I think 2021 was my last run. Sometime in 2021. Like 2.5 years. Gonna try again later. The Shadow Acolytes from Misery can be a huge pain. The best thing I have found... What are you using to CC? That can help. Like, what was your kit and all that? Maybe I can give you some pointers on that. How do I play for 100 hours? By pausing every 2 hours, taking a 30-minute break, and doing that for 12 hours, and then going to bed. Because you can pause on solo. Zaku ensnare. Okay, so if you can hold off on the ensnare, on the first ensnare, and just get him to do his first summon, when he goes to do his second summon, you ensnare then. So that you can actually grab those other two. And just do it right when he actually becomes, non-immune. You didn't even know that? Ah, yeah, I'm gonna show you. Boom. You see how they're frozen in the background right there, those mobs that were running? And now if we unpause here, watch those mobs. Now they're moving. Big little tip, if you're on PC, make sure you run the game in window mode. And when you minimize the game, or when you pause the game, minimize it. And it'll run it as a background application. So it'll bring down your temperatures, and it'll also reduce the overall power draw, so it's not as expensive on your, your power bill. Because if you leave Warframe up front the whole time, trust me, you will notice what your power bill looks like. Back in the day, we used to not be able to do that, and I was very selective on when I would do extremely long runs. Because it got really, like, yeah. Warframe will Warframe costs a lot to just keep running, like, up and forward. that's a pay to win right there. Yeah, you can just pause. I have exclamation point Y to why I'm actually doing these runs and everything, and yeah, I have to take breaks every 2 hours for my conditions and stuff, so I try to go longer, but my body doesn't so much allow it anymore. I'm ever pushing to make that better, figure it out. Because I preferably like to go about 3 to 4 hours and then get up. And then take like a 45-minute break or something like that. Give me enough time to really get some cardio done and stuff like that. You really get the body moving. Mainly because that's what I used to do when I would actually drive a lot. That's about what I would usually do. 3 to 4 hours and get up and stretch. Eat food, whatever I needed to do. Oh boy, back when I used to actually drive. I have that opportunity finally again. I just gotta go get my license again. You have everything under control enough. Oh, it excites me. It's been like a decade since I've had my license, almost. Oh, actually, no. Did no, yeah, it has been, actually. Jesus. Oh. I'm an old man. Jesus. So, on occasion, I get reminded how old I was. But yeah, Aether, those, the shadow ones that the misery spawns can be really annoying because one of them is violence and he can disable your abilities. So, timing is pretty much key, and because you don't know exactly where he's gonna spawn, usually just casting it on misery at the right time is gonna be your best bet. Out of last resort would probably be like using your Tenno and lockdowning, but that one's even harder to do on timing. And be sure, if you haven't, given the stream a thumbs up, to do so if you are enjoying the content. And of course, subscribe and check out the description down below for links to my other channels and such like that. Tenor is just in an awkward place with Void Sling right now. And yeah. Yeah. So don't worry. You ain't the only one. Arcanes and Steel Essence. It was definitely with the Steel Essence. Definitely with the Steel Essence. Because everything's on a weekly cap that's worth buying, you know what I mean? That's the sad part about Steel Essence. I miss the days when it wasn't capped. I miss those days. Now it's just like it sits there and just collects. It's frustrating. Arcanes, I generally sell a lot of them. I make plat just by playing the game because I play full time. Like I don't really need to worry about going out of my way to make plat. I just play the game, enjoy the game, and whatever I get extra in the game I sell, and it generally makes me enough. Like all you need to do is sell 27 plat a day worth of stuff and you can make over 800 plat a month. So as long as you could farm out 27 plat worth of things every day, make that. Why do I use specters? They help keep down nullifiers in between mallet placements. Because when you first place the mallet down, there's no damage being done until the mallet's hit, so nullifiers have a chance to run over it and cause issues. And this helps prevent it. It doesn't prevent it, but it helps prevent it. Because of course they're not always directly aiming at them or anything like that. That's why I have just a bunch of high fire rate ones here. They're all of them have high fire rate. This one has trash range, but if like a nullifier gets too close or something, it works well. I don't really have a favorite frame. I just like to play frames to the max of the potential I can like achieve them to. And then I move on. My joy in this game is testing things. That's what I love doing. I love testing things and figuring out how far I can take things. I'm taking, let's see, Mag, Octavia, Rhino Frost, Gyri, Caliban. All these are at least 12-hour runs. Vault, Banshee. Nidus. Remember if there's any others. I've taken all of them to at least 12 hours in Steel Path Survival since the course of its release. Or I shouldn't say Steel Path 2. That's also normal survival, but the normal survival would be back in the multiplicative health and armor days. Back before Steel Path came out and Shield Gating came out. Like Frost, Octavia, Mag, Rhino. Those were the 4 that I took before multiplicative health was taken away. I also did Ivara. I did Ivara once. That shit was so boring. Old Covert lethality days. Have you done Excal? Not yet. He's on the list. I'm gonna be doing every frame in the game though, since I'm like going really hard with content creation. I'm just working through. Right now, I'm just trying to get a lot of traction to my channel. And Octavia, I've already done 21.5 hours, 27.5 hours. Like, I've done so many with Octavia. So, 100 hours just makes sense for the next bout with her. Like, I did 27.5 hours with the old, like, no shield gating with the old multiplicative health. I did that in old, what was ODS. I only did 27.5 hours because I had to extract. I ran out of revives. I kept dying to, like, poisons and shit like that. About a year. 7 years here in 2 days. You wouldn't have experienced the multiplicative health days. Mob's health right now, Mob's health, armor, and shields is additive, and it actually used to be multiplicative. Like, essentially what you see from damage scaling and mobs is what you used to see in health and armor and shield scaling as well. They used to be like, oh, they would be equal more or less. So the massive damage increases that you see in the game, yeah. Their health and armor and shields used to be like that too. Mobs at like 6 or like anywhere between 500 and 700. I haven't done the exact math, but mobs between 500 and 700 used to have the same health, armor, and shields as mobs do now at level cap. It's been fun. There's a lot to catch up in the game, man. There's a lot to catch up in the game, especially because you only started a year ago and you took a break. Or you've only been playing for about a year in total. So yeah, you definitely got a lot going on. What type of playstyle do you prefer and stuff like that? And what type of things do you prefer doing on the game? Because there's so much to do on this game than just endurance at the end of the day. This game is a playground and a half of things to do. That's unfortunate. Sometimes information be like that. Whether it's the person that just had bad information or they had ill intentions is always hard to say, unfortunately. There's so many ways to do this game, but what I would say is the most important thing of this game is that you maximize doing what you want to do. That's what you maximize. Anything to get you doing what you want to do faster is always the best. Because everybody has their own little things that they like to do in the game the most, but it'll be clouded by a bunch of things that you kinda have to do. Kinda. Like, a lot of the systems in the game just aren't required. Unless you're doing insane runs like this. Like, with my 12-hour builds that I make, I make minimalistic builds, no prime short-footed, no shards or anything like that, no Daviri weapons, like things that are very easily and readily available, no ribbons. Isn't pillage better? It depends on what you're doing, man. Acolyte scaling ain't gonna help you with pillage. Acolytes don't stop scaling. The highest I fought was 12,380. And they're already harder than regular level cap mobs by about 12 to 1300. So, yeah. We're not building for the same thing at the end of the day. This game is based off of what content are you doing and if it's going to be good for that then. Before reset. Good luck on that, man. I don't go through all that. I haven't even touched the new area. Anything that I wanted I bought with plat from doing what I wanted to do. And same with most rep items and stuff like that. That's what I do. I just do what I want to do, and anything extra that I get from doing what I want to do, I sell. That is how I make plat on the game, and then I buy whatever I don't want to do. And if, generally if I can't buy it, I probably don't need it either. Probably don't need it either. Shards would probably be the only exception because they're actually becoming worth it, like on a massive level, because they don't just like make your build have more mod slots, they're actually changing playstyles, which is really nice. But shards would be the only thing that's come out in like the past 2-3 years that I would say that like where shards are now that matter. Everything else just questionable. Daviri weapons don't matter. They really don't matter. I don't use them. I don't believe in, like, I want them to change that system and stop having the weekly cycle and let you actually just pick the weapon you want to focus on. I don't foresee a reason behind not having that. I don't want to have to log on a particular week, or if I'm doing a run, miss out on a particular week because of it or something. I don't, to me that's dumb, and it goes against what Warframe has always been for the past, like, what they used to advertise the game as being. This fucking game where you have to log on and do all your daily chores every day. Like, our daily chore list used to be so short that it was reasonable. Now it's insanely long. And I don't quite understand why it's so long. Warframe used to be a game they advertised as, you finish the content, now you can go play another game. Now it's, you don't log on every fucking day to week, like, you're gonna fucking miss out on shit. Yeah. They don't matter, man. They don't matter. We were getting the level cap long before shards came out, man. They don't matter. They're quality of life. But they can change up a playstyle, which I find to be actually worth getting then. But they're not needed whatsoever. They are not needed whatsoever. You don't need shards. They're worthless at the end of the day. Like, when it comes to their overkill, more or less, in quality of life had. Like, they're not needed, man. I was doing level cap runs long before that. I was doing level cap runs before before galvanized mods came out, before arcanes for primaries and secondaries and melees came out, and mobs had fucking 100 times more health and armor and everything. It's just not needed. Well, yeah, but he's not giving you wrong information by telling you they're not needed. That's the thing, man. That's not wrong information. They aren't needed. Like, you can't get mad at that at the end of the day. That's being truthful. It would be wrong of them to tell you, you need this, because you don't need it. You wish Railjack was more popular? It's not popular over on NA as well, man. They've done a good job with it, in my opinion. Like, the thing is there's just not enough of a reason to do it. That's the thing. But they've done a pretty good job at reworking it, I will say. The movement's a lot more fluid on it. It's still not perfect, but Railjack's in a significantly better place, and stability is better and all of that. So... for me, it was, with Railjack, it's just nice to see that they were willing to expand out and try something different and actually make their engine more than what it was. Because that's really what I saw with it more than anything. Like, I kind of figured it was going to be dead-end content for the most part. But it was just nice to see that they pushed their engine to do something different and figured out how to do it. And eventually made it work correctly. Or work in an efficient way. You know, that's what I saw from it. Yeah, there's a fair amount they can do with it. I mean, they already did say there was some type of talk of raids coming back. They're just trying to figure out exactly what that would look like, which I saw a lot of the things that have been released as beta test for that, to slowly try and make what a good raid would be. A good raid. Because yes, everybody enjoyed raids back then, but they would be doing them nowadays, there wouldn't be that same level of enjoyment. Not with as much power creep and everything they would have, and yes, they were cheesable and everything, but regardless, it would not have the same allure at the end of the day. It's kind of like Eidolons to when they first came out to where they are now. There isn't that same, like, this is fucking hard to do. Now it's hard to do a 6x3 solo. So, yeah. I'm good with them taking their time on things, and I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of cross, like, planetary integration when they do bring it back. Or even cross, I should say cross star chart exploration, more or less. It's just I understand why they're taking forever to do it, though, because Destiny, you know what I mean? Destiny was essentially based off of its raids, and it's a failed game. Would you bring back raids then? Would you invest hundreds of thousands of dollars into raids after seeing stuff like that? Like, with how much work they put into their Destiny's raids? I don't know what company would think that would be a smart financial decision. And one issue with team-based gameplay and making it a required, like, I don't know if you're actually saying, yeah, with your team, the issue with making things required group-based things is that typically then would require coordination. Warframe is not a game where you really get coordinated with each other. You know what I mean? And I don't know if it would be healthy for the game either, because you're just gonna have elitists at the end of the day will only take you if you've had we have with Etalons, let's say. Etalons is for all intensive purposes pretty much group required to make it comfortable. That when you go into Etalon groups looks like what? You know what I mean? It's nothing but a bunch of toxic individuals that require you to have a certain amount of tri-caps sitting on your profile, and if you don't have that many tri-caps, then you're not getting invited into the group. It's the unfortunate, like, a reality of things. And I know Warframe as a game, they try to stay away from things like that being created. That's why since Etalons there hasn't been much in that, like Scarlet Spear and all that. There's an actual voice in the game once every 5 years. What does that mean, man? What does that mean? You mean you play with game sound off so much you just kind of forget until they release something new in the story, or what does that mean? Because I kind of like that. I kind of like that. I know the true meaning behind it. I might have to take that from you. Might have to take that one from you and use it on occasion. Because I like that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the truth right there, man. You forget you have voice on because it gets switched on, even. I usually shut it off. Like, yeah, I hear you, man. Yeah. Yeah. As actual voice chat. Oh, the stupid heart thing covered it up. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, that would have just fucking answered my own question, but YouTube has to have this stupid heart thing in the way of my messages. For the broadcaster, like, I shouldn't have that heart on my screen. Why do I need to do hearts in my own stream? Can we talk about this? How narcissistic do you want? But like, God, the level of narcissism to do something like that. I can't even comprehend it. It is primitive. Like, I'm sitting on my dashboard, bro. On my dashboard, and I still have that. What is that? Like, I'm not even watching my stream through my, like, through the actual watch page. I am watching it, like, I have everything up through the fucking dashboard. Why? Why? Like, I could somewhat understand if I was watching it, if I was reading chat via the watch page, but man. I would have expected just a slight different bit of coding there. You can tell whoever designed it doesn't use YouTube. They don't use YouTube chat whatsoever. That much you can tell. Because it's really annoying. It cuts off the last, like, whole words and everything. And generally what I have to do to be able to see it is refresh the page, and then what it does is it brings up the community guidelines thing at that same spot, and then it moves the message up. That's what I usually have to do. That's what I always have to do, unless someone, like, there's more active talking. But I guess that's what they're assuming for, you know, a really active chat, and in an active enough chat, you're never gonna have that problem. But I don't know. I think you should think about both ends of the fence there. Especially given the fact that your average stream, when you put it into collective overall, I understand that you're not making as much money off of them YouTube by person, but more people have dead streams in chat than not. Who are at least, like, slow moving. That's the reality of that. Kind of like with OnlyFans, at the end of the day, you hear all these crazy success stories, but the reality is the average, the overall average, a girl only makes like $200 a month. And then that's including those those channels that are making millions, and they're to cut into the average. It's the same type of mindset right there with that. The reality is that the lump sum doesn't make what, or doesn't have the same type of reality, I guess you could say, than what you would see. Oh, this thing. Nullifier. You see what I now you see what I meant by earlier. They don't 100% stop it from happening, but you know, they give a good about 80% chance that it will not happen. And when it doesn't happen, things can go to haywire really fast if you don't notice it. Is Vault dead again? Jesus. This Vault is dying a lot. Let me try moving him a little bit further up. I mean, I brought 600 of them, so we're good. I had 3 tiers, each of them with the max amount they would allow. But, I mean, in reality, I have like over 1,000 of each of them. Something like that. Oh, 500 plus, I guess I should say. Because I haven't done rescues in a good while. I do need to get a little bit more back onto doing rescues when they pop. I'm not an endurance run. Well, in rescue fishers, that's typically what I like to do with them. Because at least then I'm getting multiple things done, even though I will get the rescues done faster if I don't do a fisher. It's usually like almost half the time. I guess for that efficiency it would be worth it. I don't really crack relics anymore anyways after my 95.5 hour mag run. I kind of lost the willpower to ever want to crack a relic. I'm fine with doing survival, I just don't want to ever crack a relic again. Never. Never again. Never again. After over 1100 relics cracked during that run, and like throughout the month and a half that I spent trying to get that run done, I probably cracked around 1800 relics. I never want to crack a relic again after all that. It really awakens you to how horrible the system is. And how they could simply make it easier for anybody by just allowing you an option to just automatically always crack either, like, say from your highest to lowest amount or a particular relic and stuff like that. And that could go even for in and out missions. Say you have like 30 of a relic, right? Or you're in a rad sharing group and everybody has like 5 relics. Then you just check off that relic and you don't have to worry about selecting a relic. You queue the mission, you accept the queue, and then you go in. You don't have to worry about selecting the relic. It may not sound like a lot, but when you put it into the perspective of cracking thousands of relics over your Warframe playtime, that's a lot of time saved. That's a lot of time saved and a lot of extra clicks not needed. To find an actual live stream. Oh yeah, YouTube's live stream is terrible. You have to type in the game name you want and then you gotta filter up on live. I miss YouTube gaming. That's what I really miss. I don't know why they stopped supporting it. They didn't even promote the fucking thing. It's like, how do you expect for it to work if you don't promote it? And it was actually a nice layout and all that. They did a good job on it. I don't understand why they stopped supporting it. They could have ran actual like advertising towards it. It was 2 hours 40 minutes by the end. Yeah, man. It was like I told y'all. It can take you. It'll take you at least like 6 to 7% longer to do the run, even if you're cracking stupid fast. The slower it takes you to select the relics, the longer that shit's gonna take you. I would care to say the average time increase for the like normal player is probably close to 10%, if not higher. Especially if you're trying to, like, you want to select certain relics and all that. Yeah. It'd be easier just to go through the damn thing. Just like we get Steel Essence, let it show up down there too, for the whatever we get from cracking the relic. I don't quite understand what the problem is with it, because like we can't view prime parts, like they get saved server side. But the prime parts all get saved server side while you're in the mission. You don't get those until you get out of the mission. I don't know why that is. Maybe there was an exploit back in the day that I'm unaware of, where there was like duplications of those or something like that. You know, I mean, there is a possibility of that, and the only way they could prevent that from happening was maybe the relic system, because keys used to work differently. I don't know. To me, that would make sense in my head, at least. But still, I would think that you could just make the key system and then just make it connect to the servers every time. Maybe just do like a 5-second thing, you know? Or like 3 seconds or something like that. I mean, yeah, it still adds to it, don't get me wrong, but it's less intrusive. You know, I'm more or less just trying to like view it like if it's an exploit was like the reason why they have to connect to the servers and have everything stored over server side. Because like resources and stuff like that doesn't. So that's what kind of confuses me on that. Are you able to trade if you do this? What do you mean? I mean, if you get a trade suspension, then obviously you can't trade for however long it is, but... just hope the system's fixed one day, and I'm gonna keep running them until it is. I don't care. I just plan before my run. Like, do I have enough plat to last me 2 weeks for whatever I may need? Oh, I do? Alright, well, I'll go do the run now. It's pretty easy at the end of the day. Who cares? If you need something so badly in a 2-week time period, and you suddenly felt like you needed it, you didn't need it. There's a good chance you didn't need it, really. Especially if you're going out and doing runs like this. There's a heavy chance you did not need it. And you can wait. But you put in your tickets to DE, you try to prove your innocence and all that, you waste their time with customer service tickets as much as humanly possible. And you pray that the one day that the amount of time that they have to spend on customer service all of a sudden becomes worth it to trade that time off to fixing the system. It's that simple, man. It's that simple. Not doing the runs isn't going to fix anything. It's just only going to support them because they're not having any income loss. They don't have to fix anything unless they're losing money. Then investors are getting mad. So just complying and being like, I'm not going to do these runs is the worst thing you can do. I've been doing this protest now for fucking... I've been fighting with DE about this stuff for years. Years. They were... fortunately, they were nice last time they gave me a 2-week account suspension. And instead of threatening me with more, they did apologize, thank me for playing the game, and also... what was it called? Told me that I had triggered a false flag. So we will see if anything happens this time. If they correct their mistakes and we don't get anything, and we were added to a whitelist for my account because it's known for long survival, even though it should have already been known for it because I have past tickets on this account already, dating back to the release of Steel Path. 19 plus hour runs. But, you know, you just hope that there is a whitelist that ends up being created. Do I expect, like, you know, and we get the things removed as, you know, we get cleared for things, of course. Do I expect them to, like, not hit us with trade suspensions or account things if it's the account's, like, first time doing it? To be honest, I would think that would be foolish. Not a high enough percentage of the population of the game does it for that to say, okay, this isn't the person using, you know, a bot. Let Valkyrie spin, spin, spin. Well, I mean, you can pause on solo, man. So you just take a break, come back. This game's all the same outside of that, man. Like, this game is all the same. We're all just hitting buttons to kill something at the end of the day. There's no difference in anything. This game is just all hitting buttons to kill something or to stay alive. That's all this game is. You do 100 hours straight? No. I care about myself more than that. I would rather be for content creation for the long haul, man. I'm here to replace disability. I'm not here for the one-time greatness. I still gotta work 300 hours a month. I still gotta work 300 hours a month. I play for 2 hours, and then I take a 30-minute break, and I do that for 12 hours a day. And then I go to bed, I wake up, take care of myself in the morning, and then I go back live and I do that again. allows me to work out, eat healthy. Because I also, which I guess because I'm going to be in this place for longer than I anticipated, I really have to figure out my workout / motivational quote content and figure out how to record in this apartment. So yeah. You don't have to restart the game because of maintenance. You've never had to. I mean, you can get a crash, but I spent 2 weeks trying to prevent crashing, and I think I've got everything figured out. Like, it's just trial and error, man. Like, it's not like I just did this. I jumped in and did this, man. I've been spending 2 weeks at like 11 plus hours a day, including a 29-hour stream, trying not to crash on things. Once I get it all figured out and I know I'm not crashing, on my science channel, which is in the description below, I will be making a full guide on everything that I do with in regards of settings and all of that in order to minimize the chance of crashing. There is no guaranteeing it. So far what we have found is mag crashes the game, and I'm good outside of that. Yeah. It's just about testing. A lot of testing, man. That's all it is. Been doing this for 7 years now. That's all it is. It's just testing and figuring things out. Eventually you'll find the combination of settings that will work. You read your EE log enough, you pay attention to errors, you make correlations, you really think about it. I mean, I guess with me it's a bit easier because I do have C++ coding experience. I also have minor video game testing experience as well, so yeah. And I've been on computers now since I was 9 years old, but I'm 32. So I guess for me it might be a little easier to just kind of pick up on things in that regard. But that's nothing but years of experience and dedication at the end of the day. You gotta be willing to fail to succeed at the end of the day. Gotta be willing to fail to succeed. No such thing as an instant win. But the highest survival I've done so far is 95.5 hours. I did that with Mag a month ago, I think. Something like that. A little bit over a month ago now. It's on the VODs. And if you're curious to the build video, it's on the science channel. And no Riven build pretty much, outside of the Zenny Star, but you just need initial combo on that and it's just quality of life. But outside of that, no Riven. And the quality of life is this, that you get to leave the disc out for longer, because that's all initial combo does. For every point of initial combo that you have will increase the duration by 10 seconds. Or a combo you have, I should say. For each combo. Like multiplier. Which is definitely not needed. I have footage of me doing 12 hours with Banshee and stuff like that with just the corrupt charge, no Riven. No, Ghost, you can pause the game. And play for 2 hours, take a 30-minute break, do that for 12 hours. Or repeat that for 12 hours, then I go to bed. Wake up in the morning and take care of myself. Go back. I got a fitness channel I gotta stay in shape for. Exclamation point Y for anyone that is wondering why I do the runs that I do on Warframe, though. Exclamation point Y in chat. Yeah, man, I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. I care about myself. I want to be here for the long haul. You're good. The stream elements was there for it. I gotta readjust the exclamation point thing to also include Y. I forgot to do that yesterday. I said it yesterday too. I was like, it happened once, someone else is gonna do it again, and here we are less than 24 hours later. Someone has done it again. I gotta make sure I do that. I did 95.5 hours with that. I never want to crack a relic again. I cracked 17 over, like, around 15 to 1700 relics over the month and a half. I was trying to get 95.5 hours. And I never want to crack another relic again because it's an absolutely terrible system. But yeah, the Steel Essence doesn't matter at the end of the day, man. It's all capped weekly. So, whether I get fucking, you know, the 700 needed or I get 700 million, it all goes the same, unfortunately. Back in the day when it wasn't capped, that'd be a different story. That would be a different story. Oh, thank you so much, babe. Because I don't like the system of selecting relics. I think it's absolutely atrocious. I want the days of keys-like things to actually exist. And how long extra selecting relics and waiting for the timer to tick down on your reward is all obnoxious. It takes anywhere from, like, if you're really efficient and really fast at selecting the relic, it's going to take you at least 5% longer to do any run you do, endless. At the bare minimum, 5%. If you're, the slower you are at selecting your relics, the longer it takes. It's so dumb. Like, we had someone in here doing an 1.5 hour Fisher, and they didn't pause once, and it took them almost 2.5 hours to do the thing. In an 1.5 hours. And I think that's stupid. I think that's stupid, and we shouldn't have things like that. Even for in and out missions, you all shouldn't have to select relics. You should just be able to say, like, go from highest to lowest, or only select this relic, and every time you queue, that's what it does. It'd be easily done through the... I would assume easily done, let's put it this way. It's not like I work on DE's engine. I would have to assume, with the experience that I've had in C++, it would be easily added into the Void Relic system on your ship, or in an Endless mission as well. And in an Endless mission as well, where you have a little checkbox, and then you would have a filter on the checkbox for how you want it to behave, and it would just automatically go through and do that. You wouldn't have to deal with all of the stuff in between of people selecting relics and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly, Alex. Like, I didn't get to take part during the key days, but I came right after, so I got to talk to a lot of the old vets about how it was. But, like, it's not so much that we won't need keys back, it's just we need a way to not have to constantly keep selecting relics. If you select over 1,000 relics, if you take the 1,000 relics that you've cracked over the course of, say, your playtime playing Warframe, you're looking at a shit ton of time of extra unnecessary clicks and all of that. Just a shit ton of unnecessary time wasted. And as somebody with carpal tunnel, I can say it's only a certain amount of clicks before you get it yourself. Thank you so much, Themos. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. I'm glad you're enjoying your play in Warframe as a whole. How far are you into the game overall? Like, what you working on right now? Very nice, very nice. What frame you been in mainly clearing the star chart with? You're close though. You're close. Sedna isn't too bad of a planet. Arena can give you some problems, but get a tanky enough frame, you'll be alright. Do that with a good melee, ooh, be off to the races. There's a lot of good melees just from the dojo, even. And if you also have Broken War already, then you'll smooth through. If you have Broken War, you'll be sitting pretty. Just put what was the mods that I have on my alt account? Crit chance, crit damage, was a fucking attack speed, base damage, and then I modded for corrosive heat. It should be toxin, electric, and then a heat mod. Toxin, electric, in that order. I think it was something like that. If you have a mod slot left, just throw a reach on it. And then rank them as much as you can, with the priority on crit chance and crit damage. What's a good damage amp? I haven't touched 10.0 forever, man. I haven't messed with 10.0 since the rework, really. I don't care about it anymore. I used to like 10.0 a lot. My main time of a lot of playing 10.0 was just during Cetus days, though, when Cetus was the only thing out for amp upgrades. So I was just always using the 1, 2, 3 back in those days. As for like modern day good amps and stuff like that, I have no clue. You'd be better off just to research. Oh, welcome back, Astronaut. You made that in under 2 hours. So it was only an hour trip one way? Well, that's not too bad then. I thought it was 2 hours one way. I was gonna be like, damn, bro, you really need to get yourself out there. You could go. You had like a 4-hour drive ahead of you. You were booking it though. You were booking it. Weather better out there today than it was yesterday, I take it. Not as aggressive. Oh, 1 Emperor. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Okay. I'm glad you were able to make it back quickly. And without any issues. I'm assuming, at least. You didn't come back saying, I got dinner too. So I'd have to assume that everything's fine. Save me a trip to the grocery store. I'm gonna be back though, I gotta go skin this. Little ice, but 4x4. Oh yeah, he's straight, he's straight. Yeah, I know that feeling. Whenever I drove, I always had a 4x4. I loved Subarus. Subarus are my love. Pretty much anything from Subaru. Like, nowadays, not so much. Like, I don't know. Subaru's kind of degraded on quality a little. I like more like 2010 and below. Especially the ones from like the 90s and 80s. Those motherfuckers just go forever. Like, you can easily get like fucking... If you keep up on maintenance on that, you can get an easy like 500,000 miles out of those fucking things. Especially the old school Outbacks. Oh. 05 and below. I hear you. I guess to be fair, yeah. Yeah, they started having a lot of transmissions and drivetrain problems after 05. It was the 100,000 mile fucking like clencher is what it used to be called, the 100,000 mile clencher. You were either gonna have to pay a shit ton at 100,000 miles for something drastic braking, or you were gonna be lucky and you'd be able to ride through it. GM and Honda are good, yeah. Honestly, like the Civics from like fucking the 90s, man, were insane snow vehicles. It's crazy how like they would handle so well in the snow. Just toss some sandbags in the back of that thing and you were chilling. I hear you there. Yeah. In 05 and below, they don't have a lot of the sensors. I hear you. I hear you there, man. I hear you 100% there. Fucking damn near putting governors in our cars nowadays, it feels like, to be honest with you. Yeah, they are literally unkillable. They really are. They just go forever. And thinks it's at 0? Jeez. Well, I mean, like you said, you haven't changed in 50k miles. I'm kind of scared to see what that oil looks like at the end of the day. Like, yes, you're doing okay doing it, but it's starting to get sludgy. You're starting to get a little sludgy at that point, if not very sludgy. I remember in the Civic that we changed the oil on my friend's mom's car one time. She hadn't changed her oil for like 70,000 miles. We took off the oil cap and nothing drained out at all. She actually had to have her whole engine redone and everything. It was fucking crazy. It was fucking crazy. Like, we saw what the inside looked like. It was disgusting. That oil did not move. Even when you heated it up or anything, it did not move. That shit just did not move. We had to change her oil because her car stopped starting. Like, it would not start. We were like... And then I noticed the little sticker. And I noticed the mileage on it. And then I checked on the speedometer. And I was like... Did you not get a new sticker when you got your oil changed? And she was like, no, I haven't gotten it changed since then. And I just looked at my friend and I was like, it's going to be the oil, and I don't know if that's going to be fixable by standardized equipment. Basically Jello, not oil. Yeah, man. Yeah. You change every 5k for synthetic and 3k for conventional. You do it more often than I even would. I did 20k synthetic and 15 to 10k on conventional. I generally always did conventional. Just because back when I was driving, economics were hurting a little bit there, so wasn't always able to afford synthetic, so I always just typically stayed with, or not typically, I always just stayed with conventional. The only difference is when I owned my Focus. I owned one of the 4-door Focuses before, and that I used synthetic on. That I switched. But I was doing a lot better back then. So. In the first 20, not in my experience. Not in my experience. Whenever I was lazy and got my oil changed by somebody else, it usually stayed on a while. Vault, what's your issue? Is it him? No, 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 no. What are you doing? I'm glad I brought 200 of you. Where'd he go? Is he dead already? Are you dead? He literally just charged up and died instantly. There was no surviving for that poor guy. Well, I guess we know how much damage the mobs are doing now. That heavy gunner he just died instantly. He tried so hard. He tried so hard. Oh my lord, he tried so hard. I don't know where to put him reasonably then. If he's causing him to get stuck there, then that vault isn't going to go around. I guess like back here is going to be a problem. I don't think I have room for him. I think I would have to wait for this one to die. I don't think I have room for him. I would like his rate of fire because it's phenomenal. Especially against nullifiers, but I just don't think I have room right now. I have to wait for something to die. Unfortunate, but... I mean, I guess I could just put the Moa off stay, and it'll die. It'll eventually die. I think it's squishy. Yeah, you see how squishy that thing is. It's already getting chunked down a little bit. And it'll die. We'll just let that do its thing there, and I'm gonna put the gunner back. I'll put it over here. Popcorn out and sit in the orbiter. Just racking up Steam hours. Oh, I will say I'm getting ready to go on break though. We have been going for... Has it been 2 hours? Let's see, when did I come back? Where's my thing? Is it? Has it been 8:30 p.m.? Yeah, it has been 2 hours actually. Huh. That was a really fast 2 hours. That was a fast 2 hours. I can feel it, don't get me wrong. I feel it on my head right now, but... Yeah, that was fast. It didn't feel like 2 hours. Huh. Thank you all. Thank you for the good conversations over the last 2 hours. Definitely. Thank you. That went by really fast. Yeah, it's been about 2 hours, yeah. No. But anyways, we're gonna go ahead and take a 30-minute break here. So it is X34 right now. When it is X04, that's when I will be returning. I may return a little bit earlier, but that is a secured point to know when I will be returning. Be sure if you haven't to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Give the video a thumbs up. Down in the description below are links to my build video channel, workout/motivational quote channel, my girlfriend's link tree with all of her social media sites, and also if you have been enjoying the music, there is a link to the Relax movement down there. So definitely be sure to take a look if you haven't. In the meantime, though, I will leave you all with some older gameplay of mine. This is my 12-hour Gyri solo steel path from 2022. So definitely be sure to enjoy it while I am AFK, and when I come back, we're going to grind out some more of this. Alright, I'm back, everybody. I do want to thank you all that did stay around for the break. Let me pause this up. Get that removed. Get door frame up. Minimize out of that. Hide that. Okay. Why isn't that shield offspring regenning his shield? He's supposed to be regenning his shield. And he's definitely active because he's shooting. Come on, give him a shield. I guess he has a little bit of shield, I don't know. It's just... I don't get it. This is... You have one job. Well, two, I guess. You have two jobs and you can't even do one. You're doing half of them. I guess at least you're doing half your job, I don't know. That works too. That works too. You fell asleep there for a minute. All good, man. Go to bed. Go to bed, homie. You that tired, man. Go to bed. Whatever you choose to do, man. Whatever you choose to do. I'm not here to make anybody do anything. I'm just here to sit in the survival for ungodly amounts of time. Oh, okay. Alright. That's better. That's a bit better right there. I mean, that's a bit better. At least you're not giving yourself a heart attack. Much faster that way. Take turns of drinking from the bottle. Oh, whatever makes you happy. Whatever makes you happy, man. We are all aware of the science out there and everything, so you know, that's your own free will. Makes 2 hours fly by. Yeah, definitely will. Definitely will. This shield's starting to scale a little bit. The shield's starting to scale a little bit. Overall, we're still in good timing. There's no remote stress even to be had. It is just something for me to note. What's up, T-Rex? How you doing? Is that T-Rex or Trex? I mean, if you identify as a T-Rex, I'm not here to judge you, man. So. Either? Okay. Been doing good. We are just over 12 hours right now. We're like, was it 72? So 34, 12 hours, 34 minutes, something like that. So we're doing good. That's a long time? Yeah, well, we're on day 2 now. We're 5 hours into the stream for day 2. I'll play for 12 hours and I'll stream for 12 hours, and during that time period I play for 2 hours and then I take a 30-minute break. Because you can pause on solo. I don't know if you know that. But yeah, you can pause on solo. And then I'll repeat that 2 2 hours, 30 minutes thing until, 12 hours, and then go to bed, wake up, take care of myself in the morning, and get right back to it. We make survival builds here, and we put them to the real test. That's what we do in these parts. No, I have disabilities that I have to break for. Like, I have seizures. Exclamation point Y for, I guess, a better understanding to all of that. If you're so curious. If you're not, don't worry about it. That's why I leave it at that. But no, I actually enjoy this one. I enjoy doing survival or endurance in general. I've been doing endurance for pretty much 6.5 years now. I'm going back to the multiplicative health days and everything. 27.5 hours survival was my longest back in those days. Before shield gating and when the game was actually really difficult to level cap. Now what gets me going is Acolyte scale endlessly. I fought a 12,380 level Acolyte. That's like, oh boy, I want the plan to kill you at a high level. Really high level. Yes, I'm talking about you, baby. But yeah, that's where my excitement in the game comes out now, and just like figuring out things and seeing how far they can go and everything. My love used to be going to level cap. Now it's just trying to figure out how to get there most efficiently and kill acolytes to the highest level they can with the particular build. When they changed health to additive, health, armor, and shields to additive, it really destroyed a lot of the challenge in this game. In the regards of going to level cap, thankfully they made it evolve from there. So I'm glad, because I honestly had lost interest in the game at one point, like complete interest. It was so boring to me. It's like, I can go to level cap at any frame. Okay, well, why? This is just fucking boring. And then I thought to myself, well, what if you could try to figure out how to get as many kills per hour in a survival? And I was like, that's true. And it's like, and if that ends up boring you because the frame's just that strong and it powers up things that much, then you could just focus on how high can you kill an acolyte. I'm like, okay, all right. You're only MR13. I actually did a 19-hour Steel Path survival at MR6. It was the world first recorded. It was for my second account. Given before that, I had already done a 27.5-hour survival of back when mobs were actually stupidly hard to kill. So, because health, armor, and shields now is only additive, not multiplicative. And I'm sure, you don't have to know exact values to know that the values between those two are going to be drastically different. Yeah, I've been playing Octavia now for 6 years, doing endurance with her, so I got a lot of years under my belt with her. I had a lot of years. I did a 95.5-hour solo mag as well. That one was about 2,500 hours of theory crafting and testing over like 5 years. I don't know how much I've done with Octavia. Oh, come on. Somebody move for him? Well, it's just about knowledge in the game and what you focus on. You suck at what you don't know in the game. Remember that. You'll always suck at what you don't know, no matter how good you think you are. You could be like me, getting 100 hours or getting like, you know, 12 hours survival's done like it's nothing, but then you throw me against, you know, into Profit Taker for his speed run, and all of a sudden I look like a dumbass. You know what I mean? That's it, man. You're only stupid to what you don't know. So you choose to learn what you want to learn, and you focus in on that as hard as you can until you feel like you've hit the ceiling you are searching for. Fashion frame? I'm stupid as shit when it comes to fashion frame. I'm not one of those people that can spend like an hour on fashion frame and make like some of the best work you've ever seen. If I go to do fashion frame and say I had access to everything, it would take me like 7 hours to do a fashion frame. Because I'm completely ignorant to knowing what everything looks like and what goes good together perfectly and all of that. And like color schemes and everything that work well based on, you know, how the palette's working and all that. Yeah, man, yeah. So it's like, that's real, man. You're only stupid to what you don't know in the game. It's nothing to feel bad about, it just means you have something to look forward to in the game. That doesn't matter, I'm solo. The only time you connect to the internet when you're solo is if you crack a relic and you're getting the reward from the relic, and when you're selecting a relic, and of course if you're extracting and entering into the mission. But outside of that, you don't need internet. I reset my internet every single day before I stream. I stream for 12 hours a day. There's no way I'm not going to free up my connection. Yeah. I stream over 300 hours a month. I need to make sure I got a nice fresh connection. Especially because I upload at 8K bitrate. Or 8 megabytes if you also want to know it as. That's why there was the I was like, you want to say it in megabytes, but not everybody might get that. How would you make people understand? That's just because YouTube doesn't allow me to go over 8. I wanted to do 10, but they don't allow over 8. It's sad. I have the internet for it. Let me do it. In fact, let me do a 20 meg upload, please. Like, make that shit just, like you're looking at it in person. Like you're just standing behind me, watching over my shoulder. 300? No. 8 megabytes is what I'm uploading as, which should be 8,000 kilobytes. If you're actually looking at the number that would be like displayed in your streaming software, it would be 8,000. But I have a 40 meg upload connection. I'm very blessed to have it. Very blessed. My apartment complex has a deal worked out with the ISP, so we have a really cheap rate on it, and unlimited data. The apartment's expensive, but it makes up for it for how much we're saving in internet at the end of the day. I had to do one of those things where I actually totaled out the total lump sum of what I'm paying every month to see if I was saving money when I moved here. Oh, actually, I do save some money moving here. It's like over $100 a month compared to somewhere else. Okay, that's fine. Rent's expensive as fuck. Oh my god. Oh. God, rent's expensive everywhere though, so what does it matter? What is it something to bitch about when it's like that everywhere? Feel free to enjoy. That's my science channel. I post all my build videos over there. So subscribe away to that. To handle everything for you? No, what they're there for is to help keep nullifiers down. My mallet handles everything for me. My mallet hits over damage cap. Per tick. Per tick. These guys won't do shit for what I'm planning to kill. These guys out here are not shit for what I'm planning to kill. Acolytes were already harder to kill than these guys by 1300. Acolytes are going to be about level 15,000 by the time I hit 100 hours. The highest I have fought so far is 12,380. So, yeah, I don't build for all this here. This is nothing. This does not matter. Was it like 2.7 billion? Or 2.3 billion? Something like that. I know I'm over damage cap with this. Actually, I might... Oh god, I'm gonna risk something here. I'm gonna look at my EE log. I'm gonna... I should be able to look at my EE log while I'm playing. And that can tell me what my damage is. Because I should be over damage cap, so I won't be able to visually see it. I have to actually look in the game's logs to know how much damage I'm doing. I'm hoping this doesn't crash my game. We'll find out. You may ask, why don't you do it at the end of your run? Because my mag run had a 1.5 GB EE file. So, that was a no-go. Okay, that's not responding. I'm just gonna cancel that. Okay, so it's not gonna allow me to. It's not gonna allow me to. But yeah. I should be hitting for around like 8 billion or something like that, is what my math kind of told me for level cap. That'd be like every second on anything within the radius. Yeah, the mallet. Do you make platinum out of this run? I mean, like, you could sell... As long as you play the game and you have everything that you need from something, you're gonna make platinum. You know? If you have everything you need out of that set mission that you're doing and you keep doing it, you're gonna make platinum. You know what I mean? So essentially, yeah, you'll make plat at the end of the day. But that's kind of... That's just how this game is. You make plat anywhere you go. Anywhere you go in this game, something's always can fetch you value. It just all depends on how much at the end of the day. I make enough to always be comfortable, so... Anything I need, I can go buy in the game when I feel like it. But I also... This is, you know, streaming's my full-time job, and endurance survival is what I do for Steel Pat. Like, that's my content, my bread and butter. So I have a lot more hours available. That's the issue with a lot of the gold guides, is they're coming from the perspective of people with entirely too much time on their hands, and they're not real for like a normal person. That's why I just say play the game, do what you want to do. When you eventually start getting backstock of things because you already have it and you have duplicates now you're going to start making plat. Just enjoy yourself and play the game. Do the things that you care to do. All you need to do is make 27 plat a day, and by the end of a month, you'll actually have over 800 plat. When it's that easy to make plat, there's nothing really to stress about outside of just getting yourself comfortable in the game to the point to where the content that you enjoy doing is easy and you have everything that you need from it. It really isn't, though, or is what? Because I have an MR... I have a new fresh account, man. That's where my experience comes from. I started it, like, 2 weeks, or like a week before the patch came out, Whispers. And I've already made, like, over 200 plat on the account. I'm, like, MR7. Where's the message? Oh, I don't see your message there anymore. I guess you deleted it while I was refreshing. But yeah, no, it's not hard to, like, all you gotta do as a new player, this is what you want to do. If you want to maximize progressing yourself in the game while making a little bit of plat every day, run Yuko for Meso and Neo relics. And then you can sell those Neo relics and Meso relics to people who want to buy relics for 6 for 5 or 6 for 4 plat. And then just cap yourself out doing that. Yuko's extremely fast. And it's 100% chance for a relic, and sometimes you'll get Aya, and Aya's like 6 for 18 to 6 for like 20. So, yeah. That's how you make plat easily, and you can, like, I do that on the MR7 account. I max out my trades every day that I play. And I still make, you know, like 40-50 plat a day doing that. And it doesn't take long to run Yuko. You run normal Yuko. You don't need to run Steel Path, just run normal Yuko for the relics and sell raw relics. If you don't want to, if you want to focus a little more on plat, crack the relics too and sell the stuff as prime junk. Don't waste your time trying to get a set together. I'm going to be honest with you. Sets are to be done when new prime frames come out, and when you're just sitting comfortable in the game. That's when you try to get full prime sets together, because full prime sets are going to take you like 4 hours to fucking get. It's ridiculous, and then they sell for like 40 plat. It doesn't make any sense. You do like 2 hours of Yuko and you'll have more than enough relics to max out your trades into a couple days. Which is, you know, I mean, it also of course depends on your MR, but like Yuko, you're essentially making like, let's say 0.8 plat a mission. So 0.8 plat for however long it takes you to do a Yuko. That's a hell of a lot faster than trying to go for 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours to get a full prime set together to sell for 40 plat. The main reason for the Spectres is to help with nullifiers. Whenever you're replacing your mallet, during that time period, as you can see, these mobs aren't taking damage, and now they are. The mallet doesn't do any damage during that time period, which means it won't be knocking back nullifiers. So you can sometimes get nullifiers that run over the placement of where you want to put it, and it can make it really annoying and difficult. And sometimes you can get enough nullifiers to like cover the entire bottom selection. But yeah, that's what I've been doing on my new account to make plat. And that's what I did on this account to make plat in the beginning and everything. We're talking everything sub MR10. You know? And the more trades you get per day, the more relics or the more plat you can get. Your MR10, you can get anywhere from 40 to 50 plat a day. It'll take you like an hour and a half to do it. And if you got things that you need to buy, I mean, it's worth doing that. Because then, like, outside of that, you're only spending an hour and a half, maybe like 2 hours at most a day, and then you can have another hour, maybe 2 hours to be able to progress into the game further, while also keeping on top of your plat to make things easier. Yeah, that depends if you like. If it all depends on how efficient you are at doing bounties, though. A newer player isn't going to be efficient at doing bounties. Yuko is something anybody can be efficient at, because all you need is Broken War and a vault. If you have Broken War and a vault, you're good to go. All the starter mods that you get from the game will you'll kill them really fast. I do 1 minute 6-second vault runs with an MR7 account. Do I post builds? In the description below is my build video channel. It's called Baker's Science. Feel free to subscribe to that. I have 2 different channels because not everybody likes to watch, both content. So I allow people to have the freedom of choice there, so their subscription feed isn't further cluttered. Because as somebody who does watch YouTube content, I can tell you it's annoying to have just so much clutter sometimes in the feed. Oh, potatoes and all that? I mean, yeah, easily. You're what, MR? You said 13? I mean, you got 13 trades a day you can do, even at 4 plat each. That's over 50 plat a day, so that's 2 of those every day, at a minimum, with plat left over. So yeah, that's easy peasy for you at that point, man. Yeah. And of course, as you build up, like say you find a speed frame that you do enjoy and you really want to go with it, you build up that speed frame. Now your runs are faster and faster. Like the world record for Yuko capture, normal, of course, not steel path, is like 13 seconds. So if you can get yourself to sub 30-second runs, you know what I mean? Like you're farming really fast. Then you're not even spending, you're spending a couple hours to get 2-3 days worth of trades then instead. Yeah, I hear you. When you're starting out, endo's like a really rough thing to get. That's why when I started the game immediately, the first thing I did with the new account was I went to go focus on Necros. I wanted to get Necros crafted as soon as possible because he just helps increase the drop rates of everything. So he helps you get a lot of endo passively. Necros is the best frame you can go with when you're starting the game. Hands down, there isn't a better frame at the end of the day. There's little niche uses for other things, but Necros is the best because it's more resources. And your inventory is the biggest problem as a new player. Your inventory as a whole. Everything. It's not even just endo, it's credits, it's resources. Everything is a pain in the ass, and pretty much everything can be increased that's a pain in the ass in the beginning by Necros, and he's a very early farm. A very early farm. That was the first thing I went and did with my fresh account. And I can honestly say it has made a massive difference. I don't really have it, I struggle to fully rank up mods, but anytime I feel like I'm at a point where I need to rank up mods to get past that content or to make that content easier, I always have the endo for it now. Hundreds of hours of runs, it depends on the map. Depends on the map, it depends on the kills per hour, more or less. But it can range anywhere from 3 to 10k an hour. Off of a massive amount of variables. I don't really play for rewards, to be honest. Just I play the game so much that I don't have to bother playing exactly for rewards. I just play the game because I want to. The only time I need to focus on resources is if my girlfriend tells me for our duo clan dojo needs a certain resource. Then I'll go focus on a mission and do that. But that's the only time I really go out and focus on things. I want more energy. There we go. Yeah. Nano speaking the truth right there. Nano speaking the truth. All of y'all that are early on in the game and stressing about making plat, don't stress so hard. This game is designed to become easier the longer you play. It's harder in the beginning because, well, it's just how it literally is made by design. And trying to take like the advice of veterans and everything on how they make plat is only going to make you struggle to make plat. That's why any of those guides, like if they're not showing you fresh account play and how they made it plat on that fresh account, you really can't look at the how to make plat videos. They have no idea what they're talking about. They have no damn clue. Most of them haven't been a new player for, you know, fucking 5+ years. It's like that with a lot of things in the game. It's like that with a lot of things. That's how this game is. You're meant to make a little bits of like easy to make plat in the beginning of the game, and as you continue to keep playing, you can make the large amounts of plat in the single trades. But trying to focus yourself when you're not efficient enough for the builds that are actually required to make those efficient, the farms for like the big ticket items, you're just hurting yourself in the overall plat per hour. You do to what's efficient for where you're at in the game. Because the reality is the true end game of we're going to call it market manipulation. We'll just call it that. But the true end game of market playing in this game isn't farming. You won't farm a single bit if you're in the true end game of selling things in this game. Instead, you're going to be sitting in trade chat and on Warframe market buying and reselling at certain times. That's it. That's it. That's the true end game right there of market. If anyone isn't telling you that's the best way to make plat in the game, then they're lying. Then they're lying. It's about getting the highest MR you can and just burning those fucking trades on flipping. What's good, Farah? How you doing? Refresh the old mallet. I'm at 75% O2, so we loot. Exactly. Exactly. Yep. Yep. Chilling. Same here, man. Just seeing how my science works. Seeing how the science works. And so far it's working great. So far it's working great. Still got many hours to go, but you know, it's all good. We're on day 2 right now. Day 2 of going. Because if anyone doesn't know, of course, you can pause on solo. As long as you're not in open world. As you could see, homie is now frozen, and now homie's moving. So, yeah. Anyone that does not know. I'm going to be spreading this like the gospel, because it's amazing the amount of people that don't know you can pause on solo. It's amazing. I'm going to be spreading it like the gospel. After my 95.5 hour run, I realized that, like, Under 10% of this game realizes you can pause on solo. So it's about spreading it onto the mountaintops. Sitting there with a blowhorn. Just a conch shell. Just the cry. The cry of the pause. Yeah, it is. I've done 12 hours with my girlfriend, duo. We've done multiple level cap runs for 8.5 hours. It's really rough doing that. Duo is the hardest to do. Duo is hands down the hardest. It's better to run a 4-player group and have everybody in a build where they can solo the whole place. And then you can rotate out freely. It doesn't matter who's there. You could just, as long as one person is there, the mission's still going. That's the best way to do it nowadays. Way back in the day, before we had like shield gating and all that, we would do 2 duo groups. And you would always have 2 people there, at the very least. You know, sometimes, of course, the whole group would be there and everything and chilling, but generally you would want to have 2 shifts and that's it. Though I have kind of thought about... Oh, never mind. I'm not going to say it. Never mind. There could be a new world record happening at some point, though. Oh, that could line up perfect. Oh my. Oh, it could be beautiful. The mental game is the hardest. I wouldn't so much say it's the mental game, it's the time management game. And being respectful of each other's time. You know what I mean? Like that to me would be that's the more challenging part about that. Timer settings 784 is so cursed to you, see? Why is that? Which Warframe do I like the most? I don't have a Warframe that I like the most. I like to play all Warframes to their max potential. That I feel that I can achieve them to. I just like this game. I think that's how I've always been for many years. I just enjoy the game. Even back before the days like when it was really hard to get to level cap and all that. You know, I'd take a frame as far as it could go. If it could get 300, you know, and after all the theory crafting I could, I was happy. It's just, that's how I am. I find love in most things in this game. You struggle a bit on Steel Path still? Well, that's because the biggest thing I would recommend to somebody who's getting ready or getting into Steel Path is to already have had the arcanes you need bought for it. That drop from it. That place is designed for you to struggle until you get those arcanes. And especially if you haven't done any arbitrations as well. You don't have any arbitration mods, then all you're doing is progressing through the game faster than the game intends you to. Because it's supposed to go base star chart arbitration Steel Path, and if you're skipping the arbitration mods, you're nerfing yourself astronomically. That's how the game was intended, though. That's why there's a huge level difference, and there's modifiers in Steel Path compared to no modifiers besides the one life in arbitration. But in arbitration, it doesn't matter about the one life too much because you can still get all the rotational rewards even if you die. Like when I do Arby's, I'll generally just stay in until I die. I don't care. I still get most of the rewards that I want at the end of the day. Still at it, of course. We're not at 100 hours. Or at least, you know, the game hasn't told me I have to leave, let's put it that way. So, of course. I mean, Daredevil. Were you expecting a crash? Were you expecting a crash? Is that what you was expecting? Did you not have faith in my science? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. He didn't have faith in Baker's science. Not really. That's nothing new. You'll learn it in time to have faith, my good sir. Where do you think a lot of the people learn things from on keeping the game stable for long runs? I used to communicate with all the world record runners and share my quality settings. I'm being honest on that too. We used to share quality, like graphic settings and everything between each other. All the people we would be competing for in world records and all that. So, yeah. We were all men of science here, exactly. Just because you watched me crash for 2 weeks means nothing, man. Trust on that. All that means is I'm just figuring it out. I've pretty much, like, I almost want to say I have figured out exactly why Mag is crashing. Like, I have almost exactly figured it out, and there's a risk of it happening essentially with anything in the game that can cause jittering on NPCs. It spams counts them as on the map and off the map, so it develops a queue in the game, and that queue gets longer and longer until the game crashes. Because there'll be such a far backed up queue that the game can't even, like, spawn in anything reasonably, because you still got mobs spawning in and all that. I am pretty heavy on the chance of that being the situation. Not so much Stack Overflow. It's literally in the EE log. When I'm doing a mission with her, over the course of time, there will be a mob spawn, and then next to the mob spawn, it'll say paused, and then that list just keeps growing and growing. Unless you mean, like, for me, Stack Overflow typically indicates damage, unless you're referring, like, within the same lines of what I'm saying there. Because generally, we've always considered Stack Overflow to be the not visually present overflow within damage. Because it's one of those things, like when you hit negative damage numbers, you're not actually doing that damage number presented there. It still does the full damage number. It's just not able to be visually presented in true form. Because, like, you can go over damage cap in this game. Like, when you hit negative numbers, the way to know how much damage you actually did is to log out of the game itself and then check your EE log. The EE log will actually show you your true damage numbers. Typically in, like, an error or something like that, it'll say. This game doesn't like when you do too much damage at one time or too much damage to too many things at one time. It starts popping up errors all over the place. Like, I guarantee my EE log is just flooded with errors right now. Somebody at DE is gonna get this and be like, oh, Jesus. Baker. Yeah, that works a way. That's a good way to do it. I just prefer running Necros for the extra resources when it comes to survival arteries. It makes oxygen easier. I don't want to have to use capsules. I'm still perfecting out my Necros build, though. I've only gotten to 4,800 or 5,000 with it so far. Like, I feel like I have it ready. Like, it's all good to go. I just need to learn how to play better. Stop being fucking stupid. That's all that generally is. Yeah, I've been working on Necros, though, for an ungodly amount of years. He's one of my favorite frames in the game in the way of just everyday play, because of just, I love extra drops. I love all the extra drops. Just passive loot, baby. It's all over there. And then in survivals, of course, because your amount of rooms that you can choose with Necros to not have to use oxygen just opens up astronomically compared to not having loot modifiers. What's the build? I'll have it released on my science channel when I'm done with the run. There'll be a link in the description below. It's called Baker's Science. I release all my build videos there. No problem. Thank you so much for having interest. Oh, I'm feeling some cold coming in tonight. You know, it's supposed to be warming up, and I'm just feeling this last bit of cold. It is aggravating my wrist right now. My mouse wrist, because of all the fucking... all the flicking around I'm doing when I'm looting. Oh, it's driving the carpal tunnel crazy. What is the temperature tonight? It can't be... I'm in Colorado. No, it's not fucking cold tonight. We're in the 20s. What the fuck is this? Why am I having issues? We've been having the past week of negative temperatures, and it's in the fucking 20s tonight. I'm having more issues tonight than I've been having the whole fucking week. We've been having like negative 10 degrees and shit. I don't get it. I wonder why. Maybe the snow is like slowly starting to melt or something. I don't know. It's just increasing humidity. I have carpal tunnel and Raynaud's, if anyone's wondering what's wrong with my hands. Carpal tunnel and Raynaud's. Raynaud's is family related, it's genetics, and then carpal tunnel is Warframe. That is Warframe. Not really just Warframe. I've been gaming since I'm 9 years old, or since I was 9 years old, and I'm 32 now. So I developed carpal tunnel with like almost, I want to say 20 years into gaming. So that is really what did it. But Warframe was the end all there. It's the one that really it was the unfortunate it was the unfortunate one to receive the actual carpal tunnel itself. Dashwire Elara is fun. They did a good job with that augment, even though it's broken as shit. And they need mainly it's broken because it's actually bugged, and they still have yet to fix it. I think they're just gonna leave it like that because it's Ivara, and well, Ivara gets special treatment, and I don't blame them for doing it. Ivara deserves it. She breaks this game in every facet anyways, so you know what? She deserves it. That's all Ivara has ever done since this release of her into Warframe, is break this game in some sort of facet. I mean, there's a reason why she was the world record holder for survival for the longest time. After Naramon Shadowstep got taken out of the game. I mean, yeah. Well, they are, to be honest. They are slowly making high-level missions more accessible. And the reason why I can say that is, like, what I call the nerd cells, the Nurture cells, or whatever they're called. I call them nerd cells. Those start at, like, 240. And you go back further, we had, you know, we have Disruption for fast level cap, we had Devuri for fast level cap. What I think they're doing is they learned their mistake of nerfing all the HP and armor on mobs, and they're slowly getting the normal player base used to, you know, playing at higher level missions. Because if they were to nerf the damage to make things easier and more accessible, you know, or anything like that, that would just dumb the game down to nothing. And if they just made it so that we instantly were fighting higher level enemies, most players in the game wouldn't want to play the game because they wouldn't understand how to play it. It would be hard for them to react to, like, what's going on. Because, you know, we are, like, 2-shot at the end of the day. You know, and we're only 2-shot because of shield gating. I have no clue how much the Steel Essence I have so far, and no, I'm not showing loot. The reason why I'm not showing loot is it has a tendency to crash the game. When the game isn't in the most stable spot, aka right after a new release comes out. So I'm not taking really any chances. Yeah, at the end of the run, we will see what the loot looks like. Until then, it is a mystery. All I know is I'm killing enough mobs per hour to never use oxygen. And, well, that's all I care about. I'm happy there. And I think I'm averaging probably like 12 to around 13 acolytes an hour is what I've been averaging pretty much. If we're going up to the exact hour point. It's about 13 an hour. That's what I average always, though. Is anywhere between like 13 to 14 an hour. Elara with Octavia Spectre. I don't know if I'd use Octavia Spectre. I can kind of see it, but I don't know if I would use it. Yeah. Octavia Spectre just never felt good to me. But yeah, to what I was saying before with the the scaling and all that, I think they're just slowly getting people used to things, and hopefully one day they'll readjust how long it takes to like for defense and all that. But I mean, sadly enough, they have adjusted how long it takes to get to level cap and survival. Back in the day, it used to take 14 hours to get to level cap and survival, and now it's 8.5 hours. So when we look at it in that regard, DE has made steps to do that. They did that on the release of Kuva Survival. I think it's something they're trying to figure out. There's a very thin line in this game between making things accessible to everybody and making things accessible to a few. Would be the easiest way to describe it. Most people still struggle at level cap. Like, that's the reality. Like, when you watch group content, how many people do you see really actually never go down in the game? Like, even in solo content, I've gone down like 4 or 5 times already in this run. 3, 4, yeah, something like that. I don't know. I've used like 2 revives, 3 revives. That's... It may seem like just because you can kill things really fast, like it would just be nice to always have really high level gameplay. But the reality is most players, if you were to run public groups and have nothing but level 4000 plus mobs, you would spend more time rezzing your teammates than you would playing the game. I mean, I used to take people to like level 4k runs back before shield gating and back when they had multiplicative health. And yeah, that was a very common thing. Everybody would just go down and I'd be like the only one left like standing, like just looking at everybody like, what do you got? Oh, hold on, let me clear this up and then res you. No, that wasn't an Octavia Spectre if you're talking about... No, an RB level cap? Never mind. I was thinking of the world record. There's an old group run world record of an Octavia and Ivara duo run. It was like 10 hours or something like that. The issue with that run is we've never been able to confirm the tile set. That's the only issue with that run. So we have not been able to confirm that tile set existing. And it's already been like, even to this day, that tile set hasn't been confirmed to actually exist. That run happened back in 2017, I think it was, or 2018. Everybody was like fucking blown away by that run. Everybody was blown away. No one could understand it. And the guys, like, no one really knew the individuals that did it either. At least no one in the groups that I talked to. Which I was even in the old Endurance Discord, so, I mean, really wasn't many people I didn't know that that did Endurance. Because of low drop rate spawns, yeah. You want to run a loot frame when it comes to survival. It's really good to run a loot frame in survival. If you're not running a loot frame, it's better to run defense. Significantly better to run defense. You're going to get a lot more Vitus Essence. Though at the same time, I think they have improved the Vitus Essence drop rate in survival. It feels like it is, at least. I don't know. No, I always run with a booster, so I can't really... I guess maybe that'd probably be my difference. I always have a resource drop rate booster on, which affects the drop rate of that. Nothing wrong with overkill, man. Nothing wrong with overkill as long as the overkill doesn't diminish your quality of life in the game. That's how I look at it. As soon as overkill starts to cut into your quality of life in the game and you're starting to have to just do more than you should have to do to kill something, that's when I personally say you probably don't need to be wasting your time doing all the crazy extra stuff. Build for more quality of life. Make things require you to have to do less multitasking and micromanaging and all that. I'm a very strong proponent of that. You build to what you need, and then from there you maximize out quality of life, and if you've maxed out quality of life, go right back to damage. I don't want to say you need it, man. You don't need it. You don't need it. I get it, like, with just Necros and by myself and a booster, I can still get around, like, anywhere between 50 to 70 an hour without a Kavat. With the Kavat, like, I can get over 100 an hour. I'm a predominant. I'm 95% solo, so I min-max out solo play. A lot of other people min-max out group play. I like to min-max out solo play because I don't want to have to get a group together every time and make sure everybody's like all efficient and doing their shit right. I'd rather just figure out how to make it best for myself, like alone. And then if I add people on, it just becomes more productive after that. You know what I mean? That's how I've always viewed it. Min-max yourself out solo, and then when you add people on, it just becomes better. Yeah, astronaut. Yeah. Yeah. You're gonna want to really take... I'm surprised you didn't do this beforehand, but you're gonna want to take time to actually get a full inventory of each one, and then figure out what accounts you want to, like, fucking merge and all that. Or are you trying to sell on, like, all your different accounts at once, and you're dealing with that influx trying to come in all at once, have you? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. You wanted to give away 23 Aya? Oh, bro, the vultures are gonna come in with for that. Bro, you're gonna have so many vultures. Oh, man. You'll be amazed. It'll be amazing if you make it out with the skin on your fucking arm. Bro, I hate farming the fucking Archon shards. I wish... That's not even farming. Like, it's just time-gated bullshit. I wish they would just let us farm Archon shards. Just let us go. Let us farm. Like, really, please. Like, let us fucking just go crazy and farm. Don't make all this stuff limited like this. This isn't how Warframe has been. Not for things like this. Like, it doesn't make any sense. There's no way to, like, get more rewards per day from it. You know? Outside of fucking Railjack, there hasn't been anything like this in there. Or not Railjack, but Swordies. There hasn't been anything like that in the game. In Swordies, everything in Swordies was available in the game anyways. Outside, of course, the legendary core, but I mean, that's Endo. Endo's still available in the game. I mean, I guess I could say Rivens too, but back then, Rivens are a bit of a different story at the end of the day. Rivens aren't like they don't make, like, I guess they can make or break a build, but for what they're making the shards out to be, it doesn't make any sense why they're making them so hard to receive. No, you can't trade. I wish you could. I really wish you could trade. Oh, man. Oh. Do you know a good place to farm Endo? Are you talking solo or group? Group's always going to give you more Endo per hour, but it's not exactly the same farming methods. Solo? How far are you into the game? That would be the next big question. How far are you into the game? Like, what's the highest level content you've ever fought type deal? Can you see, like, what, yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, what's the highest level content you've soloed and stuff? Because depending on what you're capable of doing will depend on things there. Like, if you're more of a beginner player, I would probably say normal arena. What's still, can you give me a level? You're talking to a guy that does it's in 100 hour, going for 100 hour survival in Steel Path. What do you mean by Steel Path? That's why I asked for actual level. I play this game predominantly at level cap. So that's why I asked specifically. Because if you just tell me Steel Path, I'll tell you just to go sit in a Corpus mission with the Necros and AoE the shit out of everything. That's your best way to get Endo solo. Just sit in a Steel Path mission in general and just AoE the shit out of everything. But if you're not capable of getting like 8,000 plus kills per hour, then that advice isn't going to help you whatsoever. No, why would you run Saren when you could run Necros and get extra loot? If you're going for Endo and specifically, you'd run like a Korra or a Necros or something like that. Ivaro. Ivaro is kind of awkward though, to be fair. It's not really good for resources per hour. She's just good for doing endurance. She's actually really bad for resources per hour because you gotta wait for pickpocketing. Yeah. If we're just talking like going to level cap, yeah, Saren's fucking beautiful, but any frame in the game is good to, if you're just going to level cap type deal or just doing endurance in general for like 3 hours, 2 hours, an hour, there isn't a frame in the game that isn't going to suit you well. It's just you gotta, you find the frames that match to your playstyle and you'll be able to do it. All content. So you can't give me an exact level? You can't give an exact level. What's pretty much all content in the game? Acolytes scale endlessly. Have you been to level cap? Like, I don't know what that means, bro. My advice then would be go sit in a Steel Path survival and get as many kills as you can per hour on a loot frame. Or sit in an RB as long as you can and do that. Those are my, if you're good to do like everything in the game, that's what you do. Those two things are your best options, RBs and Steel Path. I guess because since you can't like give me a level or anything like that. You can also do arena on Steel Path, works good too, because you get the loot, you get the mod drop chance booster, which gives you more. So if you're really good, you can go do that with Necros. I ask for level not to degrade you at the end of the day, man. It's to try and help you out best to where you're at in the game. That's why I ask for level. So like just don't be ashamed to say what level you've gotten to. If it's 125 because you do 5 minutes and out, then I can better give you advice. Predominantly, it's what I enjoy doing, yeah. I do RB defenses on occasion for 560 waves. I don't do disruption because I have carpal tunnel in my hands. Like it takes me like 6 hours to get the fucking level cap in arbitrary or in disruptions. So I just opt out for doing that because I can only play for like 30 minutes and then I need to rest. So your more active game style, like mission types, I generally don't do because of that. Same with like Cascade. I also don't like Tenno nowadays. I wish I like the strength of Tenno. I cannot get over not having Void Dash. It just makes me never want to play the game. Like, or never play Tenno, not the game. It just makes me want to never play Tenno. And I do enjoy Tenno. I used to enjoy Tenno a lot. I used to hold, I don't know if I still do, but I used to hold the world record for solo interception. Tenno only. I did 65 rounds in old Zenny before Steel Path came out and all that, and multiplicative health and no shield gating. That's actually on this channel too. That footage is still on the channel. Oh, it's completely down to the player. The world record for a group run is 45 minutes. It's because I can only play for 30 minutes and then I would have to take a break for about 30 minutes. Your average player on a casual run will get to level cap and disruption in around an hour and a half to 2 hours. If you're extra casual, 3 hours. But yeah, group world record right now is 45 minutes. That was set December of last year, I think. Or it was January of this year. It was very recent. I watched it. It was actually really cool to watch. Small little stream over on Twitch it was. I don't remember the person's name, to be honest. I haven't really seen them stream since, so. A lot of the world record holders in Twitch don't stream. A lot of them don't. Most of them don't. I'm one of the very few that actually actively stream that hold a world record. I think the only other one that was active back in the day, like Double XXF was active back in the day when he was a world record holder and he was active in the community. Smashly, Daniel the Demon, Shoal. You know, but we're going way back to OGs, back when the game was set around endurance at that point. And we're talking about like Shoal and Smashly and Daniel and all of them. Without getting tired, you'd be annoyed by the 30-minute mark. I enjoy endurance, man. I enjoy getting to see where my theory crafting goes. That's what I enjoy. I enjoy making builds on this game and testing them to the nth extent. I I would get annoyed if I sat in a mission for 30 minutes and declared that build a win. I'd be pissed at myself. That's where I would not accept things. Like, oh, build's good, 30 minutes, I'm out. No, 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 motherfucker. No, motherfucker. Not even fucking close. We don't do that around here. Those guys on the yeah. Well, I mean, I don't blame people for not sharing their builds. The one thing you got to think about is imagine sharing. Like, let's look at Cora, for instance, right? And the nerfs that she received. She received those nerfs because of a 75-hour world record run. Now, that person put in hundreds of hours trying to figure that out, if not thousands of hours trying to figure everything out. Rolling ribbons and all of this stuff, like many hours to what? To do a run one time and then watch it get nerfed afterwards, you know? Oh, you're not talking builds? Oh, I thought you were saying, like, by not sharing, you mean not sharing the builds. Not sharing the builds is what I thought you were saying there. Because I was like, well, I mean, I have builds that I've seen that I'm never allowed to share because people have requested it because, well, the things that I've seen them do are rather interesting. Yeah. 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 Well, I have seen builds that just nobody will ever share because they're just way too broken. It's one of those instantly found out about, instantly nerfed builds. Zero effort, like 10 billion damage. Zero effort at all. Fucking room clearing with it. Not even needing level cap mobs. You just fucking... You run into a fucking room and everything just dies. Oh, yeah. No. No. Read between the lines? It's a joke? Oh, it went over my head. Blastgate? Bro, honestly, I thought that was a stupid change for them to do. It brought something that actually mattered for Blast. And it's not like, honestly, when you think about it, it's not that fucking overpowered. You can't use viral, you can't use heat, you can't use, like there's a lot of things you can't use because you want to use Blast. You can't use cold. Like, why is it a problem? You can't use corrosive heat anymore. So now you use corrosive blast if you want that survivability. And it's not like you couldn't, you didn't have to stay active to keep it going. If you stopped shooting and this blast proc stopped, you were done. Like, what they should have done instead of the whole stupid mallet thing was just make it so it procs off the actual status effect of blast, not just the damage type. I mean, Gamble even made that recommendation. Like, why couldn't we have done that? It makes sense. The mallet was proccing it because it did impact damage, but it didn't do impact status effect. So if you just make it impact status effect, the mallet is no longer the problem, and people can enjoy the build. Instead of making it to where when you regen shields, it's working. That's dumb. It isn't no effort survivability, because the same could be said for baseline shield gating, human. You know what I mean? Well, then they would just make it so it only procs off of your own weapons, bro. Like, that's the thing. Like, the reason why they nerfed it wasn't the companions. Companion fire rate isn't fast enough for that anyways, at the end of the day. What they nerfed it was because of Octavia's 2 and Helmuth. Octavia's ball would proc impact, and because it was like an AoE thing that it would do, it was just always proccing impact, and it could keep you alive, and you could just walk around the mission. You can't do that with a companion. Yeah. Oh, you can put it. Oh, I thought you were saying. Okay, I thought you were saying that because it could proc off a companion stuff. I apologize, man. I misread that. That's the error of reading typing. My apologies, homie. My apologies. I reread that after you said. I was like, oh, with that context, and oh, now that makes sense. Okay. He's trying to say that this shit is dumb too, and I don't understand it also. There are so many other ways to handle it without being so heavy-handed and actually bringing viability into Blast. Because as of right now, the only way Blast becomes viable, because Blast is viable, but you may ask, when is it viable? If the mobs are over level 4,000. That's not reasonable, DE, okay? When you make your average content in the game be 250 and under, and the only time a status becomes viable is at fucking 4,000 plus because their accuracy is at over 90%. Because accuracy scales off of level. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Work on Corpus, or should it be magnetic? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, man. You use whatever you want to use. Acolytes are the only thing that matter, really. Even the new faction really doesn't matter. I use Viral Heat on the new faction. They fucking die quick. With a Barama. Doesn't really matter. You build strong enough to kill Acolytes at like 1700 plus, man. That's fucking everything else in the game doesn't matter. But if you're suffering to kill something, then yeah, build to its elements. That's what I would say. You know? If you're not building like I am, and you're not testing like I am, and you're struggling with something, put on a faction mod, put on the correct elements, you know? Run Toxin Magnetic. Toxin Magnetic is a phenomenal combo to have. You know? So they don't matter. I hear you. I hear you. Well, then if you don't have, yeah, use faction mods, man. Use the correct elements, all that stuff. Doesn't matter. If you're having issues killing it, mod differently. You know, you mod to what's comfortable for what you're currently doing on content. And if you're not fighting Acolytes, and things like faction mods and going to the correct statuses, if you don't have your builds fully like kitted out to where your slash damage and all that is doing, you know, large amounts, you know, yeah, definitely. It's going to help you a shit ton. I'm using Ensnare. Because once Acolytes scale high enough, it's going to be required. I don't want a level, I don't want to like a, you know, a 12,000 plus Acolyte running around. That just does not sound like fun. Because CC on Acolytes is half DR'd. Or it starts out half DR'd from what it would be on a normal mob, and then every cast after that is half of what the previous cast was. And then it DRs fully out at 1.5 seconds. So like lockdown, you only get 2 lockdowns before you're at a 1.5 second lockdown. Which then your lockdown is only long enough to go into 10-0 lockdown and go out of 10-0. Arcane or shards? You don't need shards, man. You don't need shards, homie. You don't need shards. Arcane's somewhat needed, yes. Arcanes are pretty much needed at the end of the day. Well, questionably needed. If you're good enough at the game, to be honest, they're not needed. But that requires playing at a different time at the end of the day. Have that understanding of the game. But, like, I did a 12-hour vault run with no shards. No prime sure-footed. No ribbons. That was 12 hours in Steel Path. That build is on my build video channel. The science one in the description below. It depends on how far you're going with Octavia for her to need it or not. But yeah, I would say that much. It all depends on how far you're going. Like eventually my whole kit will be needed that I brought with me. But early, like, it's for most of the game, like I try to tell everybody, they made health additive, and then after they did that, they decided to add in galvanized mods and all that. Health used to be multiplicative. We didn't have arcanes for... We had arcanes for our Warframe, but it was only the stuff that you would see drop off of, what is it, Etalons. We didn't have any primary, secondary, or melee arcanes. We didn't have shards. We didn't have galvanized mods. We didn't have shield gating. We didn't have prime sure-footed. Good starting crit chance back in those days was 20%. If it had over 20% status or crit chance, that's what you focused on, was whichever had 20+% in it. Like, yeah, no, this... People, and that's multiplicative health days. And that's, a lot of people don't get that in their head. I don't get it. Like, they think they need all this stuff. You don't need it. You don't need it. It makes getting there easier. It does nothing else for you. It literally does nothing else for you. Not everybody. I never used trickery, man. And I took mag to 7700 without trick. Like, how would you use... Do you know how inconvenient it is to play a frame without, like... to be honest with you, man, nobody did that. Nobody really did that, man. Nobody did that, really. To Naramon void dash through everything to then execute it, nobody reasonably did that, man. Nobody reasonably did that. You look back at, like, Summit's videos, man. That's... You got Rio, Summit, like, there's so many OGs that used to make high-level builds. How, like... And they never did any of that stuff. Hell, Rio used to use AoE damage back when they would cause self-damage. Like, man, no. You can't just say everybody used to use trickery. Nobody used trickery, bro. It was so rare to see a trickery run back in the day. It was so rare. Like a pure, like, fucking using, like, a Necros trickery? Nobody did that shit. Didn't matter. Nobody wanted to do that. Now, back in, like, the Shadow Step days, where you had Naramon, you know, stealth with the actual crit chance, that was a different story, but I didn't play back then. I can't really speak on that. That was a different time. That was a time where essentially everybody had trickery as long as you used melee. You crit with melee, you are good. Yeah, I guess you didn't say everybody, man, but I never saw anybody use that back in the day, man. Like, I'm being honest. I knew one person that did it back in the day, and he did it as a meme to beat my world record for interception. That was the only reason he did it. Everybody else just used Ivara. Now, covert lethality was universally used everywhere. Everybody just used Ivara, though. I don't know anybody that did trickery. Apologize for that, though. Apologize for that. Orthos Prime. That was well before my days. Orthos Prime was a good melee back in the day for me, but I played during the Skoliak and Atarax days. So, yeah. I never got to play during the Telos Biltor days, though. That honestly looked really interesting. That looked very, very interesting. Orthos, yeah, Orthos carried really well through 3.0. Extremely well through 3.0. No, that old bug isn't a thing anymore. I might have had something to do with that getting nerfed, I'm sorry. I say that because I complained to DE about it. I thought it was unfair. Being able to noise arrow into a wall and have mobs congregate there and not even capture a node, that's unfair. That's unfair. And yes, I did put in a ticket about that. Many, many, many years ago. Many years ago. So I probably contributed to that getting fixed. Outside of the fact that there was also a bunch of Ivaras at that time posting interception footage on YouTube that was getting tens of thousands of views. But I actually explained to DE how that was working. I don't appreciate bugs in the game. I don't take advantage of bugs. I don't use exploits and stuff like that. I want that stuff fixed. I want that stuff fixed. I don't think anybody should get banned for it. I think that's stupid as shit to do. This is a risk you run when you have your own fucking game engine. Is, you know, shit's gonna be broken because you're trying to make a game while and making an engine at the same time, and well, those players don't deserve to be fucking banned or anything like that for using anything that, well, hey, you have in the game. You just fix it, and then that's it. But I do believe they should be fixed. Coptering? I don't know if that was so much a bug. I thought that was cool. I thought that was cool. Coptering really didn't give, like, a crazy advantage. It's not like having an interception mission where you don't have to kill a single thing. So the only reason you enjoyed the game was to exploit it and not have to play? Because all you did was noise arrow into a wall, they congregated at a wall, you slept them at 100%, and then you moved on. Like, bro, that's not playing the game, that's stupid. Back in those days, I was using Frost to kill things at level cap and interception. Using his bubble with viral. I cut their health in half and then environmental damage killed them. Like, that's actually playing the game, man. That's not playing the game, that's dumb. I don't see how that's enjoyable. I'm sorry, but like, to each their own, man. But I don't see how that's enjoyable. I did that. Like, I did it to level cap. That was the dumbest. That was like, there was no. It was so brain dead. It just didn't even make sense. I don't know. I like a challenge in the game. I like to figure out real math, not just how is this game gonna break, and then that's it. Yeah, it still works. It actually works better now with all the pull-ins you can get. Oh, what was his name? Oh, what was that content creator's name? Oh, that did the Frost video. It wasn't a level cap Frost video, but it was a fucking... Oh... Damn it, what was his name? He did it years ago. It was the Frost Bubble one-shot. The Frost Bubble one-shot. No, that's not who it was. That's not who it was. It started with an L. It started with an L. Shit, I can't remember it. He did really good fashion frame. Like, stupid good fashion frame. And Captura work and all that. Like, his Captura shit was so on point. Ludus? Something like that? No, not Lazar. Not Lazar. No. It was like Ludus or something like that. Like he would have like these whole like intro cinematics and shit like that with Captura. It was crazy. Oh, it's gonna bother me. Hold on, it's gonna bother me. It's gonna bother me. Oh, wow. No wonder why you guys don't know who it is. You can't even find his shit anymore. Oh, that's a shame. He used to do such good work on Fashion Frame and fucking intros and all that. Holy hell. Are you serious? Frost Steel Path. He doesn't make, was this it? I think this is the page? No. No. Damn. Well, that's a shame. That happens. That happens. Sometimes you just can't keep up. No, it started with an L. It started with an L. It was years ago. This was years ago. Like, oh god. He used to do some stuff with Relentless Zen too. You would catch them on stream a lot together. At least back then. I don't know about now. I don't even know if Relentless Zen still does content. But no, he doesn't appear to do content anymore, who I was talking about. I don't remember, it was like LU or something like that. Definitely not Lazar. Lazar's voice is so identifiable, I would know that 100%. Lazar has a very identifiable voice. It's one you don't forget. It's not in a bad way either, to be honest. He has a very listenable voice. I'd be confused too. I'd be confused too. That's a lot of stuff to happen at one time, man. Here's all this stuff. Guys, by the way, he's got a Big Johnson. Alright, I'm out. What? What? You what? Okay. Hi everybody. How do you get this OP? Failing until you get it right. Like, if you want the honest answer there, man, like, yeah. Yeah, failing until I get it right. That's about the best way to explain it. There's no easy way to do things in this game. At the end of the day, it's fail till you get it right. Now your clan is mad that you said PP? Well, I mean, it depends on what they allow, man. Is there worse things? Of course, but is it necessary? No. And depending on what the clan likes to suit for viewers or for clan members and all of that, I mean, language could be very limited in there. Is like PG tops? Everybody's got their own thing, man. You just apparently got a very Christian-friendly guild, I guess, or clan. You know, I'm not here to judge on that, man. But I agree. I mean, there's significantly worse things that you could have said, even going into the same lines of what you're describing. Or what you're referring to, you know? I've never played Venora, but I've seen good things with it. Never played, but I've seen good things with it. Any frame can go to level cap as long as you learn how to play and you suit it to your playstyle. That's my honest take on that. Any frame in the game can go to level cap. Any frame. If I took baseline vault to level cap and like such like that with no shards, no prime sure-footed, no ribbons, and I did 12 hours with them, you could take any frame you want to level cap. It just depends on how you play. It's going to depend on the build. Inaros is fine. You just run a camp strat with him and you use rolling guard. Just because he doesn't buff your weapons doesn't mean anything. Like, it's still easy. Level cap is piss. Level cap is nothing. This level cap here is nothing. It's trash. And anybody that thinks different, I'm sorry, you're overhyping it. They nerfed the shit out of these mobs, they're nothing. Like I always say, mobs used to have multiplicative health, armor, and shields. Now it's additive. You don't even have to know exact values to know that the difference in that is going to be astronomical. And these aren't the challenge anymore in the game. The challenge is just figuring out how to get there and enjoy yourself the most as you get there. That's it. That's the challenge for level cap now, is figure out how to get there while enjoying yourself. Now, Acolyte's different story. They become harder to kill than level cap mobs by 1300. Acolytes at 1300 are going to instantly be harder to kill than 9,999 mobs. That's a different story, but if you're just looking for regular level cap, just enjoy yourself. Find them. Don't matter. As long as your weapons are decently strong. I mean, there's so much power creep in the game now, there's no way your weapons aren't strong. Especially with additive health. They did the additive health thing before they even added galvanized mods and steel path and all that. We were complaining when they first did the additive health, and that was one of the reasons why they added in steel path with the modifiers, is because we were complaining about things being too easy in the game. And it really didn't fix anything. 250% more health isn't fucking touching the nerf that they did. Doesn't really do anything for you? Yeah, exactly. Exactly human. It's not that he can't do it, it's just that he doesn't really provide much in the way of offering. And at the end of the day, you just run a trickery setup with him too, and I've heard that trickery with, like, what's it called? Stealth kills are actually decent still, so you could just stealth run him the whole way up and not even have to bother. Rolling guard there as well, if you, like, your trickery gets close to ending and you're not able to refresh at the current time. If you really so wanted to, you could just do something like that, because his 1 or his 2, something like that, makes mobs open to finishers. So it's a really easy way to do that. We used to do that with Inaros back in Index. He was a really easy index frame. A really easy index frame. We used to use stealth builds with trickery on him. What would be better would just probably not saying anything in relation to that. Because as I said, is it necessary? Not really. In pretty much no situation is referring to the male genitalia necessary. And yeah, no, Grace does nothing for anybody at high enough levels. Even Nezha gets one shot high enough. Rhino is the only frame that's a non-immunity frame that can actually take a hit at level cap. And that's because they've given him the ability to have such a high overguard. He's the only frame in the game that does not use invincibility to actually survive a level cap hit. Because they hit their damage is still multiplicative. There's a reason why I just say health, armor, and shields. Damage is still multiplicative. Which, if you're wondering, wait, wouldn't that mean frames like Octavia then do more damage than they used to do back in the day, based in the way of ratio to mob health to damage? Yes. Yes. When they nerfed HP and armor and shields, Octavia got one of the strongest passive buffs in the game that a frame has ever received. Yes. Because back in the day, like, you don't even need armor stripping anymore to kill with Octavia at level cap. You used to need it because it would literally do 1 damage. Now it doesn't do 1 damage, it does a lot more than 1 damage. It will kill at level cap without armor stripping. It's slower, but it can easily do it. It's not an issue. Not like back in the day. It was a literal requirement. A literal requirement back in the day. Like, you can still, you don't even need to use oxygen capsules. You can get such high KPH against armor. A balanced Octavia. I don't consider Octavia to be OP though. I really don't. But that's just because of what I play to in the game. Like, to me, there is no OP frame, no broken frame because of what I go to in the game. DE has provided us with the ability to actually make these builds worth it. It's up to us to go that far, you know? But it's there, so it's not OP at the end of the day. It's OP maybe for what, you know, like someone else likes to do in an everyday, like in a, you know, their content. But that doesn't make it OP in any sort of facet. That's just my opinion, though. Like, I wouldn't say, like, she's broken, because, like, you saying balance, that's why I say that. I call Zaku a directional Octavia. And what I mean by that is, like, his shit, he just shoots in a, his stuff just shoots in a straight line. He's a directional Octavia. Yeah. I wouldn't say anything is broken in some sense in a game that's built around power fantasy, man. There's a careful line between calling something broken and just saying it's working as intended in the game it was made in. Now, broken would be like the days when we could just jump into Arcwing with a buff on and then wait for it to despawn coming out of Arcwing and then continue to stack that buff that way. That was broken. Or the growing power bug, that was also broken. Like, where you could infinitely stack growing powers. But yeah, when the content is made for it to be accessible, you just have to do it. It's not broken. It's just you choose not to do it, so in your eyes it may seem broken, but the reality is if that was changed in any facet, you would destroy someone else's game. I mean, the same could be said about my noise arrow complaint that I had with Ivara, really, at the end of the day, though I still kind of lean towards that was just unfair. Like, you don't even have to play interception at that point, besides, like, you don't have to try to get any of the nodes back. But yeah. No, as long as you have high enough kills per hour, you don't need to use life support. That's what I specialize in this game, is trying to get as much kills per hour on any frame that I play to never use that life support. That's what I work towards in this game. As long as you have over like 8,000 kills per hour, you don't have to use life support. And that's because getting to baseline level cap became too easy, so in order to not lose interest in the game, I had to switch what I enjoy doing and building for and shooting for. Yeah, that can happen, Astronaut. You can get kicked from clans. It's annoying, but it's life. Arcwing leveling and Uranus survival is kind of broken. Yeah. I mean, this game is kind of based, like... I don't know if I would call it leeching. It depends why you're also in a mission. Because essentially that person that's quote-unquote leeching could just be adding on to your mob count, allowing you to just get more resources and stuff. Or if you're grinding focus and everything. Like, I level frames generally in EOS. Or not EOS, but I level weapons generally in EOS. Or not, yeah, that's what I meant to say. Not frames, but weapons. I generally level weapons in EOS. I let people carry me for that. What I do is I either run Trinity for an infinite energy or I run Banshee. And then, frames, I mean, I guess with frames, I don't make people carry me. I just run Steel Path Survival to level frames. It's not efficient or anything like that. What it does for me is it gives me the ability to learn the frame a little bit better. Before I start getting into, like, really theory crafting on what I want to do, I get to learn how the abilities more or less interact on a baseline in Steel Path and everything. Which then helps me save time with building, so that's why I'm willing to do that kind of stuff. Oh, oh, okay. Yeah, no, I get you there. If everything is leveled, yeah. Well, a COD isn't too bad. You should be able to kill things with no issues. Like you're like if we're talking like low level content, like 30 to 60. You realistically, depending on what you bring, of course, but like you can still kill things efficiently with like everything rank 0. But yeah, generally you should always bring one thing to at least kill things with. That's always been the motto in the game, is if you're gonna level everything, bring one thing to kill with. Just to be nice to everybody else in the group. Because if everybody does that, then you have a decent experience. But if nobody does that, that 10 rounds of Hydron is going to be a fucking horrible experience. Especially if no one brings anything good. Everything is just MR fodder. You're gonna have a pretty horrendous experience trying to even do 10 waves of Hydron. You know, unless you all are like somehow really high mastery rank, which is not, that's fucking that's not something you count. You figure if someone's leveling something, they're going to be between MR 5 and 20. Especially if they're going out of their way to do non-solo leveling things. Generally, like people in the MR 20s and stuff like that usually have like a solo build to just go run the what's it called? The exterminate on Sedna. So it's just fast no matter what they use. Oh, I didn't know that, human. That's interesting. That's actually a really good idea. I still got to get the on-crew the call thing. That's actually a fucking good idea. Those Asian servers, man, they always know what's up about efficiency. They always know what's up about efficiency. They always do. That's fucking brilliant. Those smart fucking people. Yeah, but you're requiring there to be frames. What you're essentially assuming is that there's going to be a set group doing it. When in public groups, it's not going to be like that. You're just going to have people like leveling everything. But I really like that. That actually gives me a use for that now. I can make it for easy leveling. I'm actually gonna have to invest into that. I'm gonna have to invest into getting my intrinsics up so that I can do that. Interesting. Thank you, human. If you get your intrinsic high enough with, I forget what part of Railjack, you'll get a new consumable called an on-call crewmate, and what it is you're able to summon one of your, like, Railjack NPCs. I would recommend that you do a bit of research on it, because there are, like, set ones that are actually the best to use and everything like that, so you could take your time and actually, you know, go through the whole Fortuna thing to make sure you get the best one if you want it to be min-maxed. Command intrinsic? Okay, thank you. Thank you. I couldn't remember which one. Yeah, Railjack. Yeah. It's a little consumable that you'll get for your gear wheel, like you like Spectres here. That's what it'll be like. That actually makes sense there. That makes sense there, Astronaut. If you could actually reliably farm that, that would be nice. Like, do it back to back to back to back type deal and get a bunch of things done, but that's not bad at all for like a quick level if you're just looking to do that and you don't care about the RB that's in place. That's what that's good for. If you're like, I don't fucking care about this RB. Alright, I'll burn this RB out real quick. Let me go level something. This way, when the next one pops, you know, you can see if you want to do it. If you don't, then you just do that all over again. Nice little slow way to level it while still getting minor Vitus Essence, a little bit of Endo. That makes sense. Hop in to have fun. Yeah. I hear you. Were you saying you were hopping in the stream, or are you saying in the game in general? Oh, you mean back to school as in, like, I need to go back to learning things for the game. Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. This game's never ending with the knowledge, man. I've been playing for 7 years, and I'm still learning new things every day. I'm still learning. I mean, like, I learned something new here. I've been playing for 7 years. And then this is what my Steam time looks like between 3 accounts. I think, yeah, trust me, man, you'll never stop learning. Trust. Alright everybody, we are gonna go ahead and get ready for a break here. I've been running for just over 2 hours now, so I need to get a little stretch going and all of that, get some meds in me. But I'm gonna be AFK for about 30 minutes. When I do come back, we'll continue on with the run. Be sure, if you haven't already, to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Also, be sure to check out the description down below for links to my build video channel, my workout/motivational quote channel, my girlfriend's link tree for all of her social medias, and if you have been enjoying the music, there is a link to the Relax movement down there as well. And of course, be sure to give the stream a thumbs up if you have been enjoying the content. But while I am AFK, I'll leave you all with some older gameplay. This is my 12-hour Gyri run that I did during the first week of release. When they stopped doing all the nerfs to him because he kept crashing the game. It's essentially when I did this, because I just had to keep redoing the run because they kept adjusting him or I kept crashing. But yeah, that's when this took place. So definitely be sure to enjoy, check out all the links and everything like that, and I'll see you all in 30 minutes. So it's X09 for you all right now, so when it's X39 is when I'll be coming back. Did I go for breakfast this morning? No, we didn't. No, we didn't. We woke up late as shit. That's what we did. We slept for fucking ever. So even if we wanted to get breakfast, the place that we like to get our breakfast from wasn't serving breakfast anymore. Even if we wanted to. I mean, you know, do what you do, man. At the end of the day, I already had someone earlier refund some of my stuff. From a couple of years ago, actually. A couple of years ago. I've actually decided to turn off my donations now because, getting refunds from over a year ago was not something that I wanted to see. And then I did some more research, and I found out that there have been people, like a streamer, a guy donated $27,000 over the course of a year. And he called up his credit card company, and literally got it all refunded. All of it refunded. The guy was out 27 fucking grand trying to make streaming a living because of some guy like that. So now it's the only way people are going to be able to support me is through doing the things through YouTube. The membership, super thanks, super chats, and of course just watching for ads. Unfortunately. Yeah. I got Cash App. It doesn't matter, it can be refunded, man. That's why I'm not doing anything through PayPal. I'm not doing anything that's not through a revenue where I have secured income. At least with the thing is with PayPal is once they pay me, that money cannot be charged back. So that's the nice thing. Everything's 70-30. Everything's 70-30, man. At the end of the day, YouTube is my employer. You support them at the same time while supporting me. That keeps the site running longer, which keeps me being able to use the platform for streaming better and supplies for more upgrades and everything. So that's how I'm viewing it. If people don't want to support in that fashion, and then that's just life. And no, I don't take mail. I don't give out my address or anything like that, man. I've been on the internet for way too long to be doing stuff like that. My trust for people on the internet is at a all-time low. All-time low. I've lost homies that I've known for 7 years because I found out by the end of it all they were lying to me, and I've only known them over the internet. My trust on people on the internet is a fucking all-time low, man. I don't trust people. Thank you so much for that 50, man. Thank you so much. I'm not saying I don't trust you, but at the end of the day, like, that's just how I am. When you've known people for damn near a decade and they end up, like, fucking lying to you about shit, and then you just have to question everything. It's annoying, especially when you find out they've been lying to you for years. Years. And then they tell you before, you know, you find out they're lying to you, that if you ever lied to them, they would cut you out of their life, no questions asked. Yeah, that's when things start to become a problem. Yeah. But anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break, everybody. I'll be back here, and then we'll get this run going. It's unfortunate, man, but the world's shitty. The world's shitty. I keep myself open to good people, don't get me wrong. I keep myself open to it, but I'm very cautious. I was literally just about to medicate when you asked that, so good timing, to be honest. You can pause on the game, and what it does is it pauses the entire game. You can only do it on solo and non-open world. Like here, let me do that. As you can see here, the game is currently paused. We unpause. Let's see if I can't do this right. Okay, so you see how this mob here is frozen and not moving? When I unpause, there he is running towards me. You can leave it as paused as long as you want, and you'll be good. The one few things, if you are on PC, make sure you run it in window mode, and what you can do is minimize the game when you do pause, and it'll run it as a background application. So it reduces load on your PC and your electric bill. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and mute up here and medicate. Alright, everybody, I am back. I do want to thank you all to stay around for the break. That. Let's get Warframe back up. All this. All done. So, yeah. Yeah, I know. If I can come back early and get a few extra minutes in, I'm gonna be doing it. It adds up. It adds up. The end of doing for 12 hours, I mean, that adds up. It's still like, could be like another, 20, 30 minutes, man. It adds up. If I get everything done quick enough. My breaks are a little bit shorter because I'm actually taking care of myself before I stream. Not trying to do it in the middle of it and everything. So, I've been wiser this time. I learned the mistakes in my 95.5 hour run and what I did to take care of myself, so. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think I did my math right that we're at 14 hours. Hold on. We know 900 minutes will be 15 hours. Because 600 minutes is 10, which half of that would be 300 for 5 to 15. So then we would take 60 away from 9. Yeah. 14 hours, 20 minutes. Or 21 minutes. Okay. Alright. I thought I had saw correctly when I went AFK. I don't really look at the time much, to be honest. Like, I'm just in here. We're just in here. I'm in here doing a survival. Literally. A literal survival. Yeah. I was just making sure for the title that I was correct on the 14 plus hours because I changed it over. I'm updating it as I go on break. Just so it's, it always looks a little bit better than it did before. I figured once I got to 12 hours, I would start updating it there or start putting how many hours I've been in. And then when I end the stream, I'll just look back and do a to and from on the hours. I don't know. 14.36 bar. I don't think I'm going that accurate with it. I'd have to do some type of extra thinking. No. Lucky that it'll boost the algorithm for me just putting the 14 on there. This is just, the minutes are like irrelevant to me. What matters to me is the acolyte levels. I don't know what they are though. Oh, it's just too early for me to care. Like, I'm just in a survival, I guess. This is the easiest thing to say. I have no idea of anything in here. I'm just here. I'm just here doing my thing. Space Mom said I need to come in here and make sure that I create a distraction. So I'm creating a distraction. Here you go, Space Mom. You know? I got your back, calculator app. I'd have to bring up the calculator then, man. Oh, man. Oh, it's just so much work. So much work. Not really, it's easy. I just don't feel a need to be that specific in the title. 14 gets it across well enough. This is 14 plus hours, and then when I go AFK again, whatever I'm at for the hours, you know, I'll round down to the whole hour and go. It seemed to do well. It seemed to do well before. I mean, granted, I went Warframe viral Reddit there, so. I wonder what the title will be again if I actually get someone that makes a post about me. I wonder what the title will be. This crazy motherfucker who just did a 95.5 hour, just did a 100 or whatever hour, or 200 or whatever hour. Who knows where we're gonna be at? Who honestly knows, everybody? Like, we don't know. We don't know. This is my full-time job. We don't know where we're gonna go. We will find out when Octavia falls off. I tell you that much. We will find out when this build falls off. We will find out, and until then, we're collecting. Thank you, DE, for an endless mode that you can pause in. Now, if you could do that in invite only, friends only as well, I would be much appreciated. Please do a pause in friends only and invite only. Please. Please. So we can do group runs and pause. Please. Please. If you want ideas on it, you know, you could just hit me up on it and I got you. Honestly, no payment needed. I'll do it for free. I'll help you. I'll brainstorm. No payment needed. Your payment to me would be allowing me to be able to do duo runs and trio runs and quadruplets runs, you know, and quad runs, I should say. Like, that would be the payment. I could make a lot of content. More than good. Just saying. Pause, invite only, friends only, and solo. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Just saying. Yeah, vote pause. That's what that would be my idea right there. It would be vote pause. It would be a vote pause. It'd be a vote pause, and if everybody didn't respond to it, it would pause anyways. Like, if only one, if just the initiator, you know, triggered for it, it would pause anyways. Because if you're running rotational groups and the person needs to go to the bathroom and they're the only one playing, because it's not like you still won't want to run rotational groups, you know? People are going to want to play when they want to play, you know what I mean? So, like, you know, that would be the allowance, of course, then people just be able to play when they want to play during the group runs. And if everybody else is AFK and just that person is there and they want to play, they can unpause the game, play, and then repause it whenever they need to get up or whatever they need to do. They would just have to wait a minute, you know, after initiating the pause. Or maybe have it like initiate vote, and then whenever you get to the next rotational reward, it pauses the game. You know what I mean? Because this way in like modes like defense, it would make a lot of sense then. You know, it would just pause on that screen, on the reward screen. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Keep a crawler? What, are you talking this? Okay. You talking that? Oh, is AFK for zombies? Oh. I never heard that before. I wasn't really heavily involved in the zombies community though. I did play zombies, but yeah. Yeah. Which zombies is that a reference from? Every few minutes. Yeah, no, nothing's clicking there. Nothing's clicking there. What's good, Marcelo? How you doing? Oh. Yeah, okay. I got you now. Yes, yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, yeah. You do that and then you just run around the fucking map and yeah, you just let it hit you every once in a while so you could do whatever you need to do, or you're AFK and like you're trying to prolong the group so someone can go take a piss real quick. Yeah, no, okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've been there. Yeah, no, I've been there. Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about zombies. Yeah, I remember doing that shit. Okay. That was the nice thing about Cold War, is there was a pause for a group in Cold War. It was so nice. It's just Cold War was horribly unstable. And they went into weird directions with it. Really fucking weird directions with it. Like, zombies started out good, it was just extremely unstable. Or someone kills it, yeah. They want to screw around with it, and they just want to, like, hit it a few times just to mess around with it, and then it dies, and you're like, dude, are you serious? And it's like, what? I was just screwing around. Yeah, you were, and it died. They're not back. And they're supposed to be covering that quadrant by themselves. Okay. Alright, well, let's do this. They're right next to the fucking window. After Ghost. I hear ya. I didn't really play much, like, I don't know. I played a little bit of zombies in between, like, my times of playing COD, but I really stopped playing COD heavily after Modern Warfare 2, the original. So, I just didn't like the direction everything was going, but when I saw zombies, I tried it a little bit, but at that time I was mainly playing World of Warcraft, so I was so heavily into WoW that you know how it is in that game, like if you play that game, you play that fucking game, you know what I mean? Man. But yeah, I came back during Cold War because I heard there was going to be pause in group play, so I was excited about that. I had gotten Cold War for Danny and I, so we could do that together, but it just didn't go well because the game wasn't stable. Like, we could do fine on like a single day, like whatever we could get to in a single day, but if we wanted to really go for a long, like, multi-day run, it would just always crash. You needed a PS, like, it was so dumb. I think you needed a PS4 for group play even. I don't remember though how they used to do group play with that. Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. It's insane how much they're releasing. I mean, remember the last COD that we had was supposed, or that came out was supposed to be a fucking a 2-year cycle and only lasted a year. Like, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. I don't know exactly what at this point, because everything has been so bad, it's hard to blame the developers and it's easier to blame the publisher. You know what I mean? Because it's like, when it starts being like back to back to back to back, no matter the developer, the game's bad, that means it's not a developer problem. That means the publisher is pushing the problem. I mean, games are still $70 here too, man. That's fucking expensive. That's fucking expensive, man. $70 is expensive. Like, it's fucking expensive. Like, I don't know what that is, like, percentage-wise to your rent, but, like, here in America with, like, the average overall rent, it's close to, like, it's around, like, 7% of a monthly rent. Somewhere around there. Like, that's a hefty change. When you do an overall average, going from top end to low end, by the way. Okay. I would say your true average, probably closer to 10%, to be honest. You know? But yeah. It's a third? A third? A third? Holy shit, man. Okay, yeah, no, never mind. Holy shit. 7% seems great at that point. Oh, wait, no, 1,400. Okay, that's minimum wage. Is that what you make a month? What's the average rent around there? I was comparing off of rent, but if we're doing a minimum wage... Of course, heavily depends on city, but I guess overall would probably be around $15 an hour right now. So, yeah, it would be nowhere within that then still. Yeah, it would be astronomically cheaper over here. Yeah, that's insane, man. That's insane. What's crazy to think is somehow, like... It's just... Things were expensive before all the inflation happened, and now it's just absolutely insane where everything's at. It's insane. It's insane. That's why even at the end of the day, even with all the price increases we've had here in the United States, we're still more blessed than most of the country, or most of the world. You know, we're sitting over here complaining about things going up, but in some other countries, their inflation has gone up well over 100%. Like the overall inflation. Yeah, we're talking like groceries up like 1,400% type deal, and like, fucking insane. I'm not like saying exactly it's that, but yeah, in some countries, I mean, they've had an immense amount of inflation. I mean, there's a lot of really... The world's gotten really bad right now. In countries that were already hurting, they're hurting astronomically more. That's why I'm trying to not have everything be like viewer based for what's it called, or at least like I don't want everything on my stream for like income wise to be based like mainly off of viewers like paying and all that, because like I get it, and I get it. Shit's hard. Advertisers are more than willing to pay enough. As long as the numbers become there, you know, and that's just the main thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Y'all have gotten some of the worst in the entire world over there in Brazil. Not the worst, but you've gotten some of the worst when it's come to inflation. Y'all have been hit the hardest when it's come to the COVID inflation that happened. Yeah. I didn't know AAA games were that expensive, though. That's a fucking wild thought. That's a fucking wild thought. It makes sense why I see a lot of free-to-play games with directories with a lot of people from Brazil playing them. It makes more sense, though. Because your government's terrible with money. It's fucking insane the price you have to pay for incompetence of others. I respect you for keeping your head up, man, and keeping positive and moving on, though, man. It takes a lot to do that in that type of situation, so. It means you're a strong and hardy person, man. That's a good thing. Admire that, man. Brazil would be rich if they would just ruin their ecosystem. Unfortunately, that's not a lie, but I'm proud of them for not doing that. That's not the main reason why they're not rich, though. Okay? That's not the main reason. The country has far worse problems than what they're doing with their landmass. Tell you that much. Regardless, it does sum up to a problem of politicians making really irresponsible decisions. And hard workers. You are blessed for that, man. You are blessed for that. They enriched you with a lot of good lessons, and it's good that you actually took a hold of them and excelled with it. It's an important thing, man. It's an important thing. It's definitely it's nothing to look over about yourself. It's always something to remind yourself every day. Yeah, but the thing is a lot of that rainforest, we still don't even know how the soil's made. It's unique soil to the rest of the world. So, like, to destroy that ecosystem would destroy something that we could never understand again. Like, never have the chance to understand. It's some of the most fertile soil in the fucking world, if not the most. It's the best ethical choice, but economic. I get you, homie. Oh, I get you. I get you. I get you. I get you, man. I mean, at the end of the day, you work for an oil field, so... you know. There isn't always that thought that's gonna be there. Yeah, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm actually very thankful for the job that you have. Without you and having that job, I wouldn't have my way of life. So I'm very grateful for what you do. Very grateful. Very grateful. Out of the earth? Yeah, you do. You do. You do. You do. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of quality of life that you provide to the earth. Well, yeah, to the earth in general. I mean, That's kind of the reality of that. A lot of sanctuaries and all that stuff wouldn't really exist if it wasn't for power and everything. You know? There's, like, yeah, you're taking away, but in the reality, there's a lot being given back. But you do it for money? You know, we all need to eat at the end of the day, man. We all need to eat, and it's a job that needs to be filled. It's like I said, even though, yeah, there's a net negative to it, there's also a huge net positive to it. There's a lot of amazing things that have come from oil. It really, like, that's the reality. There's a lot of terrible, but that's the way any technology, even computers. There's a lot of great things that have come from computers, and there's a lot of terrible things that have come from computers. A mattress stuffed with cash. And a little shell flag, right? Oh, man. Hey, you got what makes you happy, though, man. That's the important thing. You got what makes you happy. You know? Everybody has what makes them happy, and it's important that people seek it. At the end of the day, you really ain't hurting nobody. Some people would beg to differ, but I would say the benefit that oil gives us as well is kind of cancels a lot of things out there. It's not your fault people use it into the amounts they use it. You're just providing a good. Like, you're just providing a goods. What it's being demanded for. That's it. That's it. Dude's life is an excavation mission. just sitting there running back battery cells. Oh man. Oh man. Now, I'm not saying at the end of the day that we shouldn't have alternatives, of course, but, you know, the alternatives, what that is that's fair market trade. Now you got competition, that forces you to become better. That's what I like. That's what I like. That's the type of shit I like seeing. That's what excites me about the alternatives. Because the alternatives are realistically just as bad. You all know, like, the amount of shit that they have to do to the earth to get those rare precious metals and everything. Why we acted like solar and all of this is the fucking ultimate answer, like it's gonna fix all the problems. Well, we still absolutely destroying this earth. If you really think that the earth don't need gold to survive, I'm sorry, it creates it, it needs it. So, yeah, just saying. I don't know, though. Who really knows? Silicone? Oh, who the fuck needs that, right? Sand? Oh, who the fuck needs sand? Just take all the sand and make all the microchips that you can. Who cares? It'll be fine. We'll figure out that problem when it comes about, right? Right? We'll complain then about that, right? Jesus fucking Christ. It's give and take with anything we do. We want to maintain the life that we have right now. We have to understand there's going to be some possible unforeseen circumstances that arise. Like I've even said before with the whole thing on it is, we don't even have more than 500, we don't even have 500 years of true recorded weather for an area. We have no clue what the hell weather's like. We have moments in time of, like, ancient cultures describing of things, but, like, I mean, how much is that, like, not actually exactly as it happened? And it was made for a good story, you know what I mean? Like, We don't really know anything about what the hell's going on in this world. We're still in the middle of an ice age. We're still at the tail end of it. And we're over here trying to preserve it like we know what's gonna, like we know how long an ice age lasts. And we're still coming out of one. We have no clue how the fuck it's the first time in recorded human history that we're dealing with something like that. You know, as long as we still have frost on our caps, on the north and south, we're in an ice age. When those disappear, then we're out of an ice age again. I forgot what it was after an ice age. Like, I'm not fucking a scientist, of course. I'm just some fucking dumbass sitting here playing fucking Warframe. So, you believe what you want to believe. At the end of the day, I have my beliefs. That's it. We keep them like that. We can agree to disagree then. I'm just some dumbass on the internet, so... But, yeah. Not like I ever expect world problems to be solved in a fucking chat room in a Warframe stream. I don't think anybody could ever expect that. I'm playing fucking Warframe. There's no way the world problems are going to be solved in this stream. Yeah, man. Yeah. I glanced back over and I was just like, I just skimmed it and I was like, okay. I get you there, man. I get you there. Me, I only don't have kids because I choose not to. A lot of my like issues that I have with my body, they're hereditary, and so is my girlfriend. Like Danny has lupus, so that's completely hereditary too. And my seizures are hereditary. My bipolar is hereditary. I could not imagine just passing on all that onto one kid, possibly, or like sporadically put about a family for like my kids' kids. You know, like no, I'll pass. We'll end the bloodline on my end here. This is where it ends. We're good. I'm good. And Danny felt the same way. She fucking hates her lupus. She would never want to give it to her kid. You always thought about adopting? I mean, we thought about adopting, but we don't have the income for that. I wouldn't want to bring a kid into a situation where like I couldn't give him the best life. Well, like yes, I know love and everything, you know, blah blah blah. But like if you already give that, you know, there's still a lot of hardships that can come with economic problems. Like no matter how loving you are, there's still the outside world that exists that you have to, you know, actually function around. And when your city has an open-air drug market that the cops don't really do anything about, like when your city has stuff like that, not really the most healthy place to be even wanting adopting a kid. Like what are you saving that kid from at that point? You know what I mean? Because like the point of adoption for me in my mind is to save a kid from a bad environment. If I adopt a kid into a bad environment, it doesn't make any sense. I don't give a shit how loving I am. They're still gonna have to deal with the same hardships. You know? They're still going to have to deal with all the same hardships. And it's especially going to be worse for them. Say if their parents were drug addicts, right? And now they're back in a, you know, not so high income area. They're going to be surrounded by the same drugs. And if that mother did drugs while she was pregnant, that kid's gonna pretty much have an entire, like their entire life, they're gonna have a natural easygoingness towards the drugs because they will have already been partially addicted. I mean, like, Babies going through withdrawal is a fucking real thing. Like, after being born, if the mother did drugs, like, it's absolutely horrendous to see the baby go through withdrawal. It is so painful to see. That'll break your fucking heart. That's why when a woman's pregnant, they've got to be on the most clean lifestyle they can ever be on, realistically. Some doctors may say, you know, it's fine to have alcohol on occasion. I would say no, don't let them have any taste of that shit. Let them go as long as they can go in life without having to try all the stuff that is not necessary for a healthy, functioning life. That even means junk food. Don't eat junk food while you got them in the womb. Because you're only going to make them develop more of a sweeter tooth when they come out, and they're going to be fucking little maniacs for sugar. That's a real thing. You know, how did we get here? I have no clue, man. We just kind of start talking, man. You know? Sometimes when you're at about the 8-hour mark in stream and you've hit, you know, kind of degen hours, the conversations get weird. You know what I mean? That's just how it is, man. Like, earlier on in the day, my conversations won't be as weird, but as the night progresses, all the conversations are going to get weird in this chat. They get fucking bizarre. People come out with the most random shit, and I'll just entertain it because it's content. You know? Like, I'm just speaking. Like, you can hate me if you want for saying what I'm saying, but I'm just some guy on the internet. Not like my opinion fucking matters. Don't take it so seriously. Calm down. You know, like, let's be real about it. Like, what does my opinion really waver and change in this world? Not much. Not much, if anything. Like, nothing, if anything. Like, that's the way to look at it. I'm just here to talk some shit. Yeah, we went from COD zombies, then inflation, then oil, then babies. Yeah. Like I said, it gets random once it gets late, man. You know? Once it gets late over here in NA, the conversations just start getting weird. Oh my god. There is like 45 fucking nullifiers. You saw how many nullifiers that was? Jesus. That was so many nullifiers on my refresh. That was like the worst time to do a refresh of a mallet. Oh my god. No, he's being nice, but it's 100% my fault. I mean, it's not truly 100% your fault. I'll give it, it's your fault for guiding the conversations into the positions that you guided them into. But it's my fault for responding at the end of the day. I am the streamer. I can choose just to not read your message. You know what I mean? Or say like, oh, this is too far. But I don't feel like it's too far. We're just talking shit. If anyone thinks there's anything serious going on in a Warframe stream about the world, I don't understand you. What, do you watch Hassan too? Like, or some shit like that? Like, not that I'm saying you're like fucking like left or anything, but like, I don't know what you expect to have for the world problems solved in a fucking stream. You know, it'd be like watching Moist Critical expecting for the world's problems to be solved. Like, come on, can we be reasonable here? You know? It's like watching Hassan or Moist Critical and expecting to like have the world's problems solved in those like environments. This is not just happening, you know? That's not happening. Or Asmongold or anything like that. It's just It's not actually gonna happen. It's alright, we're just talking? Yeah. Well, I know some people, even people that may not be talking right now, could just be getting silently offended. And it's just like, you need to like take your shorts and like pull them down from your belly button, okay? Like, calm your shorts. It's alright. It's alright, Buttercup. Everything's gonna be fine. We don't know at the end of the day. Yeah. I'm waiting for the day I get clipped out of context, and then people fucking throw me up, and I get a bunch of hate for it, and I get to laugh for it as I get a bunch of money from viewers. Just like, yeah, that's fine. You could take me out of context, cutie, but thanks for the algorithm boost. I just don't fucking care. I'm just waiting for the day it happens. Oh, someone's gonna get offended on one side of the fence. One day it'll happen. We all know it will. Especially when I start talking about the climate change and I start saying that neither end of the side of the fences are actually correct on their opinion because we're all just fucking stupid when it comes to it. Somebody at some point is gonna be like, he thinks a bucker. I'll just be like, okay. Just speaking honest here. Just speaking honest. But I guess if you feel like 200 years of weather recording or whatever we have, 160 years of weather recording is sufficient enough to tell me what the whole world in its whole lifespan looks like, I guess, fine. I don't know where you get that from, but it's not like we're talking long-term side effects for humans here. We're talking about an old-ass fucking thing. So old that we can't even comprehend how many, like, zeros or how many, like, digits there are in commas. We can't even humanly comprehend, like, how big that would look like in any type of scale. Like $1 bills lined out and how old the Earth is. We can't even have a human conception of what that would look like. They are. With most things on this Earth, both sides are jabba jabba. Even when it comes down to us talking about the fitness stuff we talk to, it's a bunch of just talking out of your ass at the end of the day. Because we all know in like fucking 20 years they're gonna find out like more impressive things that like make all of the science that we talk about today as like, oh, in this study where they, you know, reviewed in this metadata and everything, and it's gonna be like, well, that was completely wrong. Because you could actually do this and get like fucking 20% better results per rep. Oh, okay. We're set, you know? Everything's forever changing in this world, and it's always important to keep an open mind. That's pretty much the basis behind it. You know? That's why I say the things I say. It's with... If you look at how most of my opinions are, they're from a very open mind. It's always kind of like just riding on the fence between both of them. Because we really just don't know anything. We really fucking don't. Most of the glorious technology that we have nowadays that have given us the ability to learn the things we know haven't even been around for, like, you know, 100 years. A lot of this shit comes from like the 60s and up type deal. We're not talking too long ago in the overall scope of things. We have no clue about anything. We are stupid. Yeah, especially with as fast as technology is advancing. It's crazy with how fast it advances. We have no fucking clue about anything. Which, to me, it just excites me. It's like there's so much to learn then. Like, we're slowly learning all these little tiny tidbits of things that can eventually one day lead up to, like, the fucking ultimate answer for that question. You know what I mean? And to me, that's extremely exciting. As long as we can keep on that trajectory, I mean, we're going to be an insanely brilliant species. There's of course going to be stupid people, but at the end of the day, like, your average stupid person is still going to become more and more intelligent as long as things keep on that trend and we don't end up looking like idiocracy. But, you know, I mean, who really knows? It can go either way. It can go either way at the end of the day. Oh boy, can it. We got TikTok now. We got Instagram and all this. We got shorts. We got things degrading attention span to make goldfish look like they're champions in attention span. That's scary. That's scary, man. We used to make fun of people for having the attention span of a goldfish. Now goldfish are starting to have longer attention spans. We are on the source. I made it the fuck up error. Yeah. 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 That's why I usually try to cite sources in some regard. Because there's just, like, nowadays there's just so much of the information of, oh, because I thought it was this way. So it was that way in my head. And this is the way it was, and this is the way I'm going to spread the information, as this is how it is, not this is how I think it is. It would be different if people presented their point of views as I thinks and not I knows. You know? Because it's fine to have your point of view and express your point of view. I think it's one of the most important things you can do in the world. How else are you going to grow if, you know, you don't express your point of view and either get corrected or solidified on it, you know? Yeah, it goes both ends. Like, you know, it's about actual recourse. It's not about just being told you're wrong, go fuck yourself. Because that person could also be wrong. But he won't do a 13-hour survival. Oh, man. We're at 15 hours, sir. We're at 15 hours. I hate to break it to you. 900 minutes was 15 hours for anyone that, like, this number is kind of confusing you. What's going on there? Yeah, 900 was 15 hours. What do you mean, how do I stay up? You can pause on solo, bro. I do have hold macros for crouching. Like, this is a hold macro. As long as I hold it, it does it. But I have to play the game. That's just because I have carpal tunnel from playing Octave, from doing that crouch there without fucking hold macros. That's why I use hold macros now. But yeah, no. You just pause on solo, bro. I play for 2 hours, take a 30-minute break, and I repeat that for 12 hours, then I go to bed, then I wake up, then I take care of myself for the morning, and then I come back and I do that all over again. That will be my rotation for the next, like, 10 to 12 days. At the least. At the least. If this build lasts longer than 100 hours, you better damn well know I'm going over. I want to see when Acolyte stops scaling. Oh, look at... Oh, we could give you... Look at this. We could give you frost stuff now. Oh my god. Oh, look at it. Look at it. We could... Oh. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, come up again. Come on, come up, buddy. There. Oh, look at him glowing and everything. Look at you. You are such a good morale support. Plus 300% morale, and with that frost buff underneath him too, I'm gonna tell you, that's probably like plus 500% morale. Like, that is so much morale boost. I'm so proud of you, Claudia. Oh, by the way, this is Frankie's wife, Claudia, for anyone that doesn't know. If you were here for my 95.5 hour run, you know about Frankie. This is his wife, Claudia. Yes, hello, Claudia. Okay, that's Claudia, his wife. Exclamation point Y. Take care of himself, but for $700, he won't take his girlfriend to breakfast? I mean... it's kind of how it is right now. You know what I mean? No, just exclamation point Y. I got you, I got you. There you go. What happened to the Vault Spectre? It died and I got tired of summoning it. It died and I got tired of summoning it because it was dying like every 2 to 3 hours and I just didn't feel like doing it anymore. I just didn't feel like doing it anymore. Is that fair? Prove me wrong? What, by taking her out to breakfast? If I didn't also have to plan for moving across the country and at some point and breaking my lease early for the place that I'm living at so that I can go live with my parents and take care of them because they're getting older. Yeah. That's what our current plans are with moving. We're going to be moving out of this place because it's getting too expensive, but we're going to stay here a little bit longer because my parents, they don't want us moving down yet. They're going to be a little stubborn about things. So, we'll respect that and we'll wait it out. But yeah, my sister's not going to be moving down there to go help them, so Danny and I are going to be doing it. Can't say I'm really proud of my sister in any facet there, given the fact I used to pay her mortgage and my mom and my parents' mortgage. But, you know, hey, it's fine. You know, sometimes you just gotta be the one to do the things. Sometimes you just gotta be the one to do the things. No, it's good, homie. It's good. Everything will get figured out, man. Everything will get figured out. I'm not asking for money from y'all. The only thing I ask is you sit around and you boost my viewership so I can get as many subscribers and viewers as possible to be able to get sponsorships and make more money than what a collective of people could actually give me, because companies are willing to pay a lot more. I know how much sponsorships go for and everything when you have good sized channels. I already have all my goals set up for that. You support how you want to support, man, but I don't give out details of prices and stuff like that. I'm never going to ask my viewers to pay for things for me. I understand you're well off, homie. I get that. Don't get me wrong, homie. I get you. I saw how much you made. You make a month. You said it last night. I get you. But it's just the type of person I am. I've always been, man. Someone's wallet doesn't determine, you know, anything to me when it comes to them as a person. That's pretty much it. And I don't like ever taking from people's wallets, if you will. I know I'm not taking. At the end of the day, I'm providing a fucking 300 plus hours a month of streaming. I get that. I get that. And that's why I'm just grateful for when people want to support to me and everything. But that's why I don't do things like donation goals and stuff like that. I used to do that, but it really started to bother me doing it. I don't know. It's just one of those moral things. I'm weird. I'm weird. I'm fucking weird. It's just one of those moral things. It probably is due to the fact that I grew up really poor. That's probably what it is. I grew up hellaciously poor. Not the poorest fucking thing in the world, but I grew up pretty poor. I grew up pretty poor. Spaghetti was the most common meal I ever ate. Not spaghetti with meat, just spaghetti with usually like butter and garlic powder, some pepper, or just tomato sauce. Yeah. Yeah, that's the type of poor we were. Oh yeah, and mystery canned food. You don't know what it is because it doesn't have the label on it anymore. And Dent Can Special. That was a great one too. Dent Can Special. It was a fucking great one. Chancing whether you're gonna get cancer or not. Absolutely beautiful. But yeah, I get it completely, like with having flexible income in your position. The world has always blessed me with an individual that had a lot of disposable income. When it's come to my streaming career, I've usually always had one person that would watch me a lot, and they would also have a fairly flexible disposable income. It's kind of just always happened. I've always been blessed in that aspect. I don't know what I do to deserve, that type of things, for the happening upon of that stumbling and everything, but I just try to be the best person I can and supply the best content I can. Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. It's easy to drive yourself to continue working when you got a past to compare to that you're not that you don't ever want to go back to. That's one of my biggest driving forces for being able to do the length streams that I do and everything, and the hours that I put in is I've already lived in the struggle. Like I've seen the worst of it. I never want to go back. I never want to go back to having to live any type of life like that. To log in and see. Oh yeah, no crashing? Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, yeah. Vienna sausages and a bowl of spam with ramens. Did you join the stream? Jesus, bro. Jesus. That's what you meant, bro? Jesus. I don't ever miss anything. Like, I don't regret my past. There's no regret for it whatsoever, but I don't miss any of it. I would not ever want to live it again. I am happy living it once, and I do not wish it upon anybody. The lessons I've learned from it, because, I was raised by a lot of military, and I was raised to be tough, and deal with bad situations, but yeah, that's the only reason why I learned the lessons that I learned. And one of your uncles is a old Air Force Special Forces from fucking Vietnam and was a POW, and the other one helped Sikorsky develop their rotary, and my grandfather helped develop the rotary system for Sikorsky helicopters in Korea. You kind of got a lot of oomph behind you there, you know what I mean? You got a good amount to live up to. I mean, my father even ran a gas station for fucking many years, even after having a back surgery and all that, still ran a gas station. He enjoyed having that job. He made good money on that. He did that in New York. That was like in the... I think that was in the 70s. I think he did that. It was in the 70s. Somewhere around there. I don't know. You love canned meat and prison diet? I don't. I like nice healthy food. I try to eat very healthy. I unfortunately can't have meat often because I don't digest it well. So I'm predominantly vegan, but I do eat meat like 3 to 4 times a month. That's where my body tolerates it, type deal. Like it's like past that, my body starts to kind of go haywire. So, but yeah, predominantly vegan, high protein vegan. I even took the time to balance out the fucking amino acids so that I had a good absorption of the protein. So I didn't have to add in like BCAAs and shit so that I would have proper absorption, because that's the biggest problem with vegan diets. It's not so much getting the protein you need, it's having the right balance of amino acids so that the protein actually absorbs correctly. Protein, or like veggie-based protein outside of soy and pea are like really bad on amino balances. Jacksonville's water / electric company. Oh, that's legit. I had an uncle that worked for the for FP&L. I forgot what he did. The guy was fucking brilliant, or is brilliant. He's still alive. He like that. I would have to say probably the most intelligent man I actually ever met in my life to this day was him. I forgot what he did for FP&L, but he was fucking. They paid him handsomely. They paid him very handsomely. Just to not be a plumber. I tried doing plumbing. I couldn't really get into it. At one time, one of my neighbors was he owned his own plumbing business. I think I've actually gone over that with you, but anyone else who was wondering with that, the main reason that made me actually stop was just, it wasn't hands-on enough for me. At least his teaching style wasn't. And I guess I just felt awkward having that real conversation with him about it. I don't know why I felt awkward doing that when he was a really cool guy. He was a really cool guy. I was having issues finding employment, like a full-time job at that time, and he offered me that. It was an apprenticeship at first, because the pay definitely was not the problem. He paid me very well. He paid me fucking stupid well. I got $20 an hour back in like 2010 or something like that. Like it was good money. It was good money. But he was like a 40-year master plumber. So like he charged his clients about $100 an hour. Is what he charged. He had he had like 4 different full apartment complexes on his payroll. It was crazy. It was crazy. $14 an hour. He was a good friend of the family. I guess he was our next door neighbor, so we used to babysit his dog and everything like that and all that. He would babysit our dogs, and like he was just a really good guy. He was just a really good guy. He really was. But yeah, he was our neighbor for many years. Many years. Whenever we would need plumbing done in the house, we would just ask him. He would typically he would charge us for parts and wouldn't even charge for labor, and if he did, it was like, make me dinner type deal or some shit like that. You know, it was just really cheap at the end of the day if he was to charge anything, like a huge pain in the ass job. He's a really good guy. That's a huge upgrade in pay right there. That's a huge upgrade in pay. I mean, manual labor is like that. If you're willing to really deal with the shit, you'll make good money out of it. Manual labor is phenomenal money. You just gotta really be willing to put in the work. I can't say I've ever not enjoyed manual labor though. It was always an enjoyable thing. My issue with manual labor down in Florida was just I used to get heat stroke really fast. I used to get heat stroke really, really fast. I just didn't do it as often as I would have liked to. That was one of the things that stopped me from going even into professional baseball, was I just couldn't deal with heat well. That's what made me stop playing baseball in a general aspect when I was younger, because I was trying to put myself on a track to do that. But I realized, like, from a very early age, I can't handle this heat. I can't be doing this. I can't be doing this. That and a lot of the kids I played against, they really like to hit me with the ball. Nobody liked me hitting the ball because it would go far. So hitting me with the ball was probably the most common thing that would happen to me when I was on the mound. Oh, from early on, I was the guy that got walked, so I ended up growing a fear of the ball because I was a fucking little kid at the time. I ended up growing a full fear of the ball. I did have coaches that like eventually kind of got it out of me, but I had just fallen out of enjoying baseball at that time. I was tired of getting hit with the ball every time. I was like, is this what the... like, because then I started watching sports with my dad too, and then I started realizing that sometimes if you're too good at the game, they're just gonna walk you. They're just gonna walk you every time. They're either gonna hit you with the ball, or they're just gonna give you balls every single time, unless you get lucky. And I was just like, man, that's just fucking boring. Like, I don't want to do it. That's dumb. So on top of dealing with heat stroke, I have to deal with just people never wanting to actually throw me the ball if I happen to get good enough for pro play and like be good at it. Well, that's unfortunate. How do you go? Inaros, or the Inaros quest from Borrow when you're wearing Inaros Prime. After you've completed all of the, what's it called? The aesthetics, afterwards, when you complete it, you get one of these guys. They don't do anything outside of become a morale boost. Like, this is Claudia. Claudia is Frankie's wife. Frankie was from our 95.5 hour run that I did with Mag last month. Hello, Claudia. And Claudia gives a much higher morale boost, I'm guessing. You know, you get an extra 200% when you put the little frosty things underneath them. So you just get a nice morale boost, and everybody likes a morale boost. Now the other specters, they actually do something. The other specters, they help keep down nullifiers so that when I replace the mallet, I have less of a chance of a nullifier running over the mallet before it triggers. So like these three here, they do something. This guy gives them a damage protection, or a damage reduction, also me a damage reduction. But yeah, this is morale support. Yeah. Don't waste your time on it, please. Unless you want morale support. If you want, like, you know, you want something to make you feel good because you get to look at something that's kind of cute. Hello. You know, you see how responsive Claudia is? Very photogenic. Very photogenic. Frankie wasn't photogenic, but Claudia is very photogenic. But yeah, if you want something like, you know, just to make you smile for a moment in time, you know what I mean? Hello. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, but it does absolutely nothing. It does trash damage. We've tested it already. Even under the conditions of Mag's bubble, it does trash damage. It does absolutely nothing. I wish it did more. Now I bring them out for world record runs. And like really like 100-hour plus endurances. This is the only time I bring them out now. When I hit level cap, they'll pop out. One will at least. Super house traits? No, good homie. I get dogs from rescues. I used to train dogs from that would get brought to rescues. I don't do anything else but that. And where I used to train actually is still open. So I would love to be able to go back there and adopt a dog. Because they used to, what they did was they predominantly took in dogs that were from dog fighting rings. And from, like, police, like, raids and stuff like that on drug houses and all that. And we would rehabilitate those dogs to make them adoptable. That's what I would do if I was to ever get an animal again. I would go across the United States for that without even a question in my mind. Because I loved doing it. I loved doing that. That was such a fun job to have. It was so rewarding. I loved it so much. Getting to watch a dog go from like absolutely vicious to just a big old fucking teddy bear that can cuddle up with a kid is just the most precious thing. It really is. It's so great to see. Yeah, but I want to get a dog that is already like in that position of needing to be rescued. You've already saved the dog from needing to be rescued, man. I was about to say, bro, like, I'm not... No, the life that you can give that dog will be 1,000,000 times better than the life I can give that dog. So no, you rescued that dog, and that's your dog, motherfucker. We don't do that to dogs around here. That dog's got feelings, and it would be heartbroken. Yeah, that can happen, man. Just because you're in the same bloodline doesn't make them automatically a good person, doesn't automatically make you a bad person, or vice versa. Everybody has their own free will to do as they please. Trust me on that, man. I'm the black sheep in my family because I'm one of the few to actually have straightened out first. And then I cut all my family out that didn't want to straighten themselves out and become better. And I had no issue doing it and telling them that's why I did it. I was the only one in the family that's ever really done it. There was a few other members of family, but they ended up just becoming a nutbag case at the end of the day. Not that I'm saying I'm not fucking crazy. I have PTSD and bipolar. I think that makes me borderline crazy at the end of the day. I just do my best to control it. Survival legend dog living in Steel Path worlds. Oh. She won't leave your side. Oh, a coonhound? Oh, they're so sweet. They're so sweet and so loyal. That's why she won't leave your side too. It's a coonhound. Them dogs are very loyal, very protective. Man, do you take them hunt? Do you take her hunting at all? Do you let her get that out? The whole hunting thing? Tracking and everything? £70. She's either got to be a run to the litter or she's got to be young. 70 pounds is pretty light for a coon. Like, those should be, like, over 100. Coonhounds are pretty big. They get pretty big. They get pretty damn big. I'm used to more around 100 pounds for them. They're such a sweet breed, though. As long as you can deal with extremely sloppy kisses on the face, they're the sweetest thing. They really are. You just have to be able to deal with very sloppy kisses. Very, very, very sloppy kisses on the face. Or having your entire arm licked in one lick. They also have a bit of a drooling problem, some of them do. 2 years old now? Okay. Well, she still has a few years of growing. She has still a few years of growing. She could be a late sprout, but she definitely could be a runt. She should be starting to slow down. Yeah, man. Yeah. I love them. I love them. I would say my favorite breed that I've had so far to interact with, though, would be, a Thai. There's a Thai, a Rhodesian Ridgeback, and a German Shepherd Lab and or Retriever mix. Those two were actually, like, I don't know, they were just really good breeds for the mixes and everything. Like, I've trained Rotties and all of that, but, like, those pit bulls... But it's, I don't know, there was just something about them. Like, those two breeds in particular. And I'm not, like, just talking just German Shepherds, you know, or anything like that. The blend between a German Shepherd and a Lab and or Retriever and or, Golden. Like, it just, I don't know. The temperament from those two together was really nice. Really nice. Very protective, but very chill at the same time. Like, ready to go in an instant. Like, oh my god. But yet at the same time, just was just a really chill dog. And the Rhodesian Ridgeback was just because of how loyal. That dog, like, the few Rhodesian Ridgebacks that I've interacted with, not even few, every single one that I've interacted with was an extremely, extremely loyal one once they imprinted on you. Your pity is pushing 16. That's sweet. That's amazing. And still keeps up with the 4-year-old. What diet do you do? Do you give them raw or anything like that? What's their diet? Out of curiosity. I would almost assume you would do a raw diet given your flexible income, but yeah. Raw is just really hard to buy for because it's so expensive. It's so expensive. And you have to have a good variety of things and all that to get all the right nutritional value. But it's so much better for them. So much better. Than, like, all the kibble and all that. I mean, there is, like, this raw kibble I've seen, but I don't quite know, like, how that is, really. Not too sure. My brain, when I look at, like, the raw kibble, my brain thinks, like, Beyond Meat, you know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, I mean, it's there, but, like, is this really a real replacement, you know what I mean? That's kind of how my brain looks at that stuff. Oh, you give them bison too? Very nice. Mostly broccoli stalks, that'll help their teeth, so that makes sense. Good fiber, it helps their teeth and all that. Crunchy fruit, some granola, raw eggs, oh yeah. Crushed with shells, yes, yes. The calcium is very important from the shells. Yeah, that's a good diet, man. That's a good diet for him. Good stuff, man. I love that. I love seeing that bison. Bison is so good for dogs. Bison is so good for dogs. That's a big reason, and you keep them very active too, of course. But that's your raw food diet, and their activity is why you got a almost 16-year-old pup over there still keeping up. That's good on you. Good on you. Now, with being 16, did you get her when she was older, or is this like a this goes back to like when you were living at home and everything? So, do you remember you saying you were in your 20s? Pears or papayas? Oh, I could see that. I could see that, especially the pears. It's a nice sweet crunch. That makes a lot of sense. Ah, okay, so it was, yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I figured. That's what I figured. I figured that was, so that puppers made the cross-country trek with you, huh? How did he take it? At your dad's shop? That's so sweet. I came here to get adopted. Could you adopt me? That's essentially what that shit is. Oh man, I love that. Oh, that's sweet. That is so sweet. He did good? They both love riding along? Oh, that's awesome. Sometimes it can really stress them out. Especially pitties. Pitties can be very sensitive to environmental changes, so that's good to hear. That's good to hear. Yeah, pitties can go into very, very deep depression when environmental changes, so that's good. A lot of people don't understand that about pitties. They may have been bred for protection and everything, but they were a very sensitive dog. Very sensitive pup. But that's what made them such good guardian animals, was that they were so sensitive. They cared for things. That's why they were so good at guarding. Like, it's the same thing with, like, German Shepherds and all that. They're really good at what they do because they really like guarding. And they like being loyal to who they love. That's what's so misunderstood about the breed. It's a shame. Because pit bulls are a phenomenal breed. Like, Rotties, Dobermans, all of them are phenomenal breeds. I grew up with a Doberman. That Doberman actually had chewed through a closet door to get to a robber at one time because he was trying to hide from the Doberman. And I could do whatever I wanted to that Doberman. I could roll all over, I could grab her ears. I could do anything I want to, grab her tongue. Like, it didn't matter. She never hurt me. Never snapped at me or anything. She was the sweetest thing. And Dobermans get a bad name, but it's like, no. I grew up with a Doberman and a fucking German Shepherd. Like, I don't want to hear it. Granted, the German Shepherd I think was American line. I don't think it was a working line German Shepherd. I'm not 100% though. I'm not 100%. I don't think it was a working line. There wasn't. The dog was such a chill dog. So I think it was an American line, which doesn't so much as count. Like, the American line of German Shepherds are, they're the big derpy love bugs at the end of the day. It's the working line that'll be very mean, or that have the capability of being very mean and driven. You don't hunt with either dog? Oh, you give them pheasants? Okay. Well, you still give them some type of thing with it. Is there any reason you don't hunt with them? You don't want to risk, like, them getting hurt or anything? Like, it'd be completely understandable. I'm just curious. I mean, so much can happen with hunting. Especially if you hunt, like, boar and stuff like that. It's very dangerous. Very dangerous. Ah, the ears, yes. Yeah, you have to get the ears cropped if they're going to be for hunting, otherwise they become a huge vulnerability point. Yeah, no, I get you there. Yeah. No, understandable. Yeah, those floppy ears are, that's... that can be a huge thing depending on what you're hunting. You have hunting labs? You have labs you hunt with. They've got to be so derpy coming back with kill, man. Do they actually go and fetch kill for you, like with small game? They've got to be so derpy when they come back. Oh shit, that's awesome. They do make good hunting dogs at the end of the day. They got a nose on them. They got a nose. They can track. They can track really, really well. Pointer labs? Oh, okay, pointer labs. Yeah, no, oh yeah, pointer labs are phenomenal hunting dogs, man. Oh. Ooh, those are good hunting dogs. Those are damn good hunting dogs. I'm surprised they don't. I'm surprised they don't act well. Usually they're more disciplined. Are they purebreds? Like paper purebreds? Usually pointers are pretty disciplined. More of losing them? Oh, that's understandable. That's if you don't start from an early age, that can really happen. That can happen if you don't start from an early age. Yeah, I get you there, man. I get you there. They don't have the pipes? Yeah, no, they don't. Nowhere near. Nowhere near. You'll know where they are. You'll know. You'll know. You'll know. That's 100% true right there. You get from duplicate mods. This spot generally ranges me in total endo per hour without a mod drop chance like booster, just the innate one in here. And no, like with the Necros at least, I'll average around like 10k endo an hour here. On solo. So I'm gonna guess like, because I don't have a Necros, I do have a higher kill rate than I would with Necros, so I'll be fair and probably say I'm getting like 7,700 endo an hour. What's up, Al? We're doing good. We're doing good. At 939 minutes. We're doing good. I'm very happy. I don't... Is that 15? We're almost 16 hours, and we're 20 minutes off of 16 hours. Like 30 hounds? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hunting bears as a pack, yeah. Yeah, with like beagles and everything like that and all that shit. Because beagles get pretty big too. When you get full-size beagles. I saw a video, unfortunately, of a guy that had a pack of beagles he was hunting cougars with. And they had chased one back to its den, and the fucking one just, like, the cat just came out and grabbed one of the dogs and just chucked it into the fucking den with him. The other dogs just ran. I mean, the guy was being stupid. He was sitting there recording it. And the cat's just sitting there, like, fucking looking at everything. It's like, dude, like... Now you're just torturing the thing. Like, I get hunting, but there's at a certain point where you're not hunting and you're just displaying torture. And, like, traumatizing the poor animal. It's just trying to survive, man. Don't be stupid. Like, is that really worth one of your dog's fucking life? What the hell's wrong with you? If you're hunting it because it's on your land and causing problems, just get rid of it, man. Like, don't fucking sit there and record the damn thing. Disgusting. You don't like dark meat with gamey taste? They love it. Yeah, I hear you there. I hear you there. I'm like that with duck. I don't like duck. I've tried duck many times. I've had it a couple ways where it's been really good, like, and it wasn't gamey, but it has to be prepared really, really specifically for me to like it. I'm not too big a fan of how gamey it is. Yeah, if you know how to clean a duck or a rabbit, rabbits are really fast. Rabbits are really fast to skin and clean. They're extremely fast if you know what you're doing. You think you never had duck? Me being from the south in the United States, it's fairly common. It is fairly common. It all depends on your part of the world. But yeah, duck is pretty common where I'm from. Like, it's not uncommon to go to restaurants and find duck and stuff like that in non-expensive places. And then if you hang out with enough good old boys, you're guaranteed to have duck. You're guaranteed to have some duck or boar or some shit. Deer. I'm not really too big a fan of having boar. I don't really trust boar, if I'm to be honest. Boars are fairly nasty animals at the end of the day. I don't know how much I trust it. I mean, yeah, sure, I eat like bacon and stuff like that, but I feel slightly different about things that are raised in a farm environment than wild. It'll take away the gamey from meat. Interesting. Maybe that's how it was prepared when I had it, because I usually had it at restaurants. I did have a couple from like Good Old Boys that did a really good job with it, but maybe they used that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Boars are actually really clean. Interesting. Interesting. I feel different about that, but I mean, I don't know. At the end of the day, I could just be off about it. It's not like I do vast research into boars. Yeah, I get you there. I get you there. Game is not too popular there. Yeah, I could see that in Brazil. I could see that. I mean, it's not like you have just ducks everywhere at the end of the day, right? You know what I mean? I could be wrong about that, but I'm gonna kind of guess that you probably don't have ducks everywhere. They're really particular. I could see that at the end of the day. Like, anything is fairly particular in the wild because they have to reduce their chance for disease as much as possible. But I don't know. I don't know. I think it's just it's probably just a mental thing of mine, but yeah, that's where I'm at. This is just easy to, yeah, oh yeah. I'm not saying like, well, there's a reason why I said restaurants, not stores. If you went to a store, you're not gonna usually find duck there. You usually gotta go to like a butcher or something like that to find duck. A lot of Asian markets will have duck, I know that much. That's where I used to find a lot of duck. That's where I would, that's where you could pretty much always find duck and rabbit. Pretty much always. You can pause on solo. In fact, we have a break coming up in like 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Yeah, I play for 2 hours, take a 30-minute break. I do that for 12 hours, and then I go to bed, and then when I wake up in the morning, I do all the self-care I need to do, workout or whatever. Or I'll work out after stream, depending on just how I feel. Yeah. I care about myself more than that. I mean, I have chronic insomnia. Like, I've had this insomnia now for like 25 years. So it's not really... 100 hours wouldn't be too much of a stretch for me at the end of the day, but I would rather not do it. The longest I've stayed up was 72 hours, and then I went to the hospital to go get like knocked out. Like, I willingly went to the hospital. It's not like I ended up in the hospital. I was just like, I need to go to sleep. I know if I go to the hospital, they'll have some type of cocktail they can give me to make me go to sleep, because I had medication resistant insomnia. It's very, very medication resistant. Oh boy, is it. Like, mine's so medication resistant that like an Ambien won't put me to sleep, it'll just make me feel good. I don't get any drowsiness from it or anything like that. I feel good after I take it. I feel like I just stay up longer almost. It's like, I just feel good now. Now I'm just chilling. Look at those. On a wild truffle diet? Bro, that meat has got to taste phenomenal. I've heard about that actually in Spain. I just thought about that. Yeah, don't they have those like really thin fucking cuts and everything like that that they usually have? Or, like, it's almost like oh, what the fuck is that called? Prosciutto? They make like a type of prosciutto with it? Is that what you mean? Is that what you're talking about? That's one of my sins, right? I'll destroy some fuck. Oh my god, I got to be careful with that stuff because of how much sodium is in it. But oh my god, I will destroy that. Oh, for sure, I will destroy it. Yeah. That's what prosciutto is. But yeah, that's just a different. They call it a different name. Okay, yeah. All right. Well, that shit's good. I never had that in particular, but I've had regular ones. That stuff's expensive though. That's still, even like regular ones are like $45 a pound or something like that. It's a very rare luxury that Danny and I get to have. Is that? I've had her have it a few times though. She really likes it. She doesn't like it when it's, you know, mixed with any type of cheese, but when it's just by itself, that's when she really likes it. Which makes sense. Most of the cheese it goes with are very pungent cheeses, and she's not a fan of it. Me, I love my pungent cheeses. Oh. I want something to smell like a sweaty foot. You know what I mean? Oh, it's such a horrible way to say it, but it's, oh my god, I fucking love stank cheese. I hear you, RD. I hear you. I'm not eating again until after stream. I had food earlier, but my eating comes after stream. It'll come in between my my cardio and my working out and all that. Yeah, Goss is. It should be tomorrow. Should be tomorrow. Later today, something like that. No, it's on 17/1/2004. Holy shit, we're living in a... Guys, we just time jumped. Did you know that? There's now 17 months in Did you guys know that? There's now 17 months in a year, apparently. Did you guys know that? I think Homie read it wrong. Homie, there's only 12 months in a year. I want you to know that. Can you go look at a calendar real quick? You're on the computer. Go look at the calendar and count the months before it repeats. Alright? What is 17/1? Yeah, but he's like, the thing is he told us no when we said that it was coming out today, 1/17, and then he said it was coming out on 17/1. We said it was coming out on the 17th type deal, and we get a no, and then we get it. Yeah, that's what confuses me. That's why I say that. It wasn't no. It wasn't. Oh, okay, awesome. You know, or do you mean 17/1 meaning today or something like that? It was no. It's coming out on 17/1. Yeah. No, that's how I'm reading that there. Yeah, Gauss is about 11 hours away. He comes out today at some point. We don't really... with DE, of course, we never really know when things come out. We kind of take roundabout guesses, but they usually like to come out around like 1 p.m. or like 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's typically, so it may be like, depending on where you're at in the world, it may even float into the next day. You know what I mean? So for most of the world, it'll be on the 17th. For parts of the world, it's going to be on the 18th, but it'll be a lot smaller parts of the world for the 17th, or for the 18th. That's pretty much like how I could bet DE is going to do things. Yeah, exactly. Is Goss worth it? I mean, if you liked his normal version and you want more MR, you want to possibly save some polarity slots so you don't have to form as much, and maybe if you, like, most importantly, if you enjoy his fashion frame for Prime, of course he's worth it. You know? Any frame is worth it if you find it worth it to you. Don't go off of anyone else's opinion on what's worth it and what isn't worth it. See if you like it, and if you like it, it's worth it, man. That's the way this game is. The most efficient way to spend your time in this game is spending time in this game doing things you enjoy and playing what you enjoy. What someone else says has no bounds on it. They can give you an idea, maybe, but yeah. You play what you want and enjoy what you want. Everything's worth playing in this game at the end of the day. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, y'all are getting... People that have been focusing on mastery are getting really close to the LR4. They're getting real close to that LR4. I remember seeing Gamble's stream recently where he showed off how close he was to LR4. I think the only people that have LR4 right now are people with the Founders Pack, but XCal Prime. There we go. Holy shit, words are hard. You're a founder. Congratulations, man. Thank you for supporting this game in the early times. You missed the 10-year accolade? What matters, man, is you have XCal. You helped this company when they were about to go bankrupt. Everything forward doesn't matter, bro. You helped this company when it was at its most desperate. That's why I say thank you. That's why I say thank you. Because without people like you that was willing to put in for those founder packs, we wouldn't be here. Oh, you weren't that founder. Okay. Well, regardless, thank you for the the money you've put into the game as a whole, then. Oh, okay. I thought you were... okay. Oh. Well, they helped make Unreal, yeah. It's where they got a lot of their practice from to make the engine that they made now. Which is why I'm always so proud of the company at the end of the day. They do make some stupid decisions, but they have their own engine and making their own game with their own engine. That's hard to do. And they're doing a good job with their past experience they have. But yeah, they helped with a lot of games with Epic. If you go into the Wiki for them, they actually shows the list of games. The Wiki. Not the Warframe Wiki, okay? The actual, like, Wikipedia for Digital Extremes. It shows all the games that they've worked on. They've worked on a lot of games. It's insane the amount of games they worked on. A lot of good games, too, by the way. Like, DE has a very vast track record of working on good games. Now, it, of course, all depends on how much they influenced into the game, but regardless, they have a track record of working with teams that have made really good games. Is Warframe on Unreal Engine? No, they created their own graphics. This is their own engine they created. Warframe is an engine of their own. Like, this engine doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. It is Digital Extremes engine. Completely, 100%. It's going to be the same thing with Soulframe. It's completely their own engine. That's what impresses me the most about DE. Like, I have very minor C++ in game testing experience, but I have enough to understand how impressive of a feat it is. And then to hold the game, like, going steady for now over a decade. That's extremely impressive to do. That's extremely impressive. DE has my limited support, but they have more support than any other gaming company right now that I give. But they definitely have my limited support. I've had a lot of problems with DE in the past, and until I see those problems resolved, I will never spend another dime on this game again. We'll find out with this run if the problems are resolved. And if they are, I have no issues, you know, if I have spare money to gladly give it to this company. Because back when I used to, I mean, I bought plat for giveaways on my streams, but regardless of that, I would buy plat not on sale even. I did that because I wanted to support DE. It was a big factor for me buying plat. I wanted to give back to my community in an overall aspect, and Warframe as a whole, as a company, is within that community, so it made a nice way to be able to give back to the people that watch my streams and give back to the game that allowed me to have, you know, the flexible income that I used to have to actually do the giveaways. After hours of electricity procs, yeah, that can happen. Warframe 2, oh, you haven't heard, Astronaut, about Soulframe? It's supposed to be like a slower paced version of like Digital Extremes engine, more or less. But it's going to be a new game they're making. Steve was like the main person behind it, but they've passed it off over to that guy that used to do the art for Warframe. They used to be the art director. Either way, it's in good hands. Either way, that's in good hands, in my subjective opinion. But, yeah, it's a new game they're going to be coming out with. It's currently in, like, closed beta testing, so... or closed alpha testing, I think, actually. But if I remember correctly, it's either going to be 2024 or 2025 that we see it released. I could be completely wrong on that. Do not hold those words to you. Research your own first, okay? Do not hold me to that. Okay, I can be confusing another game. Please don't hold me to that. I'm sorry, Steve, if that was not the dates. I'm sorry. I'm suing if you're wrong? Oh, okay. I'm glad I gave the disclaimer so that I can fight that in court. And then I'll just countersue you for traumatizing me. Bro, I love the pink shorts. I miss Steve wearing the pink shorts and the pizza hat, bro. You don't know how much I miss that. You don't know how much I miss the pink shorts and the pizza hat. Oh, man. Bro. Those things were legendary. Every time I see Steve on stream, I always say it. Anytime I see them streaming and I see Steve pop up, I'll always be like, you know, this is missing a pizza hat and pink shorts. You know what I was really happy to see today? You know what I was really happy to see? Hold on here. I was really happy to see this. Oh, where is it? Oh, it's live streams. Okay. They started putting the pink shorts in. You see this? Look at this. Look at this here. Look at this. Look at this. Pink shorts. Pink shorts. Yeah. 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 They're bringing the pink shorts back. If you're on YouTube, you get to see it in the thumbnail. I'm so happy to see it come back in some fashion, man. Like the pink shorts. The pink shorts. Wait, you didn't see it? Hold on here. Hold on. Is it this stupid thing was covering it? Hold up. Let me double check here. Okay, there you go. Pink shorts. You see it in the thumbnail? And then you go to this other one, pink shorts. They have pink shorts for the dev shorts. I don't know if they did it on the first one. Doesn't look like they did it on the first one. I asked on the first one for pink shorts to return, and we got pink shorts returning. I asked for it. Oh, I don't know if I was heard, but if I was heard... Steve, thank you for bringing the pink shorts back in some regard, in some way. Man. Steve's getting hairy? Oh, you mean like what, his facial hair or anything, or what? Not just like his glyph? No, he used to wear pink shorts back in the day. He actually used to wear pink shorts in dev streams. Like literal pink shorts, he would wear them. They look just like that. He also used to have, like, he had a, like one of those sun hats that have the visor going all the way around and it had pizza on it. It was great. It was wonderful. Steve is a very silly man. Steve is one silly man. That guy's got a sense of humor on him. I will honestly say. That guy's got one hell of a sense of humor. Yep, look way older than before. Oh, yeah. Steve's relaxed more on his look over the years, I will say. Bro, his pink shorts were just legendary, man. They really were. I don't know, man. There was just something about the light pink shorts. It just brought so much life into the live streams. Worst marketing move ever to not wear those. That's all I'm saying to you, Steve. Worst marketing move ever to stop wearing those. Elara survival? Yes. Yes. Oh, what mission is this? Yes, an Elara survival. A Jupiter survival. If you go to Jupiter along the right-hand side, it's like this, When you're going along that path on the right, you'll see it there. With this specific starting room, what you're going to want to make sure is that this door here at the end is closed. It will be orange. If you come in and it's open, just leave and come back. Trust me. The starting room will not work otherwise. Be okay with possibly having to restart for like 30 minutes. You know, sometimes that's how it is, man. But yeah, you have to have that specifically. And this isn't the best the room could be, because this room in the back here, as you notice, a lot of mobs are spawning. It's better to have a straight file room here, like a straight hallway room, because what it does is it allows more mobs to spawn off on these sides. And it completely makes it like a perfect flow in here to where nothing gets stuck. It's so much better. Like, this isn't even perfect in any sense. I could probably have like an extra 1,000 to 2,000 kills per hour if the room was perfect. I mean, it's good enough now to not have to use oxygen, but it's definitely not perfect. Like, look how dead this is. Look how like, one mob, that's all that spawned over here. But look at down here, like it's a whole mess. So it's not perfect, but it's still good enough to get the job done. Oh, I remember that too, RD. Yeah. Wasn't that recently, actually? Wasn't that recently that he did that? He wore those shorts? I remember him wearing those recently, too. He wore them again. I'm the only Warframe stream you've ever seen? How? There's like a Twitch directory with over 100 streamers. November? Yeah, I remember that. I remember that dev stream. I was laughing so hard. He stands up and he was like, I just want everybody to know I'm wearing pants. Like, they're the same color as my skin, but I am wearing pants. He like shows it off and everything. It's like, oh no. Poor guy. He couldn't even feel comfortable with his shorts. Oh. I'm the only person that does survival anymore. That much I can tell you. That much I can tell you. I'm the only person that does survival endurance anymore. On a realistic content creation level. You gotta wake up in 5 hours, you'll be late to work. Do you use Twitch? Because I'm neither 14 nor female. Oh man, I've met some good people on Twitch, bro. I've met some good people on Twitch. Some of the people I still keep in contact to this day are from Twitch. Very good people. There's shitty people wherever you go, man, but I get you 100% there. It's hard to find good. I mean, honestly, man, it's hard to find good streamers on YouTube too. Let's be completely honest, man. If we're talking Warframe especially, man, that shit's hit and miss too. You know? Same story for TikTok. I don't use TikTok. That I don't use at all. I can't find any. Nope. Nope. I do not support TikTok. I don't support like I do have an Instagram, don't get me wrong, and yeah, I do YouTube shorts for my motivational content, but short form content is ruining this world. I mean, it's bad when YouTube has to reduce the overall time the length of a video can be for multiple ads to appear or mid-rolls to appear, because attention span has dropped so much. Like it went from 15 minutes to 10 minutes to now 8 minutes. That's scary, man. That's scary. That's really fucking scary. That is absolutely some of the most terrifying shit you could have right there. Define good. People that I can talk to and I consider my friends. And I'm fairly picky on that. Is it a lot of people? No, it isn't. Are they all content creators? No, only not even like 5 of them are content creators. Most of the people that I know that were good people were viewers. Or they don't take streaming that seriously. Which I guess then I would call them a viewer at that point, to be honest. But yeah. Like, people that I can actually have, like, intellectual conversations with about life and everything. It's nice. It's nice. It's not many, but I mean, they exist. They were there. Are they on Twitch nowadays? No, they're not. They have better things going on with their life. They're not even on my stream anymore. I only talk to them in PMs. You know, they got a full life going on with them. So maybe it's that they were on Twitch and a lot of them have left now, so I'm just kind of talking out my ass. But I've met good people even to this day on Twitch. Like, one of the most recent that I've met, that I've gotten to know really well, was Lady Crow. Lady Crow 87, I think was her name or something like that. I can't remember the exact number at the end of it. She's just such a sweet person. And she's really intelligent. So, yeah, like, they exist. I've known her now for, like, going on 6 months. She is a sweetheart. You use those things where you make money for, like, swiping and shit, bro. Like, oh, man. I like TikTok, but only for the money it generates me. I hear you there on that, honestly. I thought about TikTok for that reason, but I just couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. I would use the excuse, like, that, you know, tends to, like, you know, that it's owned by, like, a Chinese company and everything, but I play Warframe and I use Discord. I can't use that excuse. So, yeah. Yeah. That's what makes me laugh about the whole freak out that happened with TikTok. And, like, the Chinese government's getting access to our phones and everything. It's like, well, what about Discord, bro? What about Discord, too? Like, why are we isolating out TikTok? There's a lot more problems there. Is Korean not Japanese? No, it's Chinese. If you go through high enough in the ranks to the parent companies, you reach a Chinese company. It's not Japanese, nor is it Korean. Are, like, DE themselves? No, they're a Canadian company. They are 100% Canadian based, but they have parent companies connected to them. Like, DE themselves isn't a publicly traded company, but the company Lilu, I believe it's called, or something like that, is the company that's their parent company, and that company is a Chinese company which also has public stock available. Yes, yes, there you go. Thank you. Thank you. Leilu. Something like that. But yeah. That's the company you would buy into if you wanted to actually, quote unquote, in some facet, buy into DE stocks. It's not fully buying into stocks of Digital Extremes, but it is buying into the parent company stocks. But that's more of an umbrella type deal because they're just DE's one facet, like branch of that, like branch off, company, if you will. Yeah, exactly, of the chicken big conglomerate. That was fucking great. Oh, I love that one. I love that one. Jesus Christ, that is amazing. As an adult, I can buy Warframe stock. I mean, you can get close to it, but no. DE isn't a publicly traded company yet. I don't think they'll ever be. I honestly don't think DE will ever go publicly traded. Alright, everybody, we're gonna go ahead and get ourselves ready for a break here. We've been going for a little bit over 2 hours, so my hands are kind of... My pinky starts to go a bit because of all the fucking jumping and everything, and like fucking aim gliding and fucking rolling and all that shit. But yeah, I'm gonna get some stretching done. Go get some meds in me. I'm gonna go take a 30-minute break. When we come back, we are going to continue on with the run. So right now it is X48 for y'all. So at X18, yeah, X18, that's when I will be returning. In the meantime, I will be leaving y'all with some gameplay of my 12-hour Gyri run from 2022. Definitely be sure to enjoy that, and as always, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, definitely be sure to do so. Give the video a thumbs up. Check down the description below for links to my build video channel, my workout/motivational quote channel, also my girlfriend's link tree with all of her social medias, and if you have been enjoying the music, of course, there is a link for the relaxed movement down there as well. So definitely be sure to check all those out, and when we get back, we're going to continue on, baby. Sounds good, astronaut. Thank you so much for stopping by, as always, man. I do hope you sleep well, and I hope you don't get called into work again. Alright, everybody, I am back. We want to thank you all that did stay around for the break. Let me get everything loaded back up here. Got Warframe up. Let me go ahead and pause this. Minimize that. Hide that as a source, and hide that as a source. There we go. Okay. Thank you so much. How you doing, Claudia? Good health and everything. You are going strong. Oh my. I was almost going strong into the holy bubble. I was like, oh god. Oh no, that's not happening. That is not happening. No, no. Alright, let's go replace this mallet. And so everybody knows, this isn't even close to the final form of the mallet. Even what y'all saw earlier today, not even the final form of that mallet. The final form of this mallet is, I just hope it doesn't crash the game. Oh man. I'll have to wait and see what that looks like. I put a lot of work into making this do a lot of damage. I am hoping to see the highest damage number in the game. That's what I'm hoping to see out of this. Could be wrong with seeing it, but I don't know. We'll see. Don't ask me why I just stood there in front of the mallet. I don't know either. I don't know either. I think I'm just becoming a little fatigued right now. I think I'm just becoming a little fatigued right now. You know what? Let's see something here. Oh, I didn't do it right. Never mind. Never mind. I was off on my timing. Alright. I just get stacks back easy here. Let's see. There we go. To be honest, man, my point of view on the game is we all do the same thing. We all do the same thing. We just hit some buttons and things die. There's really no difference. That's the game. If you want to hit more buttons to get there, I guess you can. I prefer to hit as little buttons as possible. All my builds are centered around low action per minute. I don't believe in high APM builds. To me, it just makes no sense unless like you can really show that the high APM is going to net me in more rewards per hour. Like I may not care about rewards, but at the end of the day, it's like, why am I going to put in more effort for less reward? Or for the same reward? To me, it just never makes sense. I mean, I used to play a fairly active playstyle back in the day, but to be honest, it was actually required back then. I mean, you don't even need to prime enemies really anymore and all that. Yeah, I focus everything around low APM. It's all the same to me. The lower I can get that, to be honest, Octavia is actually one of the highest APM frames that I play. And that's if, you know, like if you look at the crouch and everything, that's actually high APM. It's, you generally gotta crouch a lot to reactivate that. I haven't seen a single song that's effective with everything else that also has a one crouch stealth. You know? Yeah, but is it good for everything else too? I haven't seen one that becomes good for everything else while having like a one crouch stealth. Yeah. Yeah. That becomes the problem. Then, in my opinion, the build's worthless. Unless what you're doing is you're literally just there for stealth. Like, if we're doing, like, you know, some old days here, you know, where it's like, okay, we don't need the mallet, but we need stealth. And you're just an Octavia with a lot of range and duration. Yeah, that's a different story, but yeah. I mean, I even used to play Octavia as a spin-to-win frame back in the spin-to-win days, because she was perfect for it. Like, spin-to-win would just reactivate your stealth constantly. It was fun. I did that with Atarax. I think the highest I got was like 6,800 or so. I did that in Ophelia. I never went back and tried it anywhere else. I really think I should have. Those were way back in the Melee 2.0 days. Like, we're talking before Steel Path and Arbitration and everything came out. Way back, when range mods were still percentage based and everything. I never got to get a 12 times multiplier. I never did. For Melee. I tried before. The highest I got was like 85,000 stacks or something like that. And then I died as Nidus. You may ask, like, how did you die on Nidus? A lot of AoE. A lot of fucking AoE, man. A lot of AoE. Just like, I could not get my stacks up fast enough, because this was back in the days before Steel Path, so enemy spawning was a lot more sparse. What you load into a normal, like, Star Chart mission, that's what I had for enemy density. I didn't have shit for enemy density. So, like, things are, like, just one-shotting me left and right, and fucking AoE everywhere, and it's just, like, I couldn't keep my stacks up anymore, and I eventually died. And then I tried to get my stacks back up, but then I couldn't do it because I had already died. Yeah. It was way back in the old days. Multiplicative health days. God, I miss those days. Like, I get the additive health change, the additive armor and health change and all that. I get it. I do get it. But at the same time, I wish there was a game mode that brought it back. Like, maybe if they would have left Steel Path the way it was, like, without Acolytes, and then made a new Steel Path with Acolytes and everything was multiplicative. Whoa. I just would love to see that. What happened? Did I have an electric proc on me or something? Or did I just get beamed? I think I just got beamed. What are you farming? I'm farming 100 hours survival. 100 plus hours survival. I'm just really hoping it actually drops. We've been trying for like around 2 weeks. Almost 2 full weeks. We've been trying to get the 100-hour survival to drop, but it just hasn't dropped at all. I don't know. Just keep crashing. I just kept crashing the game with mag. So here we are on Octavia trying to get the 100-hour plus survival to drop. I heard it's 100% drop rate if you hit it. But it's just, it's one of those things. It's one of those things, man. But yeah, I'm doing 100 plus hours survival if you read the title. You can pause on solo. See? What I do is I play for 2 hours, take a 30-minute break, and I'll do that for 12 hours, and then afterwards I'll go to bed. Then I wake up in the morning, take care of myself, do whatever I need to do, and then afterwards go back, do it for another 12 hours, the same rotation. Exclamation point Y if anyone's curious as to why I do the runs that I do. Exclamation point why? You know what I mean? You know what I mean. Because I already know the question is sitting there and lingering in someone's mind. Why the fuck is somebody just sitting here doing this? Like, why? Where do you get the free time to sit there for fucking 12 hours a day and just take 30-minute breaks? What? Yeah, that'll answer your question, because that's definitely a legitimate question. That's definitely a very legitimate question. Is this an immunity misery? Oh, it isn't. He's dead. There he goes. Goodbye, buddy. Acolytes scale endlessly, by the way, for anyone that doesn't know. The highest acolyte I've ever fought was with my 95.5 hour mag run, and it was 12,380. So if you're wondering why build go boom, that's because acolytes they don't go they don't receive boom. You have to make big boom. Boom. Like big boom. I have no clue. I'm not checking my my loot thing because it sometimes can crash the game, and given that the game is in a hotfix frenzy right now, I'm not tempting fate. I spent 2 weeks crashing already. At least like 2 to 3 crashes a day, and each crash occurring between like 3 and 9 hours into a run. So, I ain't tempted no fate here. We'll know at the end of the run. All I can tell you is it's going to be not enough to matter because everything's on a weekly cap. That matters. So we all sit here and we just sulk at the fact that no matter how much steel essence we can get in a run, it really doesn't ever matter. Not anymore. Because DE took that away from us. So now we're left here, questioning. With our measly 25 turn-ins a week. 25 little measly turn-ins. But I do have a booster room. 10 days on that, and all pretty much 10 days with the another. Yeah. And if things get drastic and we go over the point of like those boosters, you know, I'm pretty positive that my girl has enough plat to at least gift me like a credit and resource drop chance and the 3, you know, everything but affinity for another month, so we'll be okay there. I'll just give her back the plat afterwards. And you may ask, like, how are you gonna get it? Well, you can access your inbox in mission. So you straight keep the boosters rolling as long as people are willing to gift them to you. And yes, that has happened before. No, you can't, unfortunately. That is something you cannot do. And I don't know if you can log into the Warframe mobile app and like do your Foundry stuff. I'm not 100% on that. It's something I haven't tried. I guess mainly because I'm just enjoying myself playing the game that I just forget about my Foundry. I'm like, I don't care about it. I'm enjoying myself. But yeah, no, you do skip in daily login rewards. It is a painful thing. My prime surefoot, it took astronomically longer to get than it should have. Oh man, I probably have missed like 5 months of login rewards. Yeah. This is you're playing for the game. You're just having fun. You don't care about your rewards. That's why I always say I don't care about rewards. I don't care about rewards to the point where I don't care. I was willing to like wait like an extra like 6 months somewhere around there to get prime short-footed. you know? Oh, I don't need to invis when I'm up here. I don't need to invis. I angle myself like this because they can't shoot at me here. It makes it a lot harder for them. I don't get shot out here. I only need to invis whenever I need to go out there. And early on, I didn't even need to invis because their accuracy was just so low, they couldn't keep target on me, but since their accuracy is at 100% right now, that's a different story. Alright, let's just get you in roast. There we go. I've already done a 12-hour run with Octavia with no stealth. I'm very well acquainted of no stealth Octavia. Very well acquainted with no stealth Octavia. I just would rather secure myself when looting here because it's just not a situation to truly play around on. I use greedy pull when I use no stealth Octavia as well. I think greedy pull is mandatory if you run no stealth Octavia. Just my opinion, though. Can you stealth? No, you can't stealth. You're just... Oh my god. You can't stealth? That's fine. Not like my damage doesn't instantly come back. Alright, so just make sure I'm stealth before I run out there so that doesn't happen again. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. That's all. I got cocky with that and I thought I was going to activate while I ran out there. But, nope. Nope, nope, nope. If you're wondering why, like, because I do use a crouch, like a hold macro for my crouch, I do set it to my own slow-ass reaction time. Because, like, as DE has told me with tickets and everything, if it's not replicatable by a human, then it isn't allowed. So I do everything to my exact reaction times. And I have carpal tunnel and Raynaud's, so it's definitely doable for anybody on this earth. I don't have no 150 millisecond reaction time anymore. Oh. If I can get myself fully warmed up, like really on top of it, I can have a reaction time of like 190. But it takes, that's not a consistent reaction time. I would say more consistent would be like 210. It's it's like, it's right at, like, right above the average type deal. Or in the sense of, like, good above. Because the average reaction time is, like, 230 milliseconds. I don't 100% know, because I can't say no to that at the same time. I have run absolutely crazy reaction time, like, builds, and DE has reviewed them and done it. But I felt as a content creator, I don't feel like that's fair for making build videos. But, like, here. Let me show you this. Let me see here. Do I have that run here? No, give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. Actually, I could just show you with the Banshee run, even. Banshee run will work. If you watch the ability thing here, when I go to use my ensnare, watch how fast that thing goes. Look, just that too. I mean, yeah, yeah. By the way, yes, my hands were much better at these times. Few years ago, even though I had carpal tunnel, it wasn't nearly as bad. Give me a moment here. Let me show you my mag run. The mag run is the one that really shows it. Lives. And this was years ago. This is many years ago. It's not even like it was recent. You? Yeah. Here we go. There we go. Alright, watch the ability thing down here. This one didn't even get a trade suspension or anything. This run. This was only a 12-hour run. But yeah, there was no trade suspension or anything with this run. So that's why I say I don't know. And this was 2 years ago. I can go back to like the release of Steel Path where it's just as crazy. So I'm not 100% on what DE, like it's a gray area at the end of the day. So you're playing with your at the end of the day you're playing with your own fire. You're playing with fire. So I like to with the fact that I do content creation, I like to make things as actually possible. You know what I mean? You know, things that actually people can do. Because the way I do mine is I will hit that key binding for roughly about 5 minutes or so. And my reaction time at the 5-minute mark, or like near the end, I'll take whatever is like the largest one and then I'll round it off into an even number. Or into like an even, you know, like a increment of 5 number, if you will. Not even, but into an increment of 5 number. That's how I set mine to. Mainly because I don't want people to like see ability spam like that, you know, and be like, well, do I need to do that? And it's like, well, not exactly like that, no. Because like my 95.5 hour build that DE even told me I had a false flag with, because I had a 2-week account suspension with that one, but they told me it was a false flag and apologized and actually thanked me for playing the game, which is a great tone change. Great tone change from back in the past. But we'll see what happens this run. They've had plenty of time to fix it. But that one, you know, like the spam on it, like realistically did help. Like it did help with the run, and you can realistically do that with the reaction time there, because it's pretty much you hit bubble every once a second is what you do. It's a really high APM build, don't get me wrong, but that's if you want to maximize your kills per hour, because what it does is it keeps the intensity of the pull-in from the bubble itself at its max. But like y'all has seen me test even back with the 2 weeks of crashing that I've done, you don't even need to run those types of builds. You can run builds at more duration and just shoot into it, and even if mobs, like the center mob dies and it stops pulling in, as long as you angle yourself correctly, mobs are going to run into the projectiles and they're going to die from it. You don't need it, but it does help. It does help. For me, what it does is it makes it so I don't have to spam the 2 buttons, because my hands, like I just can't be doing it anymore. I was very stubborn in the starting ends of my game for like the first 3 years of playing. I was very stubborn, and even though like I had old school veterans and world record holders and everything telling me, like even Warframe partners, back when they were Warframe partners, telling me like, bro, you need to use macros if you're going to be doing these runs. You're going to hurt yourself. Like, you're going to get really bad carpal tunnel. There's no coming back once you get it. And I was just stubborn as shit. And I was like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to show you all you can do it. And they're like, we're not saying you can't. We're just saying it's not smart. And I was like, I don't care. I'm going to do it. 27.5-hour Octavia in old ODS later. And yeah, my hands are a beautiful shade of purple pretty much all day, and they cramp and spasm. Yeah. Now I do lots of hand exercises, and I play for small periods of time. And I keep my actions per minute as low as I can. I used to love active playstyles. Like, I used to even do, like, void dashing without a macro. I did spin to win without a macro. I did Octavia without a macro. You name it, I did it without one. I didn't care. I did Etalons without it. I didn't care. I can't say it didn't make me better at the game. It definitely made me better at the game. It definitely made me better. But I was also like, I used to play World of Warcraft as well, and I had, on my keyboard alone, I had around 45 key bindings on my keyboard alone, and then my mouse was like 16 key bindings. So, like, the amount of things that I hit in Warframe never really fazed me. I didn't realize the collective add-on of everything, and the difference between World of Warcraft and this game. There's a difference in the way like how your abilities are spammed and all that. It doesn't, like, WoW will destroy your hands, don't get me wrong, but it's weird. I played WoW forever and I never really had problems, but this game was the game that really gave me problems, and Diablo 3. Oh my god, I played Diablo 3 without macros, and I got top 100 in fucking overall Greater Rifts non-season for Monk solo. I got top 100 with no fucking macros. Let me tell you how terrible that was. Oh my god, I think that was the start of when the pain really started for me. I think that's when the pain really started for me, and I kind of just ignored it. But Diablo 3 was terrible. Because everybody at the top end uses macros. Everybody uses macros at the top end, even though it says it's against TOS. Back in the day, I used some Microsoft typing mouse, more or less. It was an ergonomical mouse. It just had extra buttons on it. A few extra buttons. It wasn't many. But I just used Shift, Control, and Alt modifiers to increase the amount of buttons I had. So I would have mouse wheel up, mouse wheel down. I would have like mouse button 3, mouse button 4, mouse button down, and then I would have Shift, Control, and Alt modifiers for each of them. That's what I used to do on WoW. I couldn't use the ones with all the buttons on the side because my hands are too big for them. I fat finger it with my thumb all day. I've tried them. I actually wish I could use those. But like right now I use the Logitech G502. How to avoid carpal tunnel? Do a lot of hand exercises. And don't play for as long. Cut down your segments of playing so that you can allow yourself for breaks to stretch your hand and everything. You're not going to avoid it, you're going to prolong it. Just like with people that play in like professional sports and stuff like that, when you use the same body part over and over and over again, it's eventually going to wear out. So like anybody that types a lot and stuff like that, it's a very common thing to have, no matter how much they work their hands out and everything. You do a lot of typing, you're likely going to get carpal tunnel. But in order to prolong it from happening and the severity in which it'll happen, don't make the mistake I did and work out. Working out and keeping yourself healthy is going to be the most important thing you can do. do stretches, you know, just keep yourself mobile, keep yourself moving. It's extremely important. It's extremely important. There's no quick easy answer at the end of the day is what I'm saying. Either way, you're going to be, if you're putting a lot of work into gaming, you're going to have to put a lot of work into keeping yourself healthy. Otherwise, you're not going to last in the long haul. This is speaking from a person that's 32 years old and been gaming since they were since they were like roughly 6, and on a PC since they were 9 years old, and knowing many people that have had computer careers and all that. But yeah, that's the sacrifice you make if you want to game for a long time. You know, and do long gaming sessions. Is just, you're going to be sacrificing a part of your body. I mean, my girl has rheumatoid arthritis because of gymnastics. You know, she did it to the point to where she now just, that's what she has. For anyone may wondering where she's at right now, she's been sleeping. She's sleeping. I woke up at slightly wonky hours, so my streaming hours are off. I always stream for 12 hours. So, whatever time I start, we're going 12 hours. That's it. I don't really have set streaming hours, I stream for 12 hours. I try to stream for 12 hours every single day. It's pretty much my goal. Whether I'm streaming me editing content or something like that. The only time there may be a cut into that is if I have to theory craft and really put together a build. I just, after my mag run and all the crashes, I don't ever want to show a build on screen again unless I know it's good. It's good to go. It's not gonna destroy your game and grief you passively like that. You know what I mean? It's just, I can't do it. Can't do it. Though I gave out a lot of good builds with mag. I had a lot of fun trying to figure out how to not crash the game by just figuring out how to make different builds. I had a lot of fun doing that. I used some really old builds of mine too. And I used some builds that I never even thought I could do. Like I made a 99.75% armor reduction build for mag. So that you could still take advantage of the 75% extra damage multiplier from corrosive. I was going to be trying that. Like it was going to be fucking glorious. Acolytes were going to have 0.25% armor left. And then I was going to use corrosive to strip away 44% of that remaining. And then I was going to use heat from the Spectre to strip away, I forget what the percentage is before stacks, but yeah. To strip away the remaining of whatever was left there, essentially leaving them with no armor all the time. And just taking full advantage of that 75% multiplier. Oh, it was going to be so great. But, you know, the game kept crashing over and over again. So one day, we're going to get to play with Mag again, and she won't crash the game, and I will be testing actively. Like, I will be actively just crashing with Mag to check as hotfixes come out. Because I still want my run with Mag. I haven't hit her full potential yet, and I still want a 12 times multiplier in snipers, damn it. I haven't seen anybody in recorded Warframe history get that, and I want it. I want it so fucking bad. I want the world first for that. And it's a pain in the ass that I can't get it because Mag's broken right now. I mean, I guess I could. I just would have to get good at something else. Oh. Oh, I actually have an idea behind that. Okay, I'm gonna put some theory crafting into a run here. I got an idea behind that. Y'all will see it. Oh. This is why I just randomly talk sometimes. It's because ideas just click. This is how my theory crafting is, by the way. It's very random. It's very random. And sometimes I need to go to bed and wake up in the morning to have the idea pop in my head. Keep that in mind. Thanks for the info. No problem, man. No problem. After really getting carpal tunnel and like having all these problems with my hands, I definitely want to try to teach people to be healthy about these things, to playing video games in general. I can honestly say, like, I don't have regrets for my actions, but I never want to see people go through what I'm going through. That's what I can say. Yeah. Because, the surgery also isn't going to help you. My mother has carpal tunnel, and because she did a lot of bookkeeping and all that, and she also worked at a bank at one time too. So I mean, like, yeah, she did a lot of typing, and she had the surgery for carpal tunnel, and it has done nothing for her. It has done nothing for her. She even told me not to get it. She was like, "Don't even waste your time doing it, okay? Don't even waste your time." I was desperate, and my doctor tried to tell me, it's not going to do anything, but I was desperate, and I wanted relief, so they got it signed off for me. But please don't do it. It's a waste of your time and money. And I was like, thanks for letting me know. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's why, like, a lot of professional gamers, you see them doing a lot of stretches and stuff like that in between the rounds and everything, like little small stretches with their hands and everything. It's because they're trying to keep themselves healthy. They're trying to prolong it from happening for as long as possible. There's even some professional esports out there that have a requirement for their players to have a certain amount of exercise and everything every day. There are some esports teams like that. Like, they even give them coaches and all of that. Stress balls help a lot? Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Yeah, that's why you see them messing around with those a lot. Stress balls and the little hand warmers that they have and everything like that. They're just trying to keep their fingers moving in a healthy fashion. Okay. Okay, so they're dying 2 seconds slower than earlier. Alright, alright. They're dying 2 seconds slower than earlier. A little bit more scaling has taken place. Okay. Okay, so we've hit the next little mini modifier in health and armor and shield. Okay. Or next little bracket. Yeah, my timer for that is how long Ensnare has left. It's pretty much like, it's what I'm using as a gauge to tell me on when I need to start using more of my build. Because until I need to use more of my build, I'm not going to, you know? Because what's the point of having all the overkill at the end of the day if it's getting the job done? You know what I mean? Without all the overkill. Use it when it's necessary, you don't use it when, you know, you feel, or when you just want to. Especially when you're going to be sitting in a mission for so long. You want to try for as long as possible to keep your APM down. Because even though, like, you know, I'm only playing a certain amount of hours a day, it's still the long haul of every single day coming back. That's where the wear and tear really starts to add in with it. And there definitely is some mental fatigue that takes place too. Even taking the breaks. Once you're like 8 days in, I can personally say, once you pass that week threshold, it starts to get real mentally. That's what I enjoy. That's like, oh, okay, this is where I grow mentally. Can you deal with the little bit of burnout that you might be feeling and push past it? Just better your mentality, harden yourself. You know, because it may sound weird, but it's you can transfer these lessons kind of into real life. It can help you deal with a lot of the monotonous bullshit that you just don't want to deal with. You're just like, I'm fucking done with this. It's been too long of dealing with it. This should be fucking over already. Because naturally you hit that point at some point where you're like, ugh. I want to go try something else. I feel like I've hit my peak, but it's like you haven't hit your peak because acolytes haven't stopped scaling, and you're still killing them. You gotta keep going. It's like, yeah, but I'm doing fuck it. Like, these things are just dying. I hit that a few times with the mag gun. You know, especially when I realized, when I originally thought they were gonna stop scaling at 10,099, because that took me to get to like 10,090. Took me roughly about 73 hours. And when I saw it around like 8,000 that I was still like pretty much shredding them and my science was more or less confirmed, I started to have the thought of like, ah, you got the build video ready, you could just do that, you're good. Hold on, I gotta sneeze one more time. I was trying to hold that one back there. No? Is it gone? Are we done? The last time I sneezed, I died, and I'm glad I didn't this time. Oh, that one wasn't as intense as that other one. I was able to hold most of it back. But yeah. I sneezed at the thought of what I was saying. My body didn't accept it. It was like, no, we don't quit. We don't quit, we keep going. But I have had a goal of 100 hours for a survival for like the past 6 years. I wanted to. I was so close to it before. I was so close. I was so close. But yeah, that's what I mean by in the exclamation point why I like to push myself mentally and physically. Because this does become both ends, that's for damn sure. Plus also staying on top of taking care of yourself and not letting yourself get carried away and trying to get too many hours done a day to get it done faster. That's its own mental war. So you're just like, well, you know, I could just skip today and do it tomorrow, you know? It's like, no, motherfucker, you're sitting in a chair for 12 fucking hours a day. You're taking a goddamn shower every fucking day. You nasty motherfucker. But we could get, like, another hour done or something, you know, man? The mental talks. The mental talks. Better to stream than shower? I mean, you know. At one point, bro, when I was trying during the 2 weeks of trying to get like the 100 hours done, I was trying so hard that I would just take hour breaks in the middle of streaming to go take a shower. Because like if you look at my fitness channel, you'll see what my hair looks like, and then you'll understand why I need to take an hour for a shower. Yeah, this hair is a lot of maintenance to keep nice. This hair is an immense amount of maintenance. My hair self-dreads itself. It's so curly, so yeah. And it starts it after, like, even right after the shower, it's already working on it. I got typical ginger hair. Mixed in with Italian curliness. Well, curly Italian hair. I'll say, I also do have a bit of African American in me, so it's, yeah. Yeah. Just throw in everything in there that has curly hair, essentially. Or that can have it, and it's just like, yep, there's my hair. I like it though. I like it. It's just a lot of work. It really is. But it's worth it. It's worth it. You need pictures? If you look down in the description below, go to the Baker Fitness channel. I have videos up there, man. I do fitness content. I have to update my fitness content. I haven't recorded in many months. Like, those are back from June of this year, so. But that's because I've been really desperately trying to figure out how to record. Yeah. I'm going to be spending time after the stream today doing that because I got to do a little bit of working out, so. Let's see if I can't figure something out with that. I originally was just going to hold it off until I moved, but now I'm moving at a undetermined date, so I'll have a choice at that rate. I'm going to figure it out. I had to rearrange my whole setup for streaming, if you're wondering. I had to rearrange everything. It was a fucking day. That was one hell of a day. I'm just glad I have a back brace and I wear boots. Good stability all around. Yeah, I don't know 100% if I'm gonna run a cam or not. The main reason that is, like, occasionally I have, like, if I push myself a little too hard in between in between breaks, like trying to go longer, I can just randomly have to do a little bit of a drain out of my fucking cerebral fluid, so I just don't want that to be on cam. No one needs to see that nonsense. No one needs to see it. That's what has me hesitant to do it. Because, like, otherwise I have to, like, I can do that with, like, one hand, that's fine, so I can generally do that while playing. But if I'm streaming with a cam on at the same time, because I used to stream with a cam on, so I know the struggles of it. I have to pause the game, turn off the fucking cam, and all that. It's just a whole fucking ordeal. But right now, the main reason why I don't run a cam is because the host PC is absolutely terrible. But I have two Logitech C920s. My girl also uses them too for, like, her crafting content and nails and such, so. Just change scene. Yeah, but I still have to interrupt gameplay. I can do it without interrupting gameplay with no cam, man. It still interrupts gameplay, you know what I mean? Like, It's easy. It's like y'all don't even know when it happens, pretty much. Like at the end of the day, and I like that. I like that. I like that. I like y'all to think it doesn't even exist. That's the best for me. Oh, thank you, Trip. Thank you. That's what my girl keeps telling me too. We've been together for 8.5 years now, but my brain doesn't believe things. I have pretty severe body dysmorphia, if I'm to be honest. I have pretty severe body dysmorphia. So you didn't know Auraform has changed? You can reforma them, and if you go into arbitrations, they actually have what's called an Auraforma, and it makes it so it goes to any polarity that you put in there. So you could put a check, a D, whatever you want in there, and it matches it exactly to what it should be there. So you always get the max benefit from it. It's really nice. How much do I smoke? Enough to not feel comfortable disclosing it for my seizures and stuff, unfortunately. Let's put it that way, man. Unfortunately. I wish I didn't have to use as much as I do, but that's where I'm at. When you have medication-resistant seizures, you can't really do much. I'm just thankful that I get really cheap access, and federally legal hemp is like dirt cheap. Because everything I buy is federally legal, so it's significantly cheaper than back when I was actually buying from like dispensaries and such. Because I've been a medical patient now. Oh, son of a bitch. I don't... I feel old saying this. I've been a medical patient going on 14 years. I've also been a legal caregiver as well. I did that in California for predominantly terminally ill patients. I didn't really like taking on any other patients besides people that were terminally ill. I wanted to give them the best care I could, and I ended up getting rid of my patients because I couldn't give them the care that I wanted to give them because of my conditions. But I still enjoy doing what I could for them. No, I never grew. I never grew. Well, I take that back. I have grown before, but I haven't grown, and like I don't grow now. No. My access is cheap enough now to where I don't have to worry about doing that, thankfully. And the individual and the company that I go through, I've already met the CEO and everything, so I have faith in the company. I've been going through them now for, oh god, I don't remember how long. But yeah, when I was in California, I used to go up to Humboldt, and that's where I would go get my meds. If it wasn't Humboldt, then I had a dispensary that would get shipments from Humboldt, so. But yeah, no, I got all my shit from the Emerald Triangle when I was in Cali. The beautiful, beautiful triangle. I'll say what I have now doesn't touch that stuff. It's grown in Nevada, so. Nevada and... was it Utah? Nevada, it's either Utah or Oregon. I can't remember. I don't think it's Oregon, though. I think it was Utah. And they also have, like, a station out here in Colorado, but in here they have a whole different business. That whole different business is actually how I originally met the CEO. they were kind enough to let me go to their processing facility and pick up things because they were only did mail out orders. And I had explained to them in an email that it wasn't gonna arrive in time. And at the time, I was I was gonna be going down to Florida, you know, from Colorado. So I was like, I kind of need this for my seizures. Is there any way that I could just come by and pick it up? I'm only like 20 minutes away from y'all. And they were like, yeah, sure. So we stopped by, and they were so kind. They were so kind. Anyone wondering what the companies are? It's CBD Hemp Direct and Infinite CBD. Infinite CBD is how I met the CEO originally, but they're both companies are connected within the same. They're all owned by the same umbrella. Essentially, they use the CBD Hemp Direct in order to have all the material they need to do anything they need with. And they ended up having such an excess that they just ended up selling the stuff as well. But it is from Nevada. The cheaper stuff is outdoor. Like, I get a lot of outdoor grown stuff, so it's Nevada outdoors, so kind of, you know, you have your warning there if you're very, very stingy. If you're very stingy on your quality, you probably won't like it, to be honest with you, but I'm used to Colorado stuff, so I'm already used to stuff that's, you know, a little bit on the dry end or a little bit on the lacking of proper environment end. Yeah, if you're super picky, you want like crazy good indoor. I don't know if they have indoor. I think they do greenhouse. They have greenhouse for some stuff, but that stuff's more expensive. But yeah. They don't do any actual indoor with, like, you know, HPS lighting and all that. Metal haloid and all that kind of goodness, or LEDs. Yeah, I know a fair bit about the stuff. I've been heavily researching into it for many years now. Ever since I found CBD and it helped my seizures, I've dove so deep into research on the plant. I've gone into even learning about the industrial purposes for it and everything like that. I mean, when I found something that worked for me, that was like a fucking miracle. It was a miracle. I was having like over 30 a day and shit. It was an absolutely terrible experience. And then as access has just gotten cheaper over the years, my seizures like reduced. Now I'm at the point to where I can get my license back finally, and I can actually drive. I'm just very, very stupid thankful for it. What's good, Valgador? How you doing? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. We're 1,030 minutes into the run, which is, what, 900 is 15, so 960 would be 16, and then 70 would be 10, 20. So we're just over 17 hours into the run. Doing good. Doing good. We are coming up kind of near the end of stream. We have about a half hour left. About a half hour left. And then I'm going to end off this stream. I'm going to get food and in me and all that, do a little bit of working out. And then I'll see how I feel. I may come back for more, because I got a lot of energy tonight. I have a lot of energy. Like, I could keep just streaming, but I need to eat. I need to keep up with my diet. Lean bulks are a pain in the ass. They're a pain in the ass. It's not as bad as, like, heavy bulks, but man. Yeah. What happened with that? Mag crashes the game for some reason, so we can't really figure it out. And because it can't be figured out, it'll have to be something that's eventually fixed within the game itself. I have my suspicions on what it could be, but I don't have any hard proof on things, you know what I mean? Because like, I don't have full access to DE's code and like be able to manipulate things and all of that. But I do have my hypothesis behind it. But yeah, she just kept crashing the game, so I figured, I think I know what it is, which I think what it is, you know how mag makes mobs jitter a lot? Yeah, you remember how much I crashed, man. We crashed for almost 2 weeks straight with it. Every single day we'd be streaming for like fucking 12 hours, just crashing. Get like 3 runs done a day and just crash. Crash, crash, crash. It's all on VODs. You want to see how painful the grind really was. Figuring out mag's bugged. But what I think it is because mag makes mobs jitter a lot. It's counting mobs not on the map. And because it's doing that, it's putting mobs into a queue on respawning. And because that queue eventually becomes larger than the amount of mobs that are allowed to be spawned at a single time, it'll eventually grow to the point where it crashes and the game runs out of memory. That's what I've just kind of consistently noticed. When I compare like all the runs that I've done that haven't crashed and everything, that was like the main big difference that I saw was the mobs pause spawning and how many there were. Because I would see it like on all my runs, but I've never seen it so severe as I saw it with mag on those runs. At one time we had like 35, close to 40 mobs on queue. Like, that's crazy. And it's not like it's a queue that's supposed to happen because it's read next to an error. So that means it's not the queue that's actually in the game. These are error queues, meaning it's overflood of the game. During his Great Kuva farm. He was using Core for that run, correct? Fern? I'm not 100%. To be honest, I have never had the luxury to be able to talk to that individual. At least not to my knowledge, I should say. But like, I've mainly talked to like Brutal Green and Animan, and like people that were commonly on the Warframe Discord Endurance way back in the day. So Octavia? What helmet was he using? Octavia would be a hard... I wouldn't say so because Octavia doesn't cause a lot of jittering. What I'm talking about is the mobs are getting counted off of the actual tile set itself. Even though they're not dead. They're not dead, but they're getting counted off the tile set. And it's causing an issue. Because that's what it looks like is happening. Because Octavia doesn't cause any interactions like that. So it would depend on maybe the Helmeth, or maybe like Tenno Arcanes and stuff like that. Like, it could be a generalized interaction with the game at that rate. That is very reasonable to happen. And Kuva could be weird within itself, because in Kuva Fortress you do have additional mobs spawn, and I don't know if DE has the coding within those that are actually like set into the random spawn of things, you know what I mean? So like when the new pod spawns in and stuff like that, you have those additional mobs that spawn, and you also have the random Kuva Guardians and everything, and I don't know if those mobs actually count for everything. So that may have been the issue with his. It just may be like something within the game itself because of the additional mobs that spawn that carry the battery cells. And over the course of time of those mobs spawning, it slowly created that situation. You know? That's what I would foresee in that. Because if it's Octavia, she doesn't cause those types of interactions, so what would tell me there is it's likely the additional one that spawns. Whatever's carrying the cell, and because he is farming Kuva, he's going to be constantly spawning those. So it's going to build it up slowly over time. That's interesting though that I used Octavia with that. I hadn't fully looked at like a lot of his videos, I've just seen a few of the meme ones. I'm gonna have to look over his channel though if he has it on a video. Thank you. That'll be interesting to see. But yeah, that would be my vague observation, as I don't have many details. You know, I just have the very vague details that I've been given there. And what I mean by that is more like I don't have, you know, access to like the EE logs and stuff like that to really look what was going on. And unfortunately, if you sit in a mission too long, your EE file becomes too big to actually reasonably be able to have your computer load it without frying. Like my 95.5-hour run was a 1.5 gig EE file. Anyone knows anything about the size of those EE files, they don't get that big. Not even close. A 1.5 gig EE file is fucking insane. It's just a text file, by the way. That is a text file. There's nothing crazy going on there that would add it. It's literally just a text file. It's just more or less a printout, a review, if you will. That makes sense. That makes sense. I was kind of thinking that would probably be what was going on there. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Because you can lose the damage with it without it being an issue, so that does make a lot of sense. That's smart. Not many people use the split mallet build. Not many people use a variation of that build anymore. That is smart. That's some forgotten tech right there. I probably should just loot that down there. I know it's over looting on oxygen, but whatever. We'd probably end up despawning anyways. We should be good to loot. I think I got enough O2 dropped. Yeah. Oh, I was close to perfect. More dropped. I was close to perfect. No, I told you. Mag is the reason why we crashed, man. You question my science? Question my science. Just. I told everybody that, man. Told that to everybody. I've told you that, like, before. Many of times. Mag is crashing the game. We were trying to figure out why. Even back when I was doing Mag. He wasn't there. I've told you that specifically. I don't remember that. No, I didn't. No, I did not crash with Saren. I was bad with Saren. There's a difference. I was bad. I extracted that. I didn't crash with her once. Nor did I crash in my Vault 12 hour. Now, yeah. Will Zero last for 100% duration on Acolytes? It's 50% duration, and then after that it's 50% of that duration. And then after that I believe it's 1.5 seconds. But yeah, it's a half duration of what the ability says on the tooltip, and then it half durations that every time, essentially. My hypothesis behind it, from what I can gather, is that she's causing mobs to get counted off the map, but they're not actually dead yet. So it's putting mobs into a queue that ever grows to the point of crashing the game, causing it to run out of memory. Because she has a lot of mechanics that cause NPCs to jitter off the map for a second. So, plus Crush, also the augment, can cause mobs to get permanently stunned, which can count them off the map but still on the map because they're not dead. So there's a lot of different things that could be causing it. It could be her bubble, it could be the Crush augment. But yeah. Something is making the mobs get counted off the map, and it's building a queue because they're not actually off the map. Yeah. Took me 2 weeks of crashing to figure it out. Took me 2 weeks of crashing and playing other frames, and reviewing EE logs and testing on my own computer for problems that could be computer-based. Because I even entertained the idea that it could be my computer, and I started adjusting things. I went through everything. I probably crashed. Oh. I know I crashed at least twice a day for 13 days. And it would take anywhere between 3 hours and 9 hours to crash. That's the part that confuses me, is the 3 to 9 hours. That's why I don't exactly know what it is. And so something might tell me it's Fracturing Crush. I might have to try a run without Fracturing Crush with her. I think I'll have to do that. I think that's going to be the play next. We're going to try a run without Fracturing Crush next. And we'll see if we crash with that. If we don't crash, then we're going to know it's the mod. And the mod is counting mobs because of the permanent stun that they can receive. They're counting them off the map. Which then means I can put in an appropriate, like, overall, like, report to DE about it. There is no favorite frame for me. I like playing frames to their max potential and then I move on. Mag, I hadn't felt like I had done her to her max potential. I still don't feel that way. Yeah, but I didn't use Fracturing Crush on that 95-hour build, and it also was before they did Whispers in the Wall. They had... that run was at the most ideal time to do a long endurance run. DE had just announced that they weren't going to do any more hotfixes until Whispers in the Wall, which meant that the game was in the most stable place that they could find it to be in. You know what I mean? That's why I did that run at that particular time. This run here is very reckless to do. Very reckless to do. DE's doing a lot of hot fixes on the game. The game isn't in a stable spot. Brand new content, like a lot of content just came out. It's highly unoptimized content. Like, nothing about this says this is a smart idea. But the reality is, I need my channel to grow as fast as possible. And people are willing to sit here and watch me fail and try to figure things out, so I'm going to do everything I can to make my channel grow faster. Would I realistically be taking more time off in between these runs if I wasn't trying so desperately for the situation I'm in right now in life? No, I would probably put a good 3 months to 4 months in between the runs. But I'm doing this a month later. Because, your boy don't want to be on disability no more. Fuck that. I'm gonna do what it takes. I sadly enough can't hold a normal job because of my frequent need for breaks, but thankfully a lot of y'all are understanding about it. And I really thank you for it. You really can't know how much it means. You really cannot. You know, giving me a chance of something that can never thank you enough for. So, thank you for enjoying the content and sticking around. I really do appreciate it. You want Warframe 2 is going to be Soulframe, unfortunately, man. Unfortunately. I don't know if we'll ever actually see a Warframe 2. I know at one time they talked about it, but I just don't know about all that. I don't know if they want to deal with trying to figure out how to transfer the monetization over for everything people have already paid for. Can you imagine how up in arms people would be to find out that in Warframe 2, none of the stuff they bought counts in transfers, and Warframe original is shutting down? Can you imagine how mad people would be? Like, we're talking, like, people have spent tens of thousands on this game. I mean, myself personally, on the account that I deleted, I spent $5 grand on that fucking account. They're using new technology from Soulframe into Warframe. It's the other way around, man. They're developing out the engine further in Warframe, and they're implementing it into Soulframe. They're using Warframe as the pre-alpha testing ground in order to figure out how to properly have it more stable. I wouldn't say it's both ways around. If the one thing anybody knows as being a PC player for a very long time in this game is we're beta testers for everything. 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 We do the testing first. They adjust things afterwards. And there's no reason why they would develop things and they would do things anything different from that. Because they've already announced that the game is being produced or being made in the same facet that Warframe was. Steve himself has already said that he's implementing a bunch of things, like in the most recent dev short. He already said that he's implementing a bunch of the lighting and all that type of stuff from the Whispers in the Wall into Soulframe. Warframe is essentially turned into one big beta test for Soulframe. Especially since Devuri. DE doesn't have really the manpower to do like real testing at the end of the day, so they use the community for it. They have really small bound testing, but generally it all gets released to the public to be refined out. I try to be, X. I try to be. I don't want people hurting themselves. Becoming really unhealthy. You only get one body. You should take care of it the best you can. I mean, if you intend to live for a long time, you know what I mean? Like, if that's your intention, you don't want to die a miserable death, you know? If you don't want to do that, then you probably should take care of yourself the best you can, you know? I don't know if I would say Warframe benefits from it, but they do gain some variety from it. The benefit from it would be subjective, in my opinion, there. It would depend on who you talk to. But I get you on what you're saying overall. Subjectively, what we get is we get a lot of problems that we've been complaining about for many years not getting fixed in exchange for new shinies. That's why I say it's subjective. And then we get bugs in the game that and then we have features in the game that haven't been in the game for over 8 years, and then a content creator makes a video on it, and then they get banned for it because DE doesn't take the time to actually invest money into their game to adjust the things that they would not like to have present. That's also another thing that happens, unfortunately. Bro, it's a feature with how long it was in the game. Everybody knows what I'm talking about at this time. Like, there's two sides to everything, man. You know? It's not all sunshine and rainbows when we get new things. If we get new things, that means old things don't get fixed. Old things go unnoticed that they never wanted in the game, and then when they get noticed, they overreact and have a heavy hand to it. Things don't get tested properly because they're trying to rush out content, and now we get things like the blast shard being completely nerfed, and people can't even disassemble all the shards that they just used to make a blast shard, and now they're screwed out of weeks of progress. You see what I mean, man? Like, there's a huge give and take that happens. Because they're trying to focus so much on Soulframe, they forget about the rest of the game. They've always had their own engine, Fern. Warframe is their own engine. No one else has this engine. This is theirs. They've built from the ground up. PhD, how you been, brother? How you been, brother? Always good to see you, man. Shit. Always good to see you, man. I know everybody that's not my actual brother. I've just known PhD for like 9 years now. That's essentially family in my book. It's someone that's always been around. They've always been there. That's a homie of homies right there. He has seen me go through all the censorships. Going back to even my WeedTube days when I used to make educational pieces. You've been a lot better? Oh, that's amazing to hear, man. Oh, you have been a lot better. Okay, meaning like at one time you've been a lot better, but you're still kicking. Well, I'm glad to hear you're still kicking, man. I'm sure this weather ain't helping you right now, man. I'm sure this weather ain't helping none. I know it ain't helping me none. Like, Jesus. 14 or more? I don't think it's... Has it been really that long? No, I'll be showing them after the run. It can have a tendency to crash the game, unfortunately, when it's in an unstable spot like it is right now. So I don't want to risk it. If I had, like, if DE had said that there was no more hotfixes till the next big patch, I wouldn't have an issue showing like I used to in my 95.5 run. But yeah, we will be looking at them at the end, whenever that will be. No, I know that says 100 hours, everybody, but that's just for a catchy title. Okay? I mean, like, Octavia till she can no longer Octavia isn't as catchy as 100 hours, you know what I mean? No one has an idea what the hell that means. But, you know, you put 100 hours in there. Eventually, if we go over 100 hours, I'll change it to 200 hours. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how we doing it. We trying to grow. 60 this year, bro. 60. Congratulations, man. Congratulations making it that long. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. I hope the fam's got something good planned for 60 for you, man. That's a big year. That's an impressive milestone, man. It's an impressive milestone. Still be kicking. In 1 year or so. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, man. Is she doing better? I took a good while of a break to deal with disability, and then those assholes, even though I have a doctor now, they wouldn't take my doctor's stuff, and they tried to make me go to their doctors. And then I asked them, like, well, why can't, like, one of them was the physical therapist, it was like a physical, and I was like, well, why can't my physical therapist do it? Because she wouldn't know what to look for, and then they referred me to a chiropractor. And my brain fucking melted. It fucking melted. A chiropractor that was open at fucking 7 p.m. at night.